Schoolboy coming to the Winton Festival of Speed. In fact, he's a lot like me every time he comes to the racetrack. He's very much like a young man all over again. Phil, whenever he looks over his shoulder and who might be behind him, Phil, how good is it to be here Sunday morning? Sun shining. It's cold. We're not going to deny that, but the sun's up. It's going to be a beautiful day.
Oh, it's going to be terrific. And one of the highlights so far has been you reciting the alphabet.
The second part of the alphabet, anyway.
So, yeah, absolutely brilliant to be here. And, of course, we've got Emma Dean here with us as well.
Thanks, Phil.
Really good to have you on. How did you find yesterday?
Great, fantastic. I loved my day. So, your first time at Winton Festival of Speed. This morning is, well, there's no other way to say it. I had ice on my car, so it's 3 degrees when we woke up. It's a balmy 7 degrees now and low UV out there, but stunning day. And good things come to those who race, Phil.
Absolutely, and we've got some great cars out there. Have you got a bit of a pick as to one that you might like to be driving out there at the moment?
That one, the white 120Y, if you can keep it wheels up.
Well, I'm not falling for that again. I'm not telling anyone that story. The car's out on track right now, Phil. Yeah, I think I'll sound like a broken record from yesterday, but it's that Porsche flak bow on screen right now with the BASF livery. My favourite, and still one that I've got to tick off the list of ownership, so can't wait to go hunting for one of them.
I've got to tell you, and I'll put my first gratuitous plug into the broadcast right here, right now. That car was raced by Chris Phones, and he's been on the Grassroots Racing podcast. So on your way home tonight, you can dial it up and listen to Chris tell his story.
That episode. Yeah. Thanks, Darren.
Tell the story. Hey, Phil, last night you stayed back at the track until late, not because you had to, but because you wanted to, with the V8 sleuth thing down in the museum last night.
And that was absolutely fantastic. Aaron Nona did a great job with that, as we see one of the cars a bit distracted there. Yeah, he's gone out to check out and see where the ducks have nested. Got the car going again and coming back onto track. We couldn't quite see a number, so I'm not 100% sure.
The one is a lease of some description.
Oh, lots of trouble, usually serious.
Yes.
Lotus, there's we go. Got that one in. We didn't use it yesterday, but going back to last night.
Until you've worked on one, which I have, I don't realise how true that is.
I've also worked on one as well, and Lotus Europa. Anyway, they're a beautiful looking car, but they just sort of fell apart. Yeah. Anyway, last night, one of my heroes from my latter years of high school, Norm Beachy, was one of the guests there. Absolutely brilliant to see and hear Norm speaking again. Of course, he's been hill climbing. He'll know from having been around me for any more than about 30 seconds that hill climbing's a bit of a thing with me. And Norm has competed in a number of hill climbs, which isn't quite so well known.
So it was quite the panel there last night. Sandra Horn, who's been doing a bit of publicity, a bit of social media stuff for the BHRR here this weekend. She said this morning it was a great night and got to meet lots of like-minded people, and I guess that's when you come to something like the Winton Festival of Speed. I'm looking forward to lunch already. The Festival of Speed is that it's more well like-minded people, isn't it?
Absolutely, and everybody just is so open and happy to have a bit of a chat. If you're here today and you haven't been down into the pits, it's a place that you should go, and if you're not here, then you should get here to go down to the pits and wander around, have a look at some of these marvellous machines that are here, have a chat to the teams, the drivers. They're usually very happy to chat to you about their cars and what the history of the car and maybe the history of themselves.
Terrific. Thank you, Phil. Big shout out to all of the VHRR Club sponsors, Shannon's Insurance, Racer Industries, Cool Drive Auto Parts, and Equity One. Fantastic to have Equity One as the proud sponsor of the 2025 Winton Festival of Speed. They're a Melbourne-based company. Equity One are a public non-listed financial institution specialised in delivering reputable finance services for investors and competitive loans for borrowers. The team at Equity One include an experienced group of portfolio managers and credit experts to make your experience with them as seamlessly as possible. Check them out at www.equity-1.com.au, and we will see the man himself from Equity One, Dean Kutzmead, is running in Formula Ford, historic Formula Ford, throughout today. And I'm going to use that as a segue to our great mate Tom Reed, who has been our Formula Ford commentator at the last two Festival of Speed, and Tom is debuting on track right now this weekend in the Quincy English-built Formula Ford, a fairly rare chassis to be, or brand to be even in Australia. And Tom is doing a terrific job, really enjoying it, and this is learning about cold tyres, cold track in a Formula Ford.
Yeah, and cold air coming in through the helmet at the moment. It's a bit chilly out there, but certainly really, really good to see him out there having a go. Lovely young guy, and he's quite good on the commentary as well.
He's doing very well in this regularity at the moment, sitting in position number 2 on 48 points there, Phil.
Yeah, the breakfast band races are at it, but one of the things that you won't know with the regularity is who the winner is really until it's all over. So you start off with 50 points and you lose them as you go around and you miss your nominated time by too much. If you go too fast, you get penalised more than you do if you go a little bit too slow. And if you go way too fast, you might be pointed in the general direction of your trailer. So we have on 50 points still is Bates in car 57, and I think we might have put the Moz on Tom. He's down to 43 points already.
So Barry Bates is running in the Thompson Special as part of the subclass, the LB Sports. So yesterday we saw the historic groups J, K and L running out on the track on their own event, but they've been included in the regularity today. So just have a quick look. It's the number 92 of Francis Robin in the Ford Milford, all the way from 1937. The number 92, who's now just dropped back as well. So we probably move down through the field so we don't moles everybody on their way out the door. Rodney Brereton in the Ford Roadster from 1932 as well. Great to see these on cars just being presented beautifully. Like it just drove past our vantage point, and it is absolutely glowing in this magnificent winter sunshine.
Absolutely. I just spotted Jane Bollebrock go through in her MGB. But on screen we've got some other lovely cars there. Car 20 just going past our vantage point, and I'm not quick enough to pick it up there.
Neither am I. Ford Mustang GT 350, the Phillips Fender car we've just seen streaming around the sweeper. There's the 92, which we were just talking about. Yeah, the Ford Milford. Some classic hand-built cars, aren't they? Specials that we see a lot of Ford and Holden and these sorts of specials coming by. The number 16 comes charging through there, and that's one that we know well, the George Reed special with Graham Raper at the wheel, and that's part of the KA group of JK and L Sports, and doing a terrific job. Number 16, just looking out there at the moment. Dropping outside the top 20 there for number 16, but it looked as though it looked like Graham was out to set his own personal best rather than competing within the confines of the regularity.
I think the commentator's curse might be affecting everyone. Darren right now. Maybe we should stop talking about them. I'm just watching the sweeper and seeing all the tops of cars and with the open tops, the tops of helmets glistening as they go out in that morning sun. It is gorgeous and it looks picturesque out here this morning. But that grass, if you touch that grass this morning and happen to go a little bit sideways on it, it's going to grip you and pull you in.
The green accelerator.
And you will accelerate through that at a rate that will catch everyone by surprise, and it'll be really hard to get out of this morning because it'll just be like oil.
There's a couple of things I've learned already today, and from Phil. First of all, I've never heard the grass called the green accelerator, but wow, what a description. And of course the breakfast brand I've been doing motorsport for pretty much all my life, so you only take little tidbits out of each race meeting. But Phil's in just one session, give me 2 take-homes right there.
Well, the Green Accelerator is trademarked.
Well, I like that. It's a nice brand. I'll support that right throughout the day.
I just preface that, Darren, by saying that they're the tidbits that you're allowed to say on it.
That's exactly right. Exactly right. Well, Phil touched on it while you're at the track, and if you're watching the live stream and you're in Albury or Shepparton or Echuca or even Melbourne, by the time you get here, it's only going to be about 10:30, so you're going to have a full day
100%.
live 3D or all dimensions motorsport is the best way to do it. The live stream is fantastic because it brings in friends and family that otherwise can't make it to the racetrack, and we shout out to them, have a great day watching our broadcast. But certainly the being at the racetrack is fantastic, and as both of you alluded to, spend some time down in the pit and paddock area, mark off the categories or the groups that you want to see on track or the races you want to see on track, but spend some time in the pit and paddock area because that's where the real stories are told, and that's where you'll see people's heads rolling back with rollicking laughter as someone points at a drop of oil underneath something that was from 1932.
Of course it's got a drop of oil under it. That is how they were built.
Yeah, that's lubricating.
Isn't that where all oil came from? It was British engineering.
Let's leave that to one side.
We can't forget, Darren, the amazing team at the canteen. The canteen's fully stocked and was so busy yesterday. They must have done a roaring trade. Really happy punters out the front there. There's loads of space on the lawn to go and plonk yourself and watch some great racing. And we've even got some vendors here with race memorabilia, track memorabilia, and all sorts of things out there. So there's plenty for you if you do come down. Bring everyone and have fun.
Terrific to see some of these JK and L cars mixing up in here as well, and they're pretty quick. As the number 36 just comes streaming down past us. That's Tom Reed, the Quest FF86, and of course Tom will be commentating with us throughout today. And his dad had a ripping run yesterday, got a second place. So his enthusiasm was untamed yesterday, as the number 210 also streams around there. The Datsun last year, the regularity is won by a Datsun Bluebird, so you don't actually have to have a George Reed special from 1938. You can have a Datsun Bluebird from 1982, the old Datsun
100%.
Rally Reliability.
Or a Datsun 120Y. It's you can get out there and just about anything. You only need a limited speed license, and you haven't got to go through as many hoops for a license to be able to do this as you have for a circuit race event. It's a good way to step into motorsport, and it seems to be a good way for people to step out of it as well.
MGTC car number 44 currently sitting in position number 2. Barry Bates in the 57 has come back to the top of the sheets in the Thompson Special from 1962. So the 44 is Andrew Church in the MGTC 1948. And those TCs are a beautiful looking thing. Bolt a supercharger onto the front of them, and it actually rips the hair out of your head as you head driving through the Yarra Valley on the way to a lovely day at some wineries.
Just seeing on screen the Millthorpe special going through again on the old start finish straight, and here comes young Tom. So really good to see such a variety of cars across such a length of time, like the period of time from fairly, relatively speaking, new vehicles to some that are probably a little bit older than you and I, Darren.
Yeah, just a tad, and that's okay. Not all of us crew were born in the glorious 70s. And,
of course, I'm only 17 and still dyslexic.
Well, I know in my marriage I'm the immature one, and so I just got to, we all know that and acknowledge that, so that's fine. There we go, there's a modern car, an XL, which, wow, 10 years ago, who knew that we have 6,986 logbook XLs that are throughout Australia, and every time you throw the gates open at a race meeting, there's 50 XLs lining
I
up.
can guarantee you, though, for any XL driver, the driver briefing for this regularity would have been the nicest driver briefing we've ever been in.
Well, I tell you what, the other thing with that, Em, is that yesterday we had Cadell Ambrose up here, who is currently the pilot of the magnificent John Galway Audi in the National Sports Sedan Championships, and Cadell was the Victorian XL champion 2 years ago, and as a result of that, experience and a little bit of Toyota 86 racing. He's now driving arguably one of the fastest race cars in Australia.
There is no question that the XL class pumps out some great drivers, but they do get the most stern talking to at the driver's briefing every morning before racing.
Could you go and talk to them?
No, it's a bit of a smash 'em up derby at times, depending on who's out there.
Okay, so that draws to a conclusion the second part of actually the third part of the regularity. We've got one more part of to finish this off at 105, but it is Barry Bates that sits nicely on 45 points there. Then it's the 44 of Andrew Church, the MGTC, on 44 points. Then we drop off fairly heavily to Jane Vollebrecht on 40. The Guernic entry there on 39. Tom Reed landing himself in P5, which is nice, on 38. Taylor on 34. Louise Raper there on 7 to 33 points. And on we go right back down through the whole timesheet. So each time, Phil, we come on track 4 times throughout the weekend. Those numbers are added up. The one with the highest number will take home the regularity trophy.
I believe so, and yeah, it's no surprise to see Louise Raper up there. She's always a very keen competitor out there in the regularity, and must have the ability to be able to just tap out that time somehow mechanically in the car, because you're not allowed to have a clock, you're not allowed to have any radio or any sort of device in there that can give you some sort of an indication as to how long you've been on your way around the track. It's got to be all out of your own head, so
consistency is key.
It's a challenge, yeah.
I'm going to say that there can't be too far away the technology where you can put on the visor of your helmet, the little screen. I'm sure that's out there.
A heads up
quiz.
display.
Tom's a young fella. He'll be on that. I'll quiz him later on that. I'm sure there'll be something that we can certainly try and find out there. What a terrific way to open up day 3 of the Winton Festival of Speed here at the Great Winton Motor Raceway. Green grass. A big hot ball of burning hydrogen in the sky. Let's call it the sun for everyone else at home. Blue skies, and we have got an absolute massive day. We opened up the doors for cars to go on track at 8:30, and then the last one will be disappearing off track tonight at about 5:30. I don't know of an event where you get that much value for your entry fee, and the entry fee has, for the first time ever in the history of the world of any event, has actually decreased this year. So come and join us trackside. It is always the best way to do it. As I said earlier, if you're somewhere in Gippsland, you can come across the beautiful Alps of Victoria. It's probably there's snow there, but have a crack at it. Come down the Hume from Albury, Wodonga, Echuca, Shepparton, Wangaratta here in 10 minutes from Wangaratta.
Yeah,
probably 25
20.
minutes. Keep on the limit.
20.
Up from Melbourne, it's not even 9 o'clock yet. You'll be here before lunch. So come here and join us. And if you can't, by all means, please stay on the live stream, and I'll draw your attention to the bottom of the screen. Shannon's, My Race Lab, Premier, FS and Spagnola, and Co there as well. Autohouse 300 from Moorabbin, Cave Hill Engines, Equity One, Cryocycle, Rubbercraft, NV Pabs, and all of our great sponsors that support the VHRR, Shannon's Insurance, Racer Industries, Cool Drive, Auto Parts, and Equity One. Thanks, Em. Thanks, Phil. We are going to get into the tribute cars for their regularity in just a moment.
I knew she was the one. The heart's going a million miles an hour, the mouth's dry. It's love, mate. Pure and simple. In 71, this was the fastest 4-door car in the world. Back then, you could pick one up for a bit over $4,000. Insurance, it's got to be Shannon's.
No one knows your passion like Shannon's. And with our multi-vehicle discount, you can even cover your daily drive. So call Shannon's on 13 46 46. Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
You still wearing cargo pants that feel like cardboard? That's why you need Bearskin Cargo Pants. The 6-pocket, breathable and stretchable cargo pants with a muscle-defining cut and water-repellent protection for unbeatable performance wherever you go. Thousands of men already love wearing the bearskin cargo pants, with loads of 5-star reviews on Trustpilot. Because honestly, your average cargo pants these days are stiff, heavy, and sweaty, like wearing a cardboard box for pants. That's why we built the bearskin cargo pants with an ultimate combination of strength and breathability. And with a Bear-Tex water-repellent coating, you could run through a raging river catching fish with your bare hands. Choose between our regular cargo pants with dual breathable air vents or the 2-in-1 zip-off cargo pants that become the ultimate quick-dry shorts. Both are finished with premium YKK zips and come in sizes up to 4XL. So burn your old pants today and get the ultimate all-weather cargo pants that are perfect for hiking, fishing, or conquering your own backyard. You're seeing this video because we want to offer you 60% off the bearskin cargo pants with free delivery. And you may not see this video again, so click the button below now to reserve your order. Or you can go to stopbadpants.com to claim your discount. Just like you, there's no way we're going to wear skinny jeans or chinos when there's work to be done. You can't even squat in those things. The bearskin cargo pants are made with a 4-way stretch material with articulated knee darts for more freedom of movement. Each of the 6 pockets are completed with sturdy YKK zippers, so you don't need that dainty little man bag either. Plus, with a fully adjustable air vents on the sides, you can get a blast of fresh air on demand. Wake up to cool mountain air, hike through the midday heat, or cool off and take a dip in the quick dry shorts. Made with a premium blend of ripstop weave fabric and spandex, these pants perform like a champ, whether you're going camping, hiking, climbing Mount McKinley, or retreating from a sticky situation. We've also got fully adjustable hems that fit snug over your boots, so it feels totally tailored to you. That's why everybody knows that guys look better wearing bearskin. So if you're ready, click the button below now or go to stopbadpants.com to activate the 60% off deal. The bearskin cargo pants already sold out twice last spring with loads of 5-star reviews on Trustpilot. But hey, don't just take it from us. Take it from the thousands of men across the world who already love wearing bearskin gear. Bearskin also proudly supports the Fallen Outdoors Veterans Program by donating outdoor gear to those who need it most. Simply click the button below or go to stopbadpants.com to activate 60% off with free delivery. The 60% off deal only lasts for a short while, so make sure you choose your size today and reserve your order before stock runs out.
Dominoes goes Italiano! Classic.
Oh my god. No, you're kidding. Bro. Oh. Dude, my speaker turned off. Are you kidding me? Oh my fucking shiz, bro. And my speaker's in dead. Why? Fuss. It's not even live anymore. You kidding me? How annoying. Okay. You guys have literally been sitting there now for 20 minutes. Bro. It's annoying.
Muirleman in the menacing all-black number 43. I say that only about the car because Pete Muirleman is actually a champion fella, a lively guy, and really up for a chat at any point in time. In fact, sometimes he's late putting the helmet and driving suit on because he's still chatting to people right throughout the weekend. Jeff Mundy, Glenn Miles in the first of the charges. David Noakes, Gary Fittermore. Great to have Gaz there in the number 9 Mustang. Pillikers go back to David Brown, the first about Datsun. Evan Goebel, David Murphy, Craig Miles, Kirk Davis, Rob Burns. Great to see Rob back there. Adrian Moyle fronting up in a Mazda here this weekend. Dom Leo, Stephen Hay, Max McKay, Josh Harrison, Dean McLaughlin, Les Wolfsley down there in 26 in car number 99. Vic Draper in the number 65. Graham Hill in that blue Mini, and that he found his way a long way down there in position number 28. Phil Barrow, Anthony Green, Gordon Cox, Chris Janicki, Don Knight in the number 32. Paul Gilbert, Pete Oliver, Mark Maxwell, Liam Reed, Rodney Evans, and Jeff Bowe make up the field. And I think we've just about got them all to the grid. It's over to you, Daz. I'm about to got to get a breath.
Yes, I was waiting for you to do the Barry Oliver breathing to his trick, but he didn't do it. Mark Desaria, unfortunately, is missing from the front row of the grid. The big HQ Monaro should be starting alongside Brad Tilley in the Mustang. So, unfortunately, Desaria is not lined up, which is disappointing after that great qualifying performance yesterday afternoon. Getting very close to a start now, so nice big hole in front of the Mustang of Michael Michelli, number 69. Keep an eye on him as he blasts off the second row alongside Peter McNiven in the Mazda RX-2. And they're away. Good start from Tilly, hooked up very well. McNiven will slide into second in the Mazda.
Wow, Tilly has got himself a ripping start there, and Michelli just got left behind a little bit there, but joined along there is the red and black Mustang. Buried back down through the field. Here comes that fantastic Escort. This is a perfect place for the Minis and Escorts to weigh in on it. 69 of Michelli just handling this newly relined, 4 years ago, relined turn number 4. Chris, away we go.
Chris Stern up into 4th in his 68 model Ford Mustang with a 302 Windsor under the bonnet. Josh Axford very quick away in the South Australian Escort number 3. In fact, right on the tail of Chris Stern. Adam Pressington already having a look under the number 43 all-black Mustang of Pete Muirleman. Adrian Moyle, I saw in the background there, just having a bit of an off in the Darren Hossack purple 4-door RX2. Hopefully Adrian's back on the track. Had a troublesome qualifying session yesterday in his first run with the little Mazda.
Yeah, Darren Hossack was down there with him yesterday trying to rectify a problem they had with that car, and I think they've got it right, but it's obviously found some pace and run off the track down there on cold tyres. Really, it's still, we're up to about 9 degrees now here locally, and the sun's been on the track for a good couple of hours now, but once that air temperature just gets up a little bit more, these cars will certainly, I'm going to say, maybe not this race, but maybe their second race, the tyre will come back into question here. This is probably where the Escorts and the Minis are starting to find their way very nicely indeed, being they don't quite need as much grip as these big cars as they push the limits. But Brad Tilley and the Tilley family are absolutely synonymous with top flight, podium winning Group N cars, and this at the moment in this, what's going to be a shorter race. This is only an 8-minute duration race, and we're only got just over a minute and a half left in this one as well, so it's a short, sharp affair here today. But certainly the main event, you've got to say that the premium event of the weekend will be the historic touring cars for their 50k race this afternoon. So this is a short, sharp warm-up and get their feel away, because they only had a very, well, as Darren said, a short qualifying session that was chopped up yesterday, and then a proper qualifying session later yesterday. So this is their first hit out in earnest, but Brad Tilley is certainly proving his worth.
Brad Tilley absolutely checking out. Look at the lead he has. Almost the length of the old back straight now, heading into the, we call it the new part of the track. It's probably 25 years old now. It shows you how old we are. Brad Tilley, great performance on a very cold track. Peter McNiven holding down second place in the Mazda with Michael Michelli third. Josh Axford up now into fifth. Got in front of the Mustang of Chris Stern on that lap. So great performance there from Axford up into fourth, in fact. So Stern back to fifth in the Mustang as Brad Tilley continues to lead.
Josh Axford, the South Australian there in the Ford Escort RS 1600. Very rapid little piece of kit at the moment, but not being able to take it up to the highly strung Tilley Mustang, and we're getting some great shots of the Tilley Mustang. Probably give us a look back at positions 2 and 3 in this race, because that's really where it is, and into the mid-pack where we start to see where Mundy is. Peter Muleman, Miles sort of battling it out for position 6, 7, 8 and 9 on the road. There's some good movers in there. Muleman now coming under attack by the Miles Charger. It's a great mix of and representation of the Australian Touring Car Championship cars and drivers, Mustangs, HQ Holdens. Sadly, Mark Surrey hasn't been out on this grid, so Daz, if he does get out there, he'll be off the back of the grid for the big race for the Group Ends at 1:30 today.
Peter McNiven on screen in the RX2. He won the 50k Cup, the Just Cars Magazine 50k Cup last year, the longest race we had for historic touring cars in the land. Of that exciting finish with Brad Tilley, who was leading in the Mustang. Unfortunately, had some brake issues, had zero pedal as he come out of the S's, and Peter McNiven went on to take the win. So holding the Mazda flag up high at the moment in second place. Jason Humble, I know he is this weekend not competing, but he's spectating. His fellow racer Andrew Williams suggested that Jason might be a bit scared of Winton, just looking for the reaction because they're right there on the fence in front of me. So Jason Humble, he'll be back at the Bend for the Bend Classic in October in that famous little RX2 of his. But Peter McNiven doing the job for the Mazda boys at the moment, up in second place in front of the Michael Michelli Ford Mustang. Axford still fourth, then it's Chris Stern in the Mustang fifth. There's Chris Stern, his first race event for 2 years in the number 90 68 model Ford Mustang. So we have 3 generations of the Mustangs racing this weekend. Jeff Mundy in the 68 model Chevy Camaro has his hands full with the all-black Mustang with Peter Muleman right behind him. That's a huge battle for 6th place at the moment.
David Brown in 12th place there in the Datsun as well, just in the back of that last shot going through, and running very, very wide in the Mini there. Great memories of Minis around here, and I always hark back to the great Ted Brewster, who there was a tribute race held for Ted here not that long ago with all Minis on track, and an absolute worthy tribute for a great bloke of Australian motorsport. Under brakes now.
Don Knight, the Ford Cortina Mark 1 GT, number 32, having a battle there with Gordon Cox in the 2nd generation Cortina GT. That's the Mark 2 model, the 1600 Kent under the bonnet. Cox goes through on Knight. Cox, of course, the racetrack representative for Racer Industries. He has the trackside van here at most meetings in Victoria. Has put up the old sign. He'll be back in 10 minutes. He's got a race.
Yeah, and has been for some time. Great to see Coxie at the racetrack. There he is in the 77, getting through it on Knight quite easily actually down there in turn 4. Knight just sort of capitulated and allowed him to press on through. And now timing screen is telling us we've gone 3 minutes over time here, so not too sure how many laps this race is going to be now, but the official race time tells us time is up, and we're still going for it.
Have to keep an eye on that checkered flag.
We
Yes.
do. We absolutely do keep an eye on that spot there. And well, at the moment, it's not going to be too hard. We just need to keep one eye on Brad Tilley. He's around at the water tower now. Plunges into the cleavage and around the old gum tree. A couple of iconic parts of the Winton Motor Raceway. As soon as you say those three words, people know exactly which part of the racetrack you were on. And around past the GMSV hoardings up at the top end of the track. Past all the campers. Great to see, Daz, the campers here this week. It really does give the title of this weekend is it a festival, and when you put tents up, that to me means it's a festival. That's what the music industry says anyway.
There's an idea for next year.
Yes, isn't it?
How about we get Grid Spoon playing in the car park?
And it'd attract a whole lot of campers, wouldn't it?
And commentators?
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely.
Brad Tilley leading this first race for the Group N Historic Touring Car.
There's the check-it.
And will take the win in the Ford Mustang. The little 289 Windsor under the bonnet of the Mustang of Brad Tilley. Doing the job. Brad been steering these types of cars for many, many years. Takes a very easy win over Peter McNiven. Great drive in the little Mazda RX-2. Josh Axford might have crossed the line in third. I think we've lost Mitch Shelley on that final lap, have we? Just waiting for the timing to update.
No, there's Michelli. He's gone through.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely gone through in the 69, the blue Mustang.
So good return for Michael Michelli. Hasn't raced like Chris Dern for a couple of years. So excellent drive into third place in the Boss Mustang number 69. Axford, great drive into fourth and a little Escort. He'll be pretty pleased with that. Chris Stern will be fifth. Jeff Mundy will be sixth in his 6-out model number 6 Chevy Camaro. Had a great battle there holding out Pete Millman, the 3-time club champion for historic touring cars in Victoria. He was 7th in the Mustang. Glenn Miles, the first of the Chargers. 2 Chargers out there, the Miles boys. So good drive there from Miles to be 8th outright. David Murphy in his beautiful white XU1 number 101 was 9th, and Adam Bressington doing it for the Mini fans, finishing in the top 10.
Great to see Andy Williams and Jason Humble waving to their mates in Group N as they go past. I think they must think they're the king and queen, just giving their nice little wrist shuffle wave to the guys going through. But a massive field of Group N's, and Daz, this is really going to be light up the venue here at 1:30 today for the Group N, their main race for the day. Really looking forward to that. I'm going to put you on the spot here.
Thanks very much.
Well, look at the front row of the grid. It's last year's 1 and 2, and they're going to have the front row of the grid. How do you see that playing out?
Well, the V8 boys particularly will have to be filling up those tanks, because there's been a few times when we've run these longer races early on in the piece and people trying to save a little bit of weight by not putting as much fuel in the tanks and then pay the price when they're running out, which is slightly embarrassing. So the V8 will be groomed for sure, and also the smaller cars, McNiven, Axford, they may come into play with their lighter weight, not using up the brakes and tyres as much as the big V8s do. We're looking at around 16 or 17 laps, and that's quite a journey for some of these V8s with brakes and tyres. So that will be very interesting. We saw that great race, obviously, last year between Tilley and McNiven, and they will certainly be in the mix as they head towards the checkered flag for that 17 lap of the Just Cars Cup, 50k Cup, the longest race for historic touring cars just about in the country, I think. Yep. Not many races that are that long. So make sure you are trackside for that, or tuned in, of course, to the old V8 Sleuth YouTube channel. That race will be on around 1:55 this afternoon.
So keep yourself well and truly rugged up here at the track. It's a lovely day. Sun is out. People have got the puffer jackets and duffel coats on and beanies still. But if you're at home, I thoroughly recommend that you turn the TV off, jump in your car and head to the racetrack. You will not be disappointed here today. We'll take a quick break, because up next is the Heritage Touring Cars and Invited. Back in a moment.
Have CTP with NRMA insurance? You could save on car, home, caravan and other eligible policies with our multi-policy discount. Bundle your CTP today and you could save. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
age, I knew some cars were a statement of style and elegance.
I've been a motoring enthusiast all my life.
My life is hot rods, designing them, building them, and racing.
My Coupe 4 is rare and very special.
Beautiful, handcrafted, proper works of art.
This is my most prized possession.
Insurance? Shannon's, of course.
'25 Winton Festival of Speed started bright and early on Friday morning with free practice right throughout the day. We had a terrific day yesterday with qualifying all the way through the morning and started racing at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's racing all day today here at Winton Motor Raceway. A very big thank you to Equity One. Check them out at www.equity-one.com.au. Fantastic sponsors for this event, of course, Premier, Shannon's Insurance, Racer Industries, Cool Drive Auto Parts, all of the big naming sponsors here this weekend. We have a fantastic program for you right throughout today, and I reckon we've started it off in top fashion for racing with the Group N's out on track, and now we go to the Heritage Touring Cars, essentially Group A, Group C cars, the grid making their way around, and as a result of a really good Saturday of racing, Elliot Barber in the Yellow Pages car is going to lead the field around. Chris Stillwell in the Cosworth powered Sierra, the Colin Bond car from all those years ago in the Caltex livery. Adrian Alessi in the Walkinshaw Commodore, and Steve McCeesa in the VC. Trevor Schumack in the little BMW, and really looking forward to seeing that Supertura start the Stamford's Authority. Anthony TK all the way from Queensland in the number 22. Darren Knight stays right alongside me. Great to see these cars travelling from all over, like Adrian from Queensland.
Certainly is, Darren. Good morning, everyone. If you've just joined us on the YouTube B8 Smooth channel, and of course everyone here at the track. fitting that these cars are coming out after the Group N historic touring cars, because basically these are the cars that took over from the Group N era. So Group C, the local category, for 1973 through to the end of 1984, and then the international Group A formula that Australia adopted 1985 running through to the end of 1992, so right up to the end of 92. So, and then of course we had the category that became V8 Supercars in 93. They used to run around with Group A stickers on them right at the start, which just confused everyone. It was a local category, and we know how big that has become. So these are the genuine article, folks, the actual race cars presented in their actual livery from the day, and also mechanical specifications. So very valuable motor cars out on the track, and they'll be starting under a rolling start condition. What a drive from Elliot Barber and the Kerry McMahon owned RX-7. That car is for sale, folks. If you want to jump into the sharp end of the heritage touring cars, magnificent performing motor car. Here we are getting ready for a start.
Graham Ross will start from the rear of the grid. Had problems yesterday, and well, unless he just pulled out the side, they're trying to get it very crowded in position 3, 4, 5 as we go 3 wide down into turn 1. It funnels him. Schumacher goes around, and he gets clear of the racetrack surface, so that's good. No one else got tangled up in it, but that's a rare mistake from Trevor Schumacher, your Michelin tyre man here in Australia. But the front of the field sorting themselves out. Ian Ross has already just got through on the little CDT Gemini there, so there's the Behemoth and the little car there, is it the XD and the Gemini side by side.
So Barber and Stillwell, handy break now over our third place runner, which looks like it'll be Adrian Allisey in the Walkinshaw Commodore. So Trevor Schumacher just rejoining, but at right at the back of the pack, Greg Gerstle was also involved in that, had to take to the grass to avoid Schumacher as he got the little BMW sideways. So Gerstle will be coming through the field, a very quick VH Group C Commodore. So we'll keep an eye on the bright yellow and black machine. You mentioned Ian Ross is coming through from the back after gearbox problems in his Mike Emery XD Falcon. So good to see Ian back out there and circulating in the Solon Falcon XD model out there.
Nice to see the Ignis Alpha also out there. Look at this Cosworth charging hard. Got a bit of work to do. Elliot Barber is absolutely hooked up in this RX-7 here this weekend. There's nothing strange about this. An RX-7 around the Winton layout is a very winning formula across many different categories in the era, but also a little turbo Cosworth Sierra was absolute weapon to beat in the Group A era. So we've got a Group C era car here, and of course we promised yesterday we'd explain to the kids what Yellow Pages was. It was a book about 100 millimetres thick, and it had everyone's name and phone number in it. And let me tell you, when you rock up with my surname, it's near impossible to find your name in there. These days I'm pretty sure we're trumped by some other surnames in there, but bit of damage on the car there for Glenn Gerstle. Obviously a tiny bit of contact with the BMW of Trevor Schumacher there at turn 1, 2 there, so that front spoiler just sort of got a little bit cross-eyed, if you like. There's Ian Ross now. Well, Ian tells me this is one of the Ford fans' favourite cars because it is only blue and white, and of course that is what represents the FOMO code. That's their corporate colours, and had some problems yesterday. Super T10 out, Super T10 in, but he's certainly pushing his way back through the field now up to 15th place there for car number 49.
Peter Abood in the VL Commodore, that's the model that preceded the Walkinshaw. That's next Holly dealer team built car that ran in Western Australia. Good to see Peter out there in their last of a Maccabi-fed Commodores as Elliot Barber continues to lead from Chris Stewell. There is Adrian Allisey, the number 40 Walkinshaw, that famous body kit developed by Tom Walkinshaw Racing in England. Barber leading in the RX-7.
The Walkinshaw body VL Commodore, you say you've got a Walkinshaw, and that's immediately what you've got, isn't it? It's not a VL Commodore, it's not a Group A Commodore, it's a Walkinshaw.
Some people called it a plastic pig back in the day, so I was one of those.
Neither was I lusted for a Walkinshaw, and I actually lusted for this particular car here, that Exa Turbo that Justin Nielsen does such a great job to keep that going around. And I've got to say, in Justin's ownership, that car has grown in stature and reputation. People legitimately come to the track with their old Nissan jackets on to see the Christine Gibson, now Justine Nielsen Exa going racing.
Yeah, developed by Gibson Motorsport. Freddie's wife, Christine Gibson, raced that car alongside a very young Glenn Seaton at Bathurst when Seaton was still 17, I think. Front-wheel drive, turbocharged, so the definition of torque steer, really.
Yes.
But Justin has certainly developed that car over the years, and it's a lot happier these days. It suffered from a little bit of lack of development, I suppose, with Gibbo, of course, concentrating on the two turbo-powered Bluebirds for the outright placings, but it's great to have an example of a very rare motor car here this weekend. So Barber doing it very easily out in front now on the RX-7. 13B peripheral port under that lovely shaped bonnet.
Does look good though. It's actually got it. He's got this set up very, very nicely here indeed. And Tavish Alexander, the replica of the day, well, not replica, sorry, actual car of the day. Phil Alexander was a rotary guru and folded the engines together very well. And even in the mob near, Skill does do a very good rotary. Here's a magnificent looking BMW, the E30 M3, which started the tradition of M3s of absolute pocket rockets out of the BMW factory. These days they put V8s in them, but this was a very, very high revving, very potent 4-pot. And the International Group pace. Oh, and he's just trying to get up the inside there of Exisa.
David Toe, the number 44 JPS BMW, really putting the pressure on Steve Exisa in the Commodore. Hit the brake there, a little bit of a brake lock up there for Toe. Up into fifth place at the moment, trying to get fourth over Exisa. Here they are again. So Exisa in the VH Group C Commodore. 308 Holden under the bonnet. The M3, 2.3 litre 4-cylinder machine, a car that was based off the 323 but shares almost no panels at all with the 323, so a very special body kit. I think only the roof panel is about the same as on a road going 323, and Toe looking under Exisa as Barber continues to lead in the RX-7. Stillwell still second in the Sierra, the Colin Bond machine.
Heckles that flames out the back of the rotor because they push raw fuel through the engine to keep the temp down, and hits that boiling hot exhaust. And then the turbo, which just puts raw fuel in as well, comes out as brown or black smoke. So two different variations of technology that is used there. The interesting thing with that Toe Exisa battle is that those two cars would have never met each other on track racing. They're Group C era car and Group A era car, and this is what's pretty cool about here this weekend. We get to blend the two categories. Gives us a huge field of racing cars, and they all look fantastic. So we get a good look at the number 52 there as it heads up to the bottom end of the track. And that is Glenn Gerstle, who got tied up in that first corner incident. But Elliot Barber driving away magnificently here, just over 2-second lead. You don't need any more lead than that in a short, sharp race. We get a bit of a look at Ian Ross.
The XD Falcon. Ford had absolutely no interest in motor racing when the XD was released, and it was developed as a racing car, homologated in fact by Murray Carter and also Gary Wilmington in New South Wales did a lot of early work for the Falcon. Interesting thing is, Murray being the cagey chap he is, he homologated the XD Falcon using the 6-cylinder taxi pack weight. So it's actually a little bit lighter than the V8 machine he was intending to race.
And that's interesting. I was talking to Ian, his car, he said to me it started off life as a taxi and was built into a race car, and the cage is a copy that came out of the Commodore. So they used, keep the money down, they used the same sort of design in the Commodore. So very interesting, the XD Australian touring car history. Here's the Gerstle car again.
The ex-Fred Geisler machine, a perennial privateer at Bathurst, particularly Freddie Geisler.
In the same vein as the Lusty brothers, yeah, that's what, same sort of era, same sort of assault. And we go to the other end of things, the factory BMW that Jim Richards drove so magnificently. And I touched on it yesterday. The BMWs were the cars you went for when your favourite Ford or Holden that you were waving the flag for didn't win. So if your Holden didn't look like it was going to win, you'd prefer the BMW to come through for the victory. And of course, Jim Richards did have a touring car championship in that car.
87, of course. Jimmy swept the board in the M3, took his second championship in the BMW. Of course, won the very first Group A regulated championship in 1985, which of course the first round was right here at Winton 40 years ago. Jimmy took out the win in the 635 BMW that preceded the M3 that we've seen David Toe race this weekend.
Barber just got the last lap brought down, and his main protagonist getting bottled up behind some slower cars there. Great to see the 59 Capri Components car of Laurie Nelson. Laurie, famously a Victorian privateer right throughout Group C, Group A era in Capri's to replicate his business, the Capri Components business in the northern suburbs of Melbourne. And Laurie also took on board the Fox body style Mustang as well, famously did for quite a long time in the privateer world. There was so many of those privateers, Daz, wasn't there, that got out and about and made the Touring Car Championship what it was.
Yeah, it's not like these days where you basically have to sign up for the whole series. In those days, you could roll up as a privateer with an approved race car with a race license and just enter whatever round you wanted. And of course, Mount Panorama were sort of a plethora of privateers, some of them only having one run for the year. It certainly made things interesting for the fast guys.
Justin Nielsen on screen now, currently 8th position in that turbo car. Have a look at this, Elliot Barber putting the XD down a lap as they plunge into the bottom end of the race course here. One more corner to go for Elliot Barber, and he will be greeting the checkered flag. A 6-7 lap journey. There it is, checkered flag. That's 3 from 3 for the Yellow Pages Elliot Barber driven car. Once it changes ownership, I'd applaud the new owner to just keep Elliot in the car. It seems like a good combination.
I'm sure all these Apex Hunter podcast fans will be voting for that idea, but great drive from Elliot. Takes a win from Chris Stilwell in the Sierra. Adrian Alessi doing it for the Holden fans out there. There's still plenty of them out there in the Walkinshaw Commodore. He was 4th. Steve Baxisa in the first of the Group C Commodores. He was 4th outright. David Toe 5th in the little BMW. Anthony Tecardi was 6th in his Group C BMW. Then it's Glenn Gerstle was 7th in the Commodore. Justin Nielsen in Darren Smith's favourite car, the Nissan Pulsar Exit Turbo, was 8th. Don Dimitriades next, Lansdale Smash Repairs at Walkie was 9th. And Dean Howe in the 635 Group C BMW rounded out the top 10.
So that will see the end of historic touring cars for their race 3 there. Sorry, Heritage touring cars. Race 4 will be at 2:05 this afternoon. I said it earlier, Daz, if you look through today's events, pick out a couple of your favourite events you want to be trackside, squash your nose up against the fence and enjoy the racing. But in the meantime, do what you're about to do and head down and rub some handshakes out with some people down there in the pit and paddock area.
I thought you were going to say rub people up on the wrong way.
Thank you very much.
Specialist comes naturally. So, Heritage turn 3, 4, 5 as we go 3 wide down into turn 1. It funnels in, Schumacher goes around and he gets clear of the racetrack surface, so that's good. No one else got tuning cars. That will be on at 1:30 now, not 1:55. So make sure you're trackside or on the V8 Steve YouTube channel for the live stream of the Winton Festival of Speed.
I did actually see some people down in the back of the paddock yesterday. wandering around through the back of the paddock and had their phone in their hand watching the live streaming whilst whilst mixing it up with the people out in the pit and paddock area. So that's pretty cool. I hadn't thought of that. We've got an encyclopedia and a virtual TV in our pocket all day now, haven't we?
It's amazing, isn't it? Line up for the coffee and don't miss anything.
Yeah, exactly. Darren Knight, thank you very much for all of your great information, and we look forward to catching you later on in the day. Formula Fords are lining up in the paddock area. We will be back with Formula Fords in just a few moments. Hope you're enjoying your day here at the 2025 Winton Festival of Speed.
I spend a lot of time out here. The RT Charger's the real deal. An E49. Remember A-Charger? I've always got projects on the go, so Shannon's laid up cover helps protect my restorations. I'm Mopar through and through. It's a passion Shannon's understands. I wouldn't insure my cars and bikes with anyone else.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Formula Fords on track. Super impressive the way the race control are managing this event this weekend. One field rolls off, the next field rolls out. I'm Darren Smith. I'll stay on the mic and we welcome a guy we recommend that he looks back at the replay of the regularity this morning and on yesterday for getting talked up as a rock star of the future. Well, either way, he's looking after it in the on the racetrack with hands and feet or here in the commentary booth. Welcome, Tom Reed. We've got the Formula Fords out on track, and your old man did a pretty good job yesterday, and he's landed himself on the front row of the grid.
Good morning, Darren. Good morning, everyone at home and at the track. Yeah, it was a pretty eventful race yesterday, all getting laid on the formation lap by Malcolm Osler, who comes off the rear, and the leader, Jack Clifford, went off through the sweeper. We saw multiple other cars going off throughout the race as well due to the slippery surface, but we turn our attention now to a 13-minute race on our Scree McBride off pole, who pretty much dominated yesterday after taking the lead from Clifford. Reed second with a close battle between he and Clifford yesterday. McGuinness, Davison, Grant Walker, Evan Farrell, Dean Koutsamides made his way up to 8th after qualifying 15th. Then we go to Bryce Rogers and Johnny Gree, who rounds out the top 10.
Huge field, as always, in Formula 4 here at the Festival of Speed. Andrew Torty in 11th, 12th, Neil Richardson, Bill Faulkner out of 13th, Sean Whelan, the South Australian, and of course Neil Richardson, South Australian as well. Big welcome to them over the border. Eric Bellamy to Paul Faulkner, Matt Scott to Craig DeGottardi. He's a New South Welshman. John Baker, Matt Veal out of the ACT, Richard McGuire, Ben Rawson, Glenn Woodford from South Australia, Malcolm Osler we touched on out of New South Wales, and Chris O'Connor not going to be taking his spot on the grid. So this is for real. This is a lights flag race, not a regularity. This is exactly as we've seen Formula Ford racing over the years, and yesterday's race did show us that this is not just historic racing with people showing off their wares. This is actually for real. It's not sheep stations up for grabs, but someone should tell the drivers that, because this racing is frantic as all Formula Ford racing can possibly be.
So cars forming up on the grid, yellow flags taken away as they get into their grid slot. Should start to see a green flag at the back of the field, and we can get this race underway. Two white cars off the front row. Jack Clifford will be looking to get into second by turn 1 and grab the race lead throughout the day. Red lights on at the gantry, set for a start, and we're underway, and it's McBride with a pretty good start. McGuinness is going to go up the inside now into turn 1. but Reed takes the lead. I think McBride has missed a gear throughout this. Reed defending on the inside from McGuinness, takes the lead. Jack Clifford looking at third with Nick McBride through turn 3. But it's Reed out in front, McGuinness, and then McBride and Clifford side by side through turn 4. Further back in the field, Ben Rawson and Richard McQuire rounding out. But Reed holds the lead into the sweeper. Clifford with the moment dropping the wheel on the exit of turn 4. Looking to get third spot off Nick McBride.
So that Reynard we touched on yesterday is just having a bit of a struggle out there as well. But the number 15 of Andrew Reid is doing a terrific job out there. The RF89 Van Diemen in its period livery. And Andrew's doing a terrific job as the Group FC. So the later of the Formula Ford represented in historic Formula Ford racing. And he's got himself established a handy lead. It would be probably the biggest lead he's held in a Formula Ford race over the years. And we're only talking 3-4 car lengths, but they are banking up behind. Nick McBride will certainly come at him. Clifford as well. Andy McGuinness, he's a hard-nosed racer. And right behind them, they've all got to be aware of Richard Davison, multiple state champion, winner now in the Victoria State Circuit Racing Championships, and of course father of two of our great drivers in the supercar world as well, current spec racer Will Davison, his son, and I'm sure Will's watching on from the Gold Coast, his dad doing a pretty good job, pretty stout job at the moment. Started out of 5th and holds 5th at the moment.
Reid still with the lead here, comfortable margin over McGuinness, who's defending massively over Nick McBride. Clifford sends it up the inside into turn 3 and they make contact, he and McBride. Still on the circuit though, it's still Reid with a handy margin over McGuinness. Back throughout the field there, Malcolm Osler making his way through in his FB. Lola doing a great job. He would have been pretty disappointed after yesterday to have to start from the rear grid today. Reid through left and then the right-hander up to Tank. The handy lead, fastest lap on the opening lap there of a 38.3.
Just watching Dean Kutsuminis, he's holding station, started out of 8th, started 15th yesterday. He's holding station in this one. Great battle back with the FA cars there in the field there, and we're represented by some terrific brands, Lola, Royale in there, some older Van Diemens, the Elfin 600, which was so cool over so many years here in Australia. And move up the inside.
McBride got the job done. He got the job done on McGuinness there. Didn't want to sit behind the red car for too much longer as he was getting held up, but McGuinness tries around the outside of the last corner, can't get it done. Here Richardson further on back in the field there with Andrew Tordy in his newly acquired Swift. These guys are running 11th and 12th respectively. Malcolm Osler just on screen making up a number of positions, but back to the leaders, and now McBride will be hunting down car 15 here, looking to close that gap. He just set the fastest lap that time by over 32.6, Reid with 33.1. So these...
What's happened to McGuinness? Not in that front pack anymore, disappearing.
Last corner, off. And this could be a safety car. It doesn't look like he can get this car fired off.
Let's hope he can get that out of the way. We don't want to see a safety car. We've still got a good race to go with us, 9.5 minutes to go here. Good running at the top end of Tank now. A big push down the inside by car number 8. That's Nick McBride. He wants that spot back from Andrew Reid. They've swapped their starting positions around on the opening lap of this race, but McBride wants to get that one going. How wide over the next 9.5 or 8.5 minutes can Andrew Reid make his Van Diemen with Nick McBride in
safety car
number 8? Well, it's going to be interesting. The Swift of Nick McBride, the Van Diemen of Andrew Reid, two massive protagonists of the era in Formula Ford racing, and now we have safety car out on track, and it will be to recover Andrew McGuinness. Rare mistake for McGuinness. He's a finishing marvel. Just seeing that car parked off the edge of the track there, that's a real shame. Andrew's got a magnificent car collection. All those years ago, did a bit of Commonwealth Cup racing as well, but certainly he's got a Brabham that he runs in some open wheeler stuff in MO and Q. And this Formula Ford of his as well. So very, very rare mistake for Andrew McGuinness, and it's not cool to see him parked up like that. Oh, that was a lovely moment there. Tom giving his dad, the leader of this race, thumbs up as he went past the commentary booth there. A bit of interaction with Dad, Tom.
I got away from him, so I thought I might give him a thumbs up back. He's doing a pretty good job at the moment, and hopefully he can hold on for his first race win in about 3 years.
That's pretty cool too, isn't it? Hey, so a long career in Formula Fords. Obviously, took some time off to get the family settled and established in the world, and found his way happily back to Formula Ford racing. And I think you said yesterday, Tom, it was a bit of a COVID project to get the car back up and running again.
Yeah, it was after the 2011 season. He only did one race. It was actually here at this track, and it was in pretty bad condition. So over COVID, we ordered a new body for it and did a full restoration of it and got it back to Sandown, I think November of 2021 for our first event. And then since then we've been chipping away. We've had a fire this year at Phillip Island in March, but it didn't do too much damage, and we're back here in August running at the front.
Well, what you've done is prepare a car to run right in front of the field, and I've got to say that was a subject of the V8 Sleuth pre-event podcast here, talking about Andrew Reid briefly in their preamble for the event, and a guy that was successful in, I'm going to say, in the National Series going back quite some time now ago, just off the back of the Drive to Europe series when the Motorcraft series started up. And great to see that Andrew Reid has returned to the track, and even better that he's brought the next generation Reid race car driver along, driving Quincy in the regularity this morning. Tell us quickly while we're waiting for this safety car to come on about your experiences this morning.
Yeah, so it's a Quest Formula Ford built out of the UK. Did most laps this morning. Had a little drama at the end, but hopefully we can get it fixed and be out there this afternoon. But it was good fun. Had clear track, did some nice consistent laps, and it's just good to get your eye in and have a feel for one of these cars.
Going to do some racing?
Not yet.
Not yet?
Maybe this time next year. We'll see.
Yep. Well, it's I'm going to put it back on you. You have to find us a new Formula Ford commentator if you're going to start doing some racing. That's up to you.
Okay. I'll see what I...
A simple change can pay off with Suncorp Bank.
Thank you very much, Tom Reid, obviously leading the call here for Formula Ford this weekend, and I'm not too sure, it's still waving yellow flags down there, so the field very much being slowed down.
Very slow.
Very slow, very hard to actually keep a Formula Ford rolling here. I will just take a moment to touch on the 50 years of Formula Ford racing, the book that is being put out there. Check it out at the Formula Ford website. I haven't got my copy yet, so I can't tell you whether it's good, bad or indifferent, but it is certainly for sale. Looks like a magnificent coffee table sort of book, but detailing friends and fame, and definitely get it out there. So the cars are being brought down pit lane now, so this would suggest, obviously the track is completely blocked there at the moment with the recovery vehicle for Andrew McGuinness's car, but it is being loaded up. I just wondered, Tom, whether that could have just been pushed backwards and back over up against the wall, and we go racing, but I'm not going to question race control. They do these things. We don't actually know what is going on around the track. Driver and official safety is always the most important aspect. But it is pretty interesting when you're in the garages in pit lane and there's a race going on and you see the whole field trundle down pit lane, back making their way out on track now, being paced by the safety car from Racer Industries, one of our leading sponsors, of course, Premier and Equity One, the naming rights sponsors here this weekend. You can't open a racetrack without Shannon's Insurance being on board. Racer Industries, Autohouse 300 from Moorabbin, the car storage people bringing on board for the tribute cars. McDonald Automotive in Wangaratta. If you're in this part of Victoria, that's where you should be getting your car repairs done and services done. Then we go to Cryocycle, Aussie Soils out of the Ballarat region, NPAVT there as well. My Race Lab, a great product designed for lowering your lap times whilst you go racing, and rapid smash repairs on there. Lloyd's Metal Fabrication, also out of Ballarat, great supporters of this event. Build Spec, industry leaders in construction throughout regional Victoria, from Ballarat and Geelong. Rapid smash repairs from Reservoir in Melbourne. Hyperwave Broadband, the Victoria regional and Greater Victorian areas. So all these fantastic sponsors that make sure this event continues to go. Equity One, www.equity-1.com.au, and we've got the man himself, Dean Kutsamides, in this race, currently holding down 6th position. This is going to be once we get underway, this is going to be a rapid, I'm going to almost call it like a club sprint, Tom, because there's only going to be a couple of minutes left to get these laps done, and I guess this is going to play into Andrew's walk-on here, because there's less laps under competition that he has to defend the lead. There goes the McGuinness car. And so that's sad. Andrew Guinness is always a finisher, and don't like seeing a guy that has a great finishing record car being tucked away like that.
Lights out on the safety car, so set for a restart this time by Reed. Would have had a lot of time to think about what he's going to do here with 2 minutes to go. McBride right on the gearbox of him. Jack Clifford running third. Richard Davison doing a great job in fourth. Evan Farrell in fifth. We should start to see a green flag anytime soon, and that determines when your race leader can drop the hammer and go. McBride holding back here, maybe trying to get a run, bit of a run, car 15, but he's dropped the hammer and he's gone out of the last corner for a restart. So Reed holds a margin over the start line of about 3 or 4 car lengths. No overtaking before the control line as Clifford's about to send it up the inside and thinks better of it.
That's what we need to see, though, is Reed just getting caught out on some cold tyres there. But the more pressure that Clifford can provide on Nick McBride as they are bunched together, there's nothing that's going to stop this battle now. I'm going to say it's going to go for another 2 laps here. Malcolm Ostler still pushing his way through the field, starting after the safety car in 14th. Grant Walker and Beale have gone to the lane as well during this one. As we stick with the leaders, and we'll hold with the leaders to the end of this one. Reed in the number 15, and the main protagonists were right here with him as Clifford is in the mix there, and Nick McBride, the guy that started out of pole. They just about blend as one, nothing like 2 Van Diemen, or 2 Swift and a Van Diemen being in a white livery as they come out onto the back straight.
It's Van Diemen leading Swift from Arena, so 3 different manufacturers in the top 3. Reed still holding the lead, but that moment out of turn 2 saw McBride able to catch up a little bit there. Out of turn number 10 onto the new back straight into the penultimate corner for perhaps the second last time, as we will count down to 0 and perhaps get the last lap board this time by Reed with a good exit out of the final corner. Last lap board being shown, so one more time around Winton Motor Raceway, 3 kilometre layout for your race leader Andrew Reed into turn 1. Clifford looking for a move up the inside of McBride, cannot get it done. So these 3 still holding the same margin. Reed, and a spinner in the background. Reed covering down the inside at turn 3, and McBride's going to go right round the outside of him and overtake and take the race lead.
Andrew Reed not giving up, gives him just enough track to remain sportsmanlike, but he is going to come rapidly under fire now with Jack Clifford in the Reynard. So the Van Diemen just succumbing to the attack from the Swift. Car number 8 leads them into tank, but this is all but over here. We do not know which way all 3 of these are going to pan out, but you've got to say that Nick McBride was bottled up a little bit there behind Reed, because he's dragged himself away to a good 3 or 4 car lengths lead now.
Yeah, unfortunately Reed, I think, made an error out of 2, compromised his run into 3, remained shallow, and McBride was just able to carry the momentum round the outside of turn 3 and take the race lead. But down the back straight for the final time, have a close look behind. Reed holding the inside, Clifford going for a massive send under brakes around the outside. He's going to try and do the under over here into the final corner and thinks better of it, but it's going to be Nick McBride taking 2 from 2 so far this weekend at Winton Motor Raceway. Reed comes home in a very good second. Clifford just behind in P3. Then we go back to Richard Davison doing a fantastic job in his Ellery Motorsport Formula Ford.
Davison getting through to the line there. Greg, Farrell, Rogers, Richardson, Toddy, Faulkner, Whelan, Woodford, Malcolm Osler ultimately home in 13th place. So he's doing double duties in the F2 as well today. So in the Alola T642 for Malcolm Osler. And the field streaming across the line there as well. Well, Tom, Andrew will be scratching his brow, wondering what could have been there, but we've got another one. There's still one more to go. He'll be on the front row of the grid, and the second Formula Ford race for today will be at 2:30. Of course, Tom, you're back on track at 12:45 for the regularity, bar any concerns that you alluded to earlier with your car. But I tell you what, through the ages of Formula Ford racing, it's always been like what we just watched.
Yeah, that was a fantastic race. Probably one of the best I've seen since Phillip Island, maybe earlier this year, where that always puts on great racing. But it was a great clean battle between top three. Ultimately, McBride coming out on top, doing the fastest lap at 30.2. That is 1 second quicker than Reed and Clifford at roundabouts.
I think it might have been Dean Koutsamides that speared off at the back of shot there when our leaders were swapping position there, because he's gone back down the field, ultimately finished 12th. So we'll keep barracking for the Equity One racer quietly in the background, our major sponsor here this weekend. A big thank you to Tom Reed. He's now to go and prep himself for the regularity, and we will have Formula Fords back on track for their final race for the day at 2:30 today. Group S and invited cars are on track next. We'll be back with plenty more racing right throughout the 2025 Winton Festival of Speed.
I was 16 when I first saw her. Loved her utterly. She was so sweet, so perfect. Still is. She's got a whopping great 2-stroke engine under that gorgeous aerodynamic body. Insurance? Well, Shannon's, of course.
No one knows your passion like Shannon's. That's why we offer special limited usage rates and even club plate cover. So call Shannon's on 13 46 46. Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
I said I was going to take a break. I had quarter of a break, and we're right back into it to the Group S cars rolling out on track. And these cars can be, for many race fans, the reasons they come to the track. And well, there's there's over 30 reasons why. This is a great field. Some major exotic pieces of machinery. And with that as the lead into, I'd like to welcome Ross Jackson and Emmett Dean. Ross, you're not out there on track. The De Tomaso, the Pantera, everyone keeps reminding you, I'll just stay with the trend. Be cool to see you back out there, but thank you so much for bringing your wealth of knowledge to the commentary call with Emma and myself today.
It's a pleasure, an absolute delight to be here at this glorious track on what's got to be a perfect winter's day. I'm so excited for this race. We're going to see some of the guys who are normally further up the field coming through from the back. I'm talking about the best driver in Group S, and I'd say one of the best drivers in historic racing in Australia, Damien Meyer, coming from rear of grid.
Yes.
Tommy Wallstad, who has been wrestling with what we call in Porsche 928s the green wire of death overnight, and has apparently fixed his electrical problems. He's coming from rear of grid. Perry Spiritus, who hilariously jumped in the wrong car and started to enter the track in his 2022 Porsche in a Group S race yesterday before he realised, wrong car, not regularity, should be in the Corvette. He's starting from rear of grid as well. So we've got a very exciting race ahead of us, and I'm missing not being there in the yellow peril, but hey, we'll have it back by Sandown.
Well, I'll say, like I said yesterday, I came here to see the Pantera, and it's great to have you here giving us all your amazing enthusiasm there as well. Em, let's have a look at the grid sheet, how these cars will line up.
Well, just before that, Darren, I was lured here under the promise of a yellow Pantera. So, I am absolutely devastated.
Sounds like I'm going to be done for misleading in the second contract.
And I've got an apology for Mr. Webster Senior, Alex's dad, for shouting out a 3-litre in that Carrera that Alex hooned around the track yesterday, and it's actually a 2.7. And then Alex spent his evening sending me videos of in-car of his Conquer on track yesterday.
I've got to say,
I've got 3 angles.
I've got to say, thank God he did, because it kept us entertained during dinner watching all those fantastic videos. Let's have a look at the grid quickly before they jump away. Douglas Barber will lead them away to Joseph Di Bartoli. Terry Lawler will be a major threat in this one, and something we just got told is that Jeff Morgan has got the Bathurst gearbox in that car, so could be a bit of a concern. There's no concern out of car number 7 starting out of position number 5, Alex Webster. Definitely a 2.7. Ray Narkowitz in the Corvette there. Sam Narkowitz is the next one. Hung Du in that Datsun, and that is being absolutely driven magnificently. When you look at the machinery in front of him, taking a Datsun to a gunfight is very, very brave, and he drove brilliantly yesterday. Hugh Harrison in the Alpha, John Floyd, Don Bartley, John Geese, James Abbotson, Andrew Wilson, Scott Farquharson, Ryan Kearney. You've got to be careful with that one saying it fast. Ryan Kearney, Paul Hogan, no, not the Channel 9 or the Crocodile Hunter, as we jump away, and it is Barber again. Have a look at Webster. Car 7 bumps his nose into screen. But it'll be the 911 leading the field through. Morgan plugs the gap and says, no, mate, I've got a lot more experience in Porsches than you, Alex. And Alex says, well, I'm pretty quick. The number 8 charges up there as well.
Oh, look at Terry Lawler coming down.
Oh, everybody holds their hats on. The number 8 gathers it all back up. Narkowitz takes evading action. Everybody breathes again. Hung Du says, come on, everyone, let's get on with it. We've got to get out after these Porsches out in front there. But wow, that Shelby just getting sideways on the grass. I hope you two got your breath back.
I need a shot of something.
Terry's going to need a change of underwear after that one.
Absolutely. I reckon I'm getting about 4 other videos from Alex tonight of the in-car. Although he has put a camera into Tom's 928, so can't wait to see if Tom does any hunting.
Jeff Morgan there, positioning himself very, very nicely. A real clever run into 1 and 2 with Alex charging at him. Jeff used all those years of experience in Porsche Cup. Just placed his car nicely. Didn't block, didn't do anything. Just put the car right where he knew that a fellow Porsche couldn't get through here. Big lock up on the rears there for 911. Doug Barber in the lead of this one.
And watch the Corvette's sheer V8 horsepower, try to get past Dougie Barber, can't quite cut it, but you can see Jeff Morgan, Jeff's got the Bathurst ratios, he's got the right gearbox for this track, but once he gets going, the corner speed, his talent will allow him to carry, will ensure that he's right up there amongst the front 2, 3.
So Doug Barber leads this race in that 911 Porsche over Joey Bartolo in P2, then George Morgan in P3. But that 911 Porsche, yeah, okay. And George Morgan sitting there in P3.
Extraordinary powder weight ratio. Look at Tommy Wallstead coming up through the field. He's going to be carving his way through using the V8 power of the 928.
Beautiful smooth driving there by Tom. Just up on the ripple strip, gently used it to his advantage. He's bringing some of the bigger cars through with him here. This is Group S. This is the real life part of Group S. Big fields, just smattered with history of racing. A couple of smiling sprites there. You love the smiling sprites, don't you?
I do. I'm a sucker for them.
Yes, and that's the thing about Group S. It's a great way to get into a Stokes because no matter what you're driving, you will have someone to race with and you will be having the time of your life.
Out in the front at the moment, this guy here has done a magnificent job. It can't be easy to present a car like this in race-winning fashion weekend after weekend throughout the Australian sort of historic scene. But the 911, 911 of Doug Barber is doing a brilliant job. You've got to hand it to the guy in the Corvette behind. So this is not a track that a Corvette is going to totally enjoy, but you've got to hand it to him, loving it, absolutely having the time of his life. And you're taking it up to 3 or 4 911s, and there's 2 Corvettes in the mix here. Stingray iteration there, and then the older version in this mix as well.
And Joe Bartolo is one of the nicest guys you'd ever meet, but when he gets that helmet on...
The Amart end of season sale ends Sunday. Save up to 50% off a huge range of furniture.
You see the way he can drive that Corvette's fantastic. Look at Alex coming through here, picking up Ray Narkovitz.
Yeah, the good drivers tend to have split personalities. There's helmet on, helmet off personality. But just a moment for that livery on Doug Barber's car, the Martini livery. It's just gorgeous. Love those retro liveries on the 911.
Let's have a look at some of these MG midgets as they push their way through the field, coming through turns 1 and 2. Got themselves nice. There's an Alpha. We've got an all Alpha field coming up later on as well. So if you're here and you love the Italian brand, plenty of Alphas down in the pit area at the moment. Couple really enjoying the Group S racing, so they're getting a double dip at Winton here this weekend. Big wide run there for our race leader, coming past the GMSV sign onto the old back straight out of turn 9.
And you can see Perry Spiritus in the pale yellow Corvette's also working his way through the field.
So Perry is definitely started down off 33rd in this one. And Perry's currently made himself up to 23rd and dealing with a great guy of Victorian Motorsport is Chris Rupp just in front of him in his MG as well. Storming across the line, there goes Jeff Morgan. There goes the second one of the Narkowitz Corvettes, our race leader.
Gee, with 3 minutes to go, Darren, there's not a comfortable lead that Doug has over Joe in that vet.
But what you'll find is most probably he will be able to use the braking capacity of the 911 to keep ahead of Joe. The race is probably not long enough for Joe's brakes to start to go off, but that is something that does happen with the Corvettes in a longer race compared to a 911.
Tom Wallstep just getting a short back and side from the 53 Alpha going through there, which is Andrew Wilson coming onto the old straight. But we go with the leaders and around Tank up to Gumtree and pretty much holding station. The interesting thing here is that the big charge from the rear by Alex Webster yesterday in car number 7 has kind of been halted at the moment. He's been held back into position number 5 and really isn't making too much ground up on the cars in front.
Yeah, the problem is when you got those vets up the front though, they just charge away on those straights. So I mean the Porsche, like to reiterate Ross's point, the Porsches have it under braking all the time. You just kind of have to force a mistake if you can. You've got to cover the mirrors, you've got to put that pressure on and see if someone makes a mistake somewhere just to get through.
On camera now, we've got Ray Narkovitz. Now, notice that is a much older Chevy Corvette. That's a 1963 or 4 car, whereas Joe's is a much later 69 car. So it's got the 350, whereas Ray's has a 327 cubic inch, yet he's still holding it. Look at him coming through here. Fantastic driving by Ray Narkovitz. There it is. What a beautiful car that is.
There's Alex Webster, we're talking about charge from the rear of the field. And the master of GoPros is Alex.
And the president.
He kept us all entertained last night with his in-car footage. So thanks for that, Alex. Very much appreciate all of that. Into the sweeper he goes. And a guy that, he respects his machinery, but he knows it's a race car, and that's what he's using it for. At the moment, it's just his push forward has been sort of halted a little bit.
There's a fantastic video, my favourite, of my car, which is Alex and me dicing at Sandown. It says 911 versus Pantera. It's up on YouTube. It's great. We just diced the whole race.
Well, at this point, Ross, I'm not even sure if you've got a Pantera. I mean, that's what came for. I haven't seen it at all.
I'm sure
I'll show you the pictures if you want.
I'm sure he's going to be motivated after this weekend to get the Pantera back, as we've got Alex Webster now having a look at the car. 6 on screen. Gee, he's trying, pitching up that left front brake as he takes all the weight over onto the right-hand wheel and pushes through. Just starting to come through some of the back markers here in the Group S race. We've got just under a minute on the time certain clock, so they'll go around and get another 2 laps out of this.
We've just lost Damien Meyer. He's in the pits. Not sure what's going on there, but that's a shame. We'll see him in the MGs and Inviteds later on, hopefully taking it to Filchester again.
And it's absolutely immense. Here's a couple of bug eyes out there. Car number
They're just happy to be here,
aren't they? Barry Cocaine, synonymous with racing. The Austin Healey Sprite, just under 2 litre, just under 1 litre capacity there. Gee, I just gave double their engine size, didn't I? Just under 1 litre capacity. But when you look at the lap times, it always bamboozles me. The old argument, power to weight ratio, and I'm going to say power to fun ratio at the absolute top end of the score sheet there.
Yes, they weigh very little, and what they give for 2 litres though.
Yeah, that's right. I should not have said that. The other one there, Greg Prunster in the Healey Sprite there as well, in car number 42. He's dealing with a couple of fire-breathing Porsches and Corvettes at the moment.
Morgan's all over the back of Joe Di Bartolo now.
Everywhere you look on track at the moment, there's great little battle packs, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars in a row lined up. Here we go down into turn number 3. It's an older Porsche, of course an air-cooled.
That's right, Koenig.
There as well, doing a terrific job. He's holding off a whole lot of midgets. It looks like a Triumph TR there as well.
That's a 2 litre early Porsche 911E, so not like the 911 Carreras that you're seeing from the mid to late 70s up the front of the field. A much older, short wheelbase Porsche, but a beautiful car, always well presented.
Brian Weston, he's pushing very, very hard on the number 50 now. Ryan Koenig, as Ross just mentioned, but they're bottled up behind here. The Porsche are obviously getting that the power down and nicely. There's an Alpha in the mix and an MGB off the back of this group, and they really are battling it out.
Group S Racing on display there, showing how you can have fun in a battle pack no matter what you're driving, and all those guys will be having an absolute ball.
So they're battling it out for just outside the 20, and we are on our final lap for this race number 2 for the weekend for Group S. A field with something for everybody in it. When you look down the entry list, you've got beautiful pieces of machinery from the UK, from Germany, from North America, Italy, all mixed in here. That Triumph in the middle there, beautiful looking car.
And you'll notice how clean the racing is. Group S guards its reputation for fast, clean racing very jealously, and we recognise the beauty of these cars, and it's a non-contact sport, but we race hard and we race for fun.
Paul Hogan in the Triumph GT6 there. Doing a good job.
Here comes Dougie.
He's going to grip the checker flag.
Yes, there he is.
And
Joe holds on for second.
Doug Barber's taking it away. We did lose Perry Spirides, Andre Brett, and Daniel Meyer in the end there, so they must have come into trouble.
There's our winners taking the checkered flag, the Porsche, Doug Barber.
Great drive by Joe Di Bartolo to hold second in a car that's very heavy. Yes, huge amounts of horsepower, but just has not got the handling or the brakes that a Porsche does, but very well set up, and a great drive by Joe.
How cool is it with the left hooker here at Winton? You can come past and just about give the fans past, give them a high five as you go past.
I thought it was Alex giving us away, commentary box wave.
But here come the
Cocaine, yes.
Great battle there, and there's that Shelby that got it all wrong on the first lap of this race, and I'm not sure which one of those squirrely tyre marks going into turn 3 there with his, but I wouldn't say a joyride.
No, and I would suggest that if it was a driver
later today at 2:50. We'll take ourselves a quick break at the Crocodile Hunter as we jump away, and it is Barber again. 8 charges up there as well.
Oh, look at Terry Lawler coming down.
Oh! Everybody holds their hats on. The number 8 gathered it all back up. Everyone behind took evasive action as we see the next field just forming up down there, and we will have to wait. Brett Florence joining me for the next category out on track in just a couple of moments.
She was the one.
Okie dokie, so Harrison, to answer your question, I can't. The schedule is across 8.5 hours. I can't be there for all 8 hours. And anyway, I've still got other videos to record, so I can't be there for all 8.5 hours. I genuinely cannot be there for all 8 hours of this stream. That's just not going to happen. That is just not happening. Not at all is that happening. But yeah, so yeah, the next category, I think it's the historic V8s out there in a few moments' time. And what I mean by historic V8s, this is the touring car and legend. This touring car legends and 5-lap touring cars sprint. So this is sprint number 2, 15 minutes. Here, so a lot of historic touring cars, a lot of legend-like cars as well, through the paddocks and all that sort of stuff, as we run on board, as we look to the number 97, Monaro, making his way around this circuit back to the grid. The Great Southern Betas number 97 Wagga Wagga car. Here's the medical car, leads them around. We've even got a few V8 supercars, a few classic V8 supercars from back in the 2000s, and some mini replicas of a few other cars as well. We even have the Osmail Brad Jones car here this weekend as well. So this is Sprint 2, 15 minutes of action. And it doesn't matter what car you are in. It is really fun to be racing around this circuit, and thankfully for me, I don't have copyright, so I won't be. There's no copyright today so far. But yeah, green flag, as it is a rolling start, and the cars will run up into turn 1, and immediately that power of the V8 running up into turn 1. And that V8 supercar is just going to run away. The Whincup and Dumbrell car. Of course, it's not Jamie Whincup or Paul Dumbrell inside that car. It is Paul Abrado inside that car, and then Parrish in P3 and Carugi in Parrish in P2 and Carugi in P3. And then Thomas Ambrose, and then Reno Templin with Ryan Drummond. Andy Jones, the 281 in P7. Drudy Hulk in P8 with Emma Dobbs in P9 and Andrew Cook in P10 in the number 65. But that V8 is extremely quick in a straight line. And so it should be. It is a V8. It's not like most of these cars, and in terms of the way of its power, and things like that, it is not that sort of thing. It has much more power. Here, the stream is about actually 30 seconds behind, quite unfortunately. It's more like 3 minutes behind. I'm actually going to catch that up real quick. There we go. It's back up now. So yeah, Xebris in the lead. He's done a 29.9, so showing the pace of that. Big incident, and that is the number 28 in the fence. Hard. That is the vintage racing services car, who has had a bit of a crash down there, and how dewy that grass is. I wouldn't imagine he would be getting out of there quite quickly, but that car has had an off, and it has got quite the substantial amount of damage. We've gone red flag here in this one. And yeah, so red flag here in this qualifying session. Quite unfortunately, as I see a little spider, so it just shows how rough. Oh, shoot me. Shoot me, silly. Okay. Oh, God. What are you trying to do? But, yes, so quite unfortunate. Red flag, though. Here in this one for the second sprint of the day. But yeah, red flag. Let's send it up now to the world feed.
Push back out of pit lane pretty quickly. Even though the sun is shining here at Winton, that grass is still quite dewy this morning. So unfortunately, Steve looks like he's been a passenger there, and as you mentioned, Phil's term green accelerator. That's probably exactly what happened. Could not wash off the speed, and of course, you're carrying a fair bit of momentum, Brett, with that massive 17-foot long Galaxy.
Yeah, it's mobile, and you can just see, you know, it's got fiberglass guards and aluminium bonnet and all of that, so you can actually see it where it's on this side now. That, you know, those panels were all cracked there.
Something which was pretty cool that Mark Walker and Aaron Noonan touched on in their podcast leading into this weekend was back in the day at Eastern Creek. They did a bit of a funny thing to camera where Noons got in the boot of that car and started talking and popped the boot open. And Noons is a big unit, and 6'2", 6'3" sort of thing. He's probably a skinny little kid back then, but he was still a tall fella. And popped out, and there was the story. And I guess you look at the two guys that did that, Nathan Prendergast and Aaron Noonan. Prendergast is now in charge of Supercars Media, and Noonan has his own media empire on the go. Now, Brett, of course, last night, which I'm pretty sure we might have started something you're going to have to keep doing, was Aaron Noonan, the V8 sleuth himself, conducted a night here at the track with 250 of motorsport's best fans, braving the cold night air here at Winton and down in the VIP area, put on a great night.
Yeah, it was fantastic. We had Jeff Gretsch, who now works here at Winton as one of the managers. He was a guest speaker, Peter Shibris, and which then followed into Dennis O'Brien and Norm Beachy, Ron Harrop, and Russell Stuckey. So it was a great lineup.
Just interesting looking at some of the luminaries down there at the moment, watching that car there. So just people looking on, and Milton Ferris, one of them there, the guy with the white hair, pointing around there, and he owns the ex-Harvey Moffat Rothmans VL. So people certainly interested, popping their heads out, having a bit of a look there.
Yeah, and unfortunately Milton's Rothman's car's done a head gasket, so that's why it's not out here in this this category. You know, being the original engine from the period, it doesn't hurt any more than just a blown head gasket. So if anyone's in the crowd who wants to go and see a true, original, unrestored VL Group A car, that's the one, and it's in the down the bottom end where all the marquees are, beautifully presented.
Milton, of course, long-time enthusiast, was collecting these cars before anyone really gave a stuff about.
That's right.
Of course, running in heritage touring cars as well with his ex-Peter Jansen machine. And you talk about the Rothmans VL, which is here this weekend. Come down and have a look. A genuine Holden Dealer team built car that never raced for the Holden Dealer team, was built right at the time where Brock had his big bust-up with GMH. And the car was sold, unbeknownst to Peter, to Alan Moffat and John Harvey, because John was part of the whole deal team, left with a big breakup of Brock's team, unfortunately. But of course went on to great things with Alan Moffat, won the first round of the World Touring Car Championship in 1987.
That's right.
The first finishing 6 BMW M3s in front of them were all disqualified for a raft of illegal parts. And Moffat and Harves took the win.
And the interesting thing is, Milton pointed out the other day on Friday that the Australian flag that Brock always had on the car is still on there, but it's just been painted over where they painted the new colour scheme. So it's just fascinating. The history is still with that car.
Here's an awesome bit of kit as well, this 240K out there on track as well. And just disappearing off screen, David Holk at the wheel of the HSV R8 Sports Wagon. That particular car works entry in the Bathurst 12-hour all those years ago. For all of us that own VE Commodore wagons were cool all of a sudden, because there was one on the track that was a race car, and we all proudly went off to work in our conformadors that were now race cars at the Bathurst 12-hour. So proudly drove off with our line badge on the front.
So it was tougher than the Volvo wagon that raced in the British Touring Car Championship, was it?
No. No way. They were immense, those things. But yeah, look, it was, I guess, a car manufacturer. They're looking for a marketing edge, and they had some star drivers jump on board. The Kellys jumped on board there.
Nathan Pretty.
Yeah, Nathan Pretty, who had just come from some good success in the sports sedans in Nations Cup. Sorry, I mean those Monaros in Nations Cup.
Sneak that in there nicely, referring to, of course, the Bathurst 24-hour, the 427 Monaros did the business in Nations Cup.
There's a fascinating car.
Fascinating enough, on that topic of the Bathurst 24 hours, I think they're bringing to life the Bathurst 24 hours again. I think they're doing that, which is quite cool. I'm quite excited for them to do that. I really hope they do, because that race, when it does go ahead, is quite cool. Here, as we look at the number 97, here as he runs through, and of course this is the second sprint, so 15 minutes this session, and that time probably would have deducted a little bit already here. Now the only annoying thing about this here is that there's no time on the timing screen, so you can't see the time here, but watching these cars go around is indeed quite cool. But here at the Winton Festival of Speed, this is the number 5, the Cats the number 6, sorry, running around out there as well. The Ozmail, which was also drove by Brad Jones back in the day, in the supercars era as well. Indeed, quite a good car as well. All these cars that are on screen are all very iconic cars, and very, very cool to see some of them as well. Just really running around out there and getting that chance to really put some laps down in some of these cars. Quite cool indeed. But of course, your main commentators here this weekend, the World Feed, I'm going to pop in for probably 10-15 minutes at a time. So if you catch me, you catch me. If you don't catch me, you gotta listen into the World Feed. But I've been doing some other stuff as the checkered flag waves, as we run behind schedule here. So checkered flag waves, the cars cross the line. We saw Zybaris has done a 33.6 to end that second sprint, 34.7, then a 39.3. So the pace differential between some of these cars are almost quite absurd. There, and we saw Drummond do a 52.3 to cross the line last. There, that laser Ford. This car is, it's just cool to look at. It's very iconic. It's a good looking car. I like it. And most of these cars that you see are very interesting as well. Of course, you can loop in with me. I'm 2 hours and 24 minutes into this live stream, so you can search up the Winton Festival, listen in. You can loop along with me. 2 hours 24 minutes and 5 seconds in, so you can loop along with me and really get to know some of these cars, because these cars are quite cool indeed. The Great Southern Motorsport car, the number 97 on your screen at the moment. He will make his way back to the pits. I think some of these cars are split into 2 groups, and the timing screen has only set one group on, which is the top 10 at the moment. But the cars will make their way back to the pits, and I'm unknown to the schedule. I do not know the schedule. The schedule is very much unknown to me at the moment, so, yeah, very much unknown to me at the moment, the schedule. I probably should have written that down, and I'm normally really good with schedules, but this was very much a last-minute thing. This was actually streamed last weekend. I didn't get to do it, because Formula 1 and all that sort of stuff was on, so I couldn't do it. So it's a last-minute thing. I was going to do it yesterday, but then, like, my live chat got banned yesterday, so I was like, there's no point in streaming it when I can't, you can't interact with your viewers, so I'm just like, there's no point. But yeah, either way, day one was quite good indeed, as apparently my phone has not been charging this whole time. Well, that can't be a good thing. Very much not a good thing at all. But yeah, all the cars make their way back to the pits and into the support paddocks here. I think I don't know where the cars are lined up here this weekend. That's a good question. I really don't know where the cars are lined up this weekend. Which is quite interesting. So I don't know where the cars sit. I think they go back to the paddock there, but that very damaged 21 car, very, very damaged indeed. Doesn't look like a happy car to be driving, and that car will need to be repaired for the final sprint of the weekend, which will be a little bit later on. I'll probably, what I need to do is, when the bloody ad breaks finish, like, what the flip would you put ad breaks in a live stream? But yeah, when the ad breaks finish, I'm probably going to go downstairs and check the schedule, and probably, yeah, I probably should, check the schedule. That's probably not a bad idea. That's probably not a bad idea to do. So I'm going to do that at some point when the ads finish. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoy through the rest of the stream. And I'll try and take as many ads out as possible. I'll try not to do as many as possible. Just because the risk of copyright is a lot higher. When you just purposely play ads. Like, I'm not that dumb. I'm not going to purposely play ads for no particular reason. Like, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not that dumb. I'm not that dumb. But apparently, the long amount of ads is, like, oh my god. I'm still mind-boggled as to why you would play ads. Like, come on. At least, don't play the ads. No. It's just, no. I don't like the ads, personally. Personally, I do not like it. I was going to go live at 8:30 this morning, but that didn't end up happening. because I was still asleep at that point. So yeah, that didn't end up happening. That was quite good, but it's I'm gonna play a little game here with my European time. I'm gonna say it's 3 a.m. for Elizabeth. I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say it's 3 a.m. But I think she went to bed quite early. I'm gonna say she went to bed quite early. I'm gonna say it's like I'm gonna say it was like 10:30 when she went to bed. That would have been quite early for her. Would have been quite early indeed. More ads. This time not even on the live stream. It's through YouTube. YouTube has purposely played ads for me. It's just been purposely done. It's not good. But there's an interview going on at the moment. And I'm not sure if this is a part of the program or if this is just an ad. I wouldn't like to say it's an ad. I don't think it's an ad. If it's an ad, then that's a really real life ad. Like it's live. Or it's pre-recorded. I don't think it's pre-recorded. I don't think it's pre-recorded. But yeah, not many streams this through the next few weeks actually. There's not that many streams. I mean, this is the only thing that's going on this weekend. There's no E4 Championship, no Italian F4, no Freca, no Formula 1. There's the High-Tech Oil Super Series. And that's it. That's all there is. That's literally all there is this weekend. Let's hand it back up to the world feed. I'm going to check on the... Okay, maybe not. Do I want to hand it back to the world feed? Maybe not. There's the live play. That looks like an ad. If you guys could see my screen right now, that looks like an ad. That is an ad. They're trying to fool me. You're not fooling me. You're not fooling me. There we go. There we go. Looks like some pretty iconic cars out in circuit at the moment. We're going to up to the world feed. And I'll be back in probably an hour time to commentate the next thing. You can see, oh my god, that number 20 is very, very damaged. And that will be moved as soon as possible. But it looks like there's some Trans Am iconic cars out on circuit. And I'll catch you guys in the chat in a few moments' time. But up to the world feed we go.
Whatever it may be, car, bike, home, that you need insurance for, check out the fine print. Make sure you're covered for what you need to be covered for, particularly with your precious race cars and collections of cars and things like that, memorabilia, that sort of thing. Make sure that don't just go to the bottom of it and do the bottom line shuffle and try and find who's the cheapest, because often when you need them the most, you need the best coverage. And if it's $1 or $2 here or there over a month or two, then make sure Shannon's Insurance get the opportunity to get your business. And when you're after the best, just ask for Shannon's Insurance. Racer Industries, huge supporters of motorsport right across all levels here in Australia, and we thank them very much. Cool Drive Auto Parts as well, and of course Equity One at www.equity-one.com.au. Equity One are proud sponsors of the 2025 Winton Festival of Speed out of Melbourne. Equity One are a public non-listed financial institution specialising in delivering reputable financial services for investors and competitive loans for borrowers. The team at Equity One include an experienced group of portfolio managers and race drivers like Dean Coutsamudi, the big man there, and credit experts to make your experience with us or with them as seamless as possible. If you're looking for a reputable fund with target interest returns starting at 7%, head to www.equity-one.com.au to find out more. Right on cue at the end of the Equity One commercial there, the big bangers, the gods of thunder, undeniably the gods of thunder of Australian motorsport. I'm going to say the world of motorsport, but NASCAR might want to have an argument with me about that. Out on track, Phil Medbury joins me for this historic sports sedan regularity.
Yeah,
sprint, not regularity.
Yes, it's a sprint, and we've got some great cars out there. In fact, the old red and white, red Holden there, the old FJ Holden, car number 91. driver is Ron Wood. So that won the 2023 and 2024 Historic Sports Sedans of Australia John McCormick Trophy. Now, John McCormick, now there's a name from the past as well.
Absolutely, open wheeler and sports sedan guy. In fact, that Charger he had has been in restored form. Not here this weekend, but certainly John McCormick was a behemoth of early national sports sedans. This category, it's probably 54 years old ago now. I hosted the 50th year party down in the Docklands at Melbourne, where Mr. Neil and all of the original members got together to celebrate this category, and it's a bespoke formula. It's a bespoke formula to Australia, and we're seeing a lot of different race cars out there. Graham Haddo's dragged out his second one. He was in the OS2 that parked it up yesterday, so he's dragged out a Commodore that he has, and that was run on McLaughlin in the National Series for a long time. Nice that we've got this little yellow A30 on screen as we're harking back to the history of it. That's Ian Bedd, second generation BMC and sports sedan racer, a rally car driver of note in the Victorian Series was Ian Bedd, going back a number of years ago. Of interest about Ian, or Eno's, to his mates down there in the pit and paddock, he has been a huge part of Audi's success in the Australian GT Championship in the Bathurst 12 Hours. So not only does he know how to mechanic on cars that have got 64 settings on ABS and traction control, he's running a proper analogue sports sedan here this weekend. It is the car that Barry Gray started off his sports sedan career in. And this guy actually is driving this car, Simon Fitzner, Eno, Barry Bray, Dino, all the guys got together and restored that car, and Eno's is just loving pedalling it around the traps as we have a look right there, front and centre, Shepparton right across the screen. That's not
big spin there from the Anglia car 27 being... wow, that was a big spin. He's still gathering up he kept it off the green accelerator though.
Evan Edmonds, yeah, he did. That was pretty much cold tyres that I'm going to say did that. But we're seeing these two cars battle it out here, and three cars. They're all coming out of the Greenfields factory of Simon Fitzner in South Australia. I was going to say, Shepparton's not the guy's name of the driver of that Peter Fowler built car. Don't be mistaken, it's not the original car. It's actually it is actually a tribute car. The original car it just wasn't available to be rebuilt. But the Peter Fowler's driving it. I think it was commissioned to be built by Simon Fitzner, but certainly Peter Fowler getting out there in that VW fastback. That Tomo out of Shepparton for all those fans, and of course that Mercedes there, car number one, was Tomo's car, driven by Brad Jones, John Bow, various luminaries of Australian motorsport, and all of them refer to this beast that Peter Fowler presented. Don't forget it first ran in a twin turbo V8 arrangement.
Yeah, and an absolute boost of a machine. One of my friends, the ex-Charlie Milner Tirana, getting very, very sideways there.
Max Carter gathering it all up as the Clem Smith Charger comes on through there and makes short work of it. That's Jason Maros in the Charger. He's doing a good job, and of course Clem Smith was a South Australian protagonist of note in sports sedans for a long time. In fact, he owned Mallala, the racetrack, for a long time. And just getting through there. So lots to talk about here, Phil.
100%. And I've just made note already that the fastest car out there is in car 43 with a 134.5. The Fitzner machine, the big Mercedes, sitting on a 134.51. So it's very, very close between those two contenders. Maris in a 136, so we get dropped back in times a bit there. Johnson back on a 142. Back on screen, we're looking at the Rudolph machine, the little Anglia, and switch back to Peter Fowler in the VW. That beautiful machine from Shepparton. Peter Fowler, the builder of this car, and what a brain he must have, this guy. The beautiful workmanship on the car, and the Simon Fitzner machine, which of course that he built for Brian Thompson a long time ago. Also an amazing vehicle.
So Simon Fitzner led the way yesterday, the 129.02. They're not down into that realm yet as car number 43, which is Max Carter at the wheel. And he was second fastest yesterday at a 31.2. He's already done a 34.5, so Simon's done a 34.51. So there's 100 for the second between those guys. There's Damien Johnson. I'm sorry, no, we're looking back at the front there. That's the Merc with the Clem Smith Charger. Shepherding again and blazing across the front of that car, being the heritage with Brian Thompson. And Simon Fitzner, a massive benefactor to this form of retro type racing and bringing these cars back to life. The latest one they've done is the of Peter Finch yellow Monaro. You'll notice it out there with the Pizza Hut livery on it, which is true to form, true to history. And that car has only just finished its restoration and is absolutely massive and, out there on track. Here's the old Des McLaughlin car, Graham Haddo at the wheel, parked up his RX2 yesterday, just exiting turn 4. No harm, no foul. I'll just go and get the Commodore.
Yeah, that's pretty handy to just have a shed big enough to park a few in, and let's go grab another one.
Hang on, kids, I'll just move the RX2 to the Commodore to get the Chimera out the 14er.
Yeah, that's right, that was the one. And yeah, so it's just about the 5, really.
It is, isn't it? It certainly is. It certainly is. Just a good shot here of a couple of dudes that work pretty hard. There's Ian Baird in the 41. And just behind him is the ex-Dave Hunter car, and that's Mark Sully at the wheel. It's great that Mark's got the 5-litre 308 Holden back all in one piece. And when I say 308 Holden...
Look at the car we're sitting in. Is that my private car? If you see a gap and you don't go for it, you're no longer a racing driver.
Sometimes you can still use that argument into the steward's office as well.
That's his first lap. So what's the style here? Jesus Christ.
I mean, absolutely. Cast heads, cast block, all of that sort of thing. And it is so cool. Mark works very, very hard to try and gather media and get attention. In fact, he had the Win News cameras here on Friday recording a story. So he does a great job. Here's Rob Wood, the guy that won the John McCormick Trophy.
Yeah, just going back to Mark Sully, he was telling me that he's got so much power with this new motor. Top gear, he has to be very careful with the throttle, otherwise it will just light up the rear tyres on that Torana.
Probably needs to buy a newer set of stickier tyres, not 10-year-old out-of-rounders out there. But that's
what I told him. He didn't like it. He said, "You've been talking about oh no."
There's our
man, Rod Wood, and the old happy.
The 57 arrives on the scene, car number 53, Nick Pascitti, the Chevy Coupe, an immense piece of real estate holder. And when you look at what's behind it, it's an A30 and an Anglia. You could probably fit inside that particular car in front of them. Yeah. And they are hounding the back of that 57 Chevy. It's Ian Baird and just trying to pick up who was at the wheel of the Anglia. Bevan Edmonds that were battling it out with that 57 Chevy, and we watched them open up the taps down the straight there, and the 57 just skates away under brakes. Ian Baird in the 30 does a tremendous job, brings the Anglia with him. Just looking at our cars that are the fastest trio on the track, and it is still Mark Carter in the Holden Torana and a 130, so they dip down into the low 30s. In fact, Mark has got the best part of just over 1 second lead in this one over Simon Fitzner. I get the feeling that Simon is just sneaking up on a time here, because a 129.07 is what he did yesterday. The good thing for Max is that he has actually gone a full second faster in the cooler conditions this afternoon. So maybe that suits Torana.
It could well do. And look, I first saw this car back in the 70s when Charlie Milner, I think it was the 70s, maybe it was the 80s, but Charlie Milner turned up at the hill climb at Camperdown Mount Lura and blitzed everybody, surprised everybody, but that was no real surprise if you knew Charlie Miller, who built a great car back in the day, and Carter is showing just how good that car is here at the moment with a 1:30.79, his fastest lap so far. Will Fitzner will light up the wick on the big Mercedes and pull something out of the bag. I'm just wondering, Darren, whether some of the people here might not quite understand the format of this particular event. So it's a sprint rather than a race, and the idea is the guy with the fastest lap is the guy who wins.
Yeah, absolutely. They might not actually. Well, there is no leader in this. It's a whole lot of protagonists out there racing the clock essentially. You can't help but be a race driver, and all these guys are race drivers. If you get yourself in a group of cars and let's say get together with some like-minded buddies and do a bit of door-handle stuff, yeah, that's I guess official and frown on it. We don't. We enjoy watching them go for it, and I guess that's the test as well. Not just against the clock, as we see the fastback Peter Fowler at the wheel, the great car builder and engineer getting behind the wheel.
And just in that shot, he was closing in on the back of the Austin A30, and people will notice that there's a bit of a lump on the bonnet of that car. There's nothing under the bonnet these days, but at one stage it used to have a supercharger on there. They found that the supercharger was a little bit difficult to drive, and the supercharger was removed, but they left the lump there just in case, I guess.
Might buy a whole new bonnet when you just you can have that air, nice cool air flowing through there. There's Mark Sully, he goes through. Rob Woods again back underway in the 91. He was 8th fastest yesterday with 1:42.69 in that car. The number 53 Nick Cressidi was 10th fastest. Just have a look where Nick is now. He's 8th fastest with a 1:44.08. So he's gone just over half a second faster this morning. So maybe the track's good this morning. Everyone seems to be just ticking off, or maybe they're just getting themselves locked into the track direction.
Could well be. And well, you'd think after yesterday they should just about know the track direction.
It's 12 corners, isn't it? Yeah, but boy, oh boy, the nuances we talk about 12 corners of any racetrack, 16 corners, whatever it may be. A couple of degrees of temperature back into the track surface. The sun warms it up nicely. Here's Tony Ross. Again, this was something that was used in Australian motorsport, not just in sports and Anthony, all sorts of dirt track racing, rallying, reliability trials, all sorts of things. The venerable Aussie-built FJFX range of cars, and Tony Ross is like a kid all over again once his car got back on track. It's just picking up a bit of dirt there. Not long left in this sprint, Phil.
No, not long at all. And of course, I go back to watching Bruce Hindoff, a boy from Bucar, practicing in his old Happy Holden. He went on to be part of Gowan Hindoff, but winning Bathurst in 1975, I'm going to say 75, I think. Yeah. So, yeah, that was quite a thing to see that progression. Of course, Bruce no longer with us, sadly, but yeah, great car, the old Happy Holden. I grew up in one myself. The thing with the bench seat, and you sat in the middle. As a small child, all sorts of things you're not allowed to do these days.
Cool to see this sort of pack racing in sports sedans. This is what we will see at Sandown on the 22nd and 23rd of August, part of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. The national sports sedans will be there, the current spec cars, and you see a lot more carbon fibre than you see fiberglass and steel in those cars these days. Great to see Damien Johnson out there on track in the Doug Clark Celica.
Yeah,
another guy that has done very well for himself in life and collected a couple of sports sedans. He's got his magnificent S2 Australian Championship winning car in the shed at home, which is I'm going to say almost all fiberglass bodywork anyway. There he is on the back of the Crabtree Escort. The Doug Clark sports sedan was pretty famous there for a bit, but Damien Johnson himself, he's pretty famous as well with his exploits in his Tirana in the National Series.
Yep.
And travelled around with the family.
100%.
And Murray, his dad, never misses a race meeting. He's been here all weekend, and I actually saw him on Friday poking around the back of the Hubbard car. We haven't seen Tony Hubbard out there today. Had issues yesterday.
Yeah, I haven't caught up to find out just exactly what happened, but the car came to a bit of a halt over on the other side of the track in the lead up into the sweeper corner, and was unceremoniously towed away. But we've got the checkered flag here now, and it looks like Carter is the man with the fastest lap in that ex-Charlie Milner car with a 1 minute 30.79.
The interesting thing when we hark back to yesterday's sprint number 2, a 1:29.07 from Simon Fitzner. So Simon is still the fastest sprint car out there. So as we look back through the results over the weekend, there'll be Simon Fitzner's car still the fastest in, I'm going to say, the local car, although it hails out of South Australia now. But certainly Simon Fitzner. I believe we've got some replays around the traps as we have a look right there, front and centre, Shepparton right across the screen. That's
Big spin there from the Anglia car 27, being an absolute boost of a machine. One of my friends, the ex-Charlie Mill, he didn't like it. He said, "You've been talking to oh no.
There's our man.
Our man, Rod Wood, in the old Happy.
The 57 arrives on the scene, car number 53, Nick Pashidi, the Chevy Historic Sports Sedans Sprint. All replays brought to us by Equity One. A big thanks, big shout out to Equity One, www.equity-one.com.au. Crabtree just parked up on the side there. I think that's the ex-Laurie Nelson
I think you're right.
Capri that he ran in Group N for a while. Big shout out to Laurie. I know he'll be watching on, the old proprietor from Capri Components, and great touring car racing. Privateer often finished at the top of the privateer table in Capri's, and of course his Fox Body Group A Mustang there as well. Phil, that sees the end of the Gods of Thunder. They will tuck themselves back in, and we're going to shake the ground with some MGs coming out soon to see how some of the MGB GTV8s see if they can deal with Damien Meyer in his little MGB. He's fronted up right at the front of the field there. We'll be back in just a couple of moments.
From an early age, I knew some cars were a statement of style and elegance.
I've been a motoring enthusiast all my life.
My life is hot rods, designing them, building them, and racing.
My Coupe 4 is rare and very special.
Beautiful, handcrafted, proper works of art.
This is my most prized possession.
Insurance? Shannon's, of course.
Welcome back to the Winton Festival of Speed for 2025. Great program ahead. We've already had a handful of categories go through. Last car to leave the stage, centre stage, was the historic sports sedans. We've got MG and invited British cars up next at 11:40. The Alfa Romeo regularity at 12:05. The Porsche 944 challenge will round out the morning of racing, and then we go back to the regularity proper. Tribute cars regularity, Group N, the big race for the day for the Group N, starting at 1:30. Heritage Touring cars for race 4 for the weekend at 2:05, and we're just waiting for the MG and invited British cars to be released from pit exit, and this is a real genuine David versus Goliath type of race as these cars poise down there in pit lane. After the historic touring cars and invited is at 2:05. Formula Ford will be back on track. That competition here this weekend has been absolutely huge. Group S and invited, which we've already had two races for here this weekend. Their final race for the day at 2:50. Touring car legends. Historic sports sedans back on the track for their final sprint for the weekend at 3:30, and the cars we're waiting for now will have their final race for the day at 3:55. Alfa Romeo racing at 4:15, M and O and Formula V at 4:40, and the Porsche 944s will be the last race to start at 5 p.m. Of course, their second race for the weekend is at 12:25, smack bang in the middle of the day. They were racing in the dark last night from 5:30 through till about 6 o'clock. It will be awesome to see the Porsche field, the Tyre Power Vanilla Porsche 944 field racing in the sunshine here today. Their racing is just absolutely fearsome. They don't mind serving it up to each other, and the racing has been absolutely spectacular as part of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Series for about 25 years now, and it is great to see them here in the sunshine as part of Winton Festival of Speed for 2025. A couple of recoveries still going on around the track. Big reminder, the big sponsor here for this weekend is Equity One. Check out all their services at www.equity-one.com.au. Shannon's Insurance on 134646. Insurance for your car, your bike or your home. Racing Industries, Cool Drive Auto Parts, big sponsors for the Victorian Historic Racing Register, or VHRR, to its friends as we see the MG and invited British cars come out on track. Emma Dean has landed right next to me here for the call on the MGs. Let's have a bit of a look at the grid, Ed.
Absolutely, Darren. So as you mentioned, Damien Meyer convincingly on pole for this race, followed very closely by Phil Chester, Michael Trathan in P3, Braden Taylor, Warren Holtz, followed by Keith on Darchie, Anthony Volbrecht, and then Gordon Bunyan in 8th. And then we have Jason Edwards in 9th, John Makem in 10th, Garth Selig, Jay Murphy, Donald Bartley, Hendrik Zvortovine. I hope I said that right, Hendrik. Please tell me if I didn't. In 15th, we've got Trevor Dunford, Caelan Little-Chester in 16th, David Goodwin, Stephen Brankstone, Madeline Chester, Ewan Giles, Murray Stevenson, Simon Elliott, Scott Farquharson, and Jack Cousins in 24th. I did have a chat to Jack yesterday, or this afternoon rather. He didn't get out past the outlap yesterday. He had an alternator belt go, so didn't want to push it. Went down, he's replaced that and hoping for the best today. And I also bumped into Phil Chester down in the pits, Darren, and said, have you got an answer for Damien Meyer? And he said, I hope so.
Phil's been around long enough. He could actually be holding his car. It's pretty close to his chest. But the really cool thing about what Phil brings to the racetrack these days is the fact that he's got his two daughters racing in MGFs in the field as well, and he's pretty much absorbed in that. He, as you do as a dad, he's giving them a sport to come to. And here's the two cars we're talking about, the ones with the they replicate the cars, the movie cars. They've even got the Rusty's ointment or whatever it says on the side of the car, which is directly from the movies. And
the cute antennas.
Yeah, and the girls are serious about it. Like, they're not mucking around. They've got a nice nod to a movie that's a bit of fun. But,
don't let the car fool you.
Yeah, don't let that fool you. But it's going to be really important to see how Phil can deal with Damien Meyer, and his best run at it is to get from here about 300 metres down the track into turn 1 first, and then deal with the car behind him. So that'd be that. I'd be that as a strategy.
Well, when I did chat to Phil, he did remind me that of my own comments on commentary yesterday that Damien does have a karting background. So please, Emma, go easy on me.
Well, he sets up the midget like a kart too. I don't know if it's got shock of travel at all. It just seems to stay flat all the way around the track. The car I'm looking at is car 40, Keith Darchie. He's going to be the dark horse. Didn't have things go quite his own way yesterday, and we got a beautiful shot of the back of that E-Type Jag, full-on V12 race car right down the back of this field.
God, it's a menacing look. I mean, look, this category is so great in that there are modifications to the cars. There are, the guys are running Webbers, there's big tyres, they're not as restricted. And here we go.
And away we go. Phil Chester gets nice clutch take up there. Michael Traffin goes with them nicely. The run down into turn 1 will be the V8, and he holds Damien Meyer, the number 13, at bay. For now, Michael Traffin has the big 40. Stream on through. Everybody gets through nice and cleanly. The 40 looks to the inside there, and we've got a couple of smiling Healy Sprites in there as well. There's that number 12, the Jack Cousins car out of the ACT. Boy, it looks brilliant. As Phil Chester, as always, in the multi-power car, sun just glistening off that bright blue and orange, day-glow orange colour. In the inside goes Meyer. Phil Chester says, yep, had it, mate, I can't put my car up there. As we see the Sprite wobble down the inside of the Stag there, car number 40, Keith Undarchi just gets the job done. John Bacon there in the checkered flag, red and white entry. And there is that V12 Jag. You're shaking your head, Emma, you love that thing, don't you?
Honestly, if I had a shopping list here this weekend, that's the top of the list, Darren. I'll repeat what I said yesterday because we didn't get to see it out on track for the viewers at home. That is a 1969 Jaguar E-Type V12. Now, if any aficionados are out there scratching their heads, that's because it's actually a prototype. The E-Types did in fact come out from 1970 onwards. So that was one of 3 prototypes sold out of the factory to the public. Jack has had it since 1991 and been racing it ever since. So it's done some hard yards on the tracks.
Horsepower, cubic inches reigns here under brakes. The lightweight nimble number 13. Damien Meyer puts it up on the ripple strip. Dispenses with the rapid multi-power Yarra Valley towing car, but Phil looks to the inside. Under brakes into turn 3, wide. The 13 dive bombs the turn. And the number 72 with Phil Chester at the wheel just scratching his head going, yeah, right, okay, we're on like Donkey Kong here today.
Damien, the Nationals are at Todd Road this weekend.
Well, yeah, the karting Nationals are, but this actually, in fact, nice pick up there, Em. This is kind of like a pseudo Nationals for the MG Racing Australia crew, because we've got cars that have come from all over the country. In fact, this guy leading the race is not respecting the locals. Damien Meyer, a New South Wales racer, has put the car on pole and won the race yesterday. So in true fashion, we've started a bit of a state of origin war. Great to see Trevor Dunford over from South Australia there as well. Murray Stevenson from South Australia, and of course that menacing black E-Type V12. down from the ACDC, from the ACT, the Australian Capital Territory, and Jay Murphy. And Jay Murphy was pretty impressive yesterday, currently sitting in 6th place. Damien Meyer is the fastest car on track in sectors at the moment, but here we go. Let's open up the tap on the Phil Chester Monty Power car. He even feigns to the right of the racetrack as the drag strip run down to turn number 1. And it's about 50 metres further into the corner that the 13 even glances at the brake, isn't it?
I just feel like Damien in his helmet was doing a Dick Dastardly, like, ha, you're not getting past. Yeah, Phil, you can go wide if you want, but it's not happening today. And a special warm welcome to everyone from New South Wales escaping the torrential rain that they've had for 6 or 7 days, and the snow.
Yeah, the snow in northern New South Wales probably hasn't happened for 25 years, but yeah, our thoughts are with all those people in New South Wales as they battle that weather. We're battling beautiful conditions here today.
We never get to say that, Darren, being Victorians.
No, we're battling absolutely wonderful conditions here today at Winton, and if you are from the surrounding regions and districts to the Benalla area, Wangaratta area, please come and join us at the track. I'm in a t-shirt now, this is just glorious, and I look out down through the spectator area. There's people in t-shirts, and people starting to put peak caps on, taking the beanie off because you don't want to get sunburned. But we continue on with this one. This is our race leader, Damien Meyer. He's stamped his authority on the MG and invited British racing. I guess the MG aficionados are enjoying it because there's 2 cars with MG logos on the front of them, albeit not as they came out of the factory, both of these cars.
No, not at all, but don't let the perfect weather conditions fool you, anyone out there, because all that lovely green stuff that you see on screen now, or if you're at the track that you're looking out onto, to quote Phil Memory, is the green accelerator. It is soaking wet, and the minute you hit that, it speeds up the exit of your car by about 3 times.
No worries with these guys though, they are planting their cars just magnificently on the track. Here's a good battle. Michael Tratton in car number 1, and the number 19 there, Braden Taylor, and the behemoth of this battle is Keith Ondaatje in the number 41. And sorry, it's not Braden Taylor, that's Warren Holtz. Sorry, Braden is the one just further back there. The 27 there is Warren Holtz, and that's the Austin Healey Sprite. So I'll correct myself. Getting a bit of a look back now. Here's the battle going on, and here's a completely different set of circumstances, isn't it? The car number 12, who came off the rear of the grid, is up to 12 at the moment, with Cousin and Macomb just up the road a little bit now. This is a terrific battle. John Macomb 3rd, Holtz, and then Ondaatje, and Taylor just in the back of that one, which is the number 19 of Braden Taylor, a name and a family that steeped in history in this style of racing. The field will come storming through.
Yeah, we've definitely got some battles going on, Darren, with a couple of tenths between Tratton and Holtz, and a couple of tenths between Edwards and Macomb. So great close racing here. Great display for everyone watching.
Johnny Macomb, a guy that does a bit of work around the MG Car Club in Victoria here, around the racing register as they call it, and the work he does to keep everybody on track, the Bennett Science car. Here comes Phil Chester as he moves through the sweeper, and now just escaping away now, 1.6 seconds the lead to this guy in car number 13.
How smart does that midget look?
I tell you what though, the equipment is impressive because it's 50 plus years old. It's maintained beautifully, but the guy at the wheel at the moment is just doing a tremendous effort to drive away from Phil Chester, who is arguably one of the best drivers in MG racing, let alone the equipment he's got. To drive away from Phil is full credit to him, and I think the number's quite appropriate on the side of the car. He's defying everything. Number 13.
Just three wheels on the track there, coming around that 110 degree, Darren.
Yes, and doing well. It's a picture, this car, this number 13, and there's a lot of them in this field. But this one is just being prepared to within a millimetre of its life. just under 1500 cc under the bonnet of Damien Meyer's car there.
And he's extended his lead over Phil Chester by 2.5 seconds, which I don't think is the answer Phil Chester was looking for.
Well, this might be the answer Phil Chester's looking for, starting to range up on the back of Ewan Giles, and this magnificent TR, car number 84 of Steve Brankstone, the New South Wales car, and that's the Triumph TR6.
Sorry guys, just watching Damien go around that sweeper, he's not even lifting.
No. Well, that's the secret, isn't it? He is into it. If we see sort of Phil bobble and he's grabbing a gear almost into the sweeper there, but it's, you know, between a point A and point B, Phil's car is absolutely rapid. How cool is that TR there? Certainly the Triumph TR6 was a desirable car for many, many years. There's Keith Darchie in the David versus Goliath battle. From Darchie with Braden Taylor right behind. Braden Taylor started off 4th, Keith started off 6th, so he's managed to dispense with them here at this point in time. But to Keith's peril, he will disregard car number 19 behind him. He will keep a close eye on him. Not too long to go now. You would suggest to get another 2 laps around 30 seconds remain on the time circuit clock. That won't see the last lap record pop out this time around, so that will the next time. But our race leader, very, very healthy lead. Phil's coming up on the girls now, on both Maddie and Kelly, running in 18th and 17th respectively. And I didn't make it easy for him to get through, and neither they have to. They just have to leave plenty of room for him. He goes through, gives his daughter a bit of a wave. See if he can keep up. I'll show you the good line.
Impressive watching Damien just eat up those ripple strips. You know, I wouldn't be game in a car that small, but he's just fearless out there today, Damien. And I guess every race.
Here's the TR again. This little battle he's got through on the midget, and these two have just been taken over. That's Giles and Brankstone. And they're just battling it out just outside the 20. So you can cover the track. Yeah, you're not going to win the chocolates out in front, but you can battle away with anyone right down through the field. As Damien Meyer now up on the ripple strip, just starting to move the car around there. So he's had the big ask for the tyres, and I would suggest the car just for the first time here this weekend looked like it was starting to slide through there. Is on Darchie now. This is the battle that is alive for 5th on the road. Potts is just down the road. Warren Potts in the number 27.
With the new ANZ Rewards Platinum Credit Card, unlock up to 80,000 bonus velocity points and $50 back.
But you wonder if Keith can even see the car behind him, that number 19, of Braden Taylor. Last lap board.
Yeah, the last lap board. So we've got Damien Mayer in the lead with Phil Chester following. Oh God, he's taken that lead out to a 5.37 second lead. That's not much of an answer coming from Phil Chester. So hopefully in the next race we'll see more battling going on. And then we've got Mike Trathan, followed by Houghton on Darchie in 5th.
Braden Taylor then to Bartley. Tony Wallabrecht is next in 8th place. Cousin, who has come from the rear of the grid in that V12, car number 12, has done a personal best actually. This one on 139.99. So still some distance off the 131 done by Damien Meyer.
Not sloppy for a 6-litre that struggles around corners.
Yes, yeah, it's an immense piece of kit to wrestle around, and let alone the value of that.
Longest nose ever. Well, we wouldn't. I spoke to Jack before, and I said, "What value could you put on it?" He said, "We're only guessing because we don't know.
Yeah.
They don't know where the other prototypes are. So that is really a rare car."
We're closing in on a victory now for car number 13, Damien Meyer, car number 72, just outside striking distance now, and Michael Trafford, as always, finishing near the front, I mean the third step on the podium. Here is our race leader, charging up to turn 10, turn 11. Under brakes now, you can hardly tell. How would you tell when the brakes are being applied? He just rolls into the corner and comes up behind one of the Bs in this field as well. Power down. And there is the checkered flag, and Damien Meyer takes race number 2 for the weekend for the MG and invited British cars. And bang, across the line they go. I ask everyone who thinks they might like a piece of this to check out the MG Racing Australia website. There's been some rule adjustments for 2026 to make it a little bit more favourable to get more of the invited British cars out there, and certainly the MGs, we always encourage them. But certainly there's a lot of cars in garages that have been looking for a couple of little adjustments, and those adjustments have now been made in the rules. We'll get down and have a yak to the likes of Johnny Macon and Phil and all the crew down there. Big shout out to Sean Hurley. He's working very, very hard to keep a number of cars on track here this weekend. There goes the Chester girls, Carlene and Maddie, and they've been split up there by that magnificent MG trophy car as it goes through there, the B through there, the Triumph. So it is a Damien Meyer that takes the win over Phil Chester. Brock Tratton, and then we go back to Warren Hotz. That's the top 4. Braden Taylor is still racing to the line. In fact, got the line now. Tony Vollerbrecht, Jack Cousin, in fact, has jumped up a couple of spots on the last lap.
Darren, just to expand on your point of cars being out there that aren't on the racetrack, if anyone is worried about the style of racing or the guys that you're racing with, please don't. It's not door handle racing. These are some of the best guys I've ever gotten to meet through commentary and through racing myself. Very respectful. They're all owner drivers. They're all very, very seasoned drivers as well, and really, really helpful. It's a great little community they've got out there. So you're in safe hands, and you'll have a ball. These guys are so fun. They're great to be around. And look, they just help everyone out if you've got an issue. So it's worth checking it out. If you do have a car and you've raced a little bit before, why don't you call the MG Club?
Absolutely, and couldn't agree with you more there. It is respectful racing, and they do a terrific job. Cousin ultimately home in 9th from rear of the grid, so that's a bit of a mechanical marvel run there in itself. Bunyan, Edwards, Macomb, Murphy, Hanks Waterveen in 14th, Selig 15th, Dunford, Culling Chester in 17th, then car number 61 making it home very nicely there indeed, Murray Stevenson, and that is the MGZS 180. He's got home in 18th. Matty Chester, Brankston and Gilles finishes out the top 21. Phil Chester still holds the lap record out of 1:31.4. That time around, Damien Meyer eased out of 1:31.7, so closing in on Phil Chester's lap record. Plenty of racing still to go. Alfa Romeos will be on track next. Thanks, Ed. We'll see you for Group S very soon.
I spend a lot of time out here. The RT Charger's the real deal. An E49. Remember A-Charger? I've always got projects on the go, so Shannon's laid-up cover helps protect my restorations. I'm Mopar through and through. It's a passion Shannon's understands. I wouldn't insure my cars and bikes with anyone else.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Alfa Romeo Racing front and centre now, and the day is becoming better and better as we roll into this start. 11:40 start for the Alfa Romeo Racing. 15 minutes is the journey for them today. Some immense battles right throughout the classes in this category, and this really is class warfare, if you like, or class racing. And being joined by Steve Aarons, whose brother is out there on track racing as well. So we look forward to a little bit of barracking, and of course you're a Victorian. A lot of these cars come from New South Wales. In fact, a bit of an over-representation from the New South Wales Brigade. But Alfa Racing, as I said, it's broken up into classes. Do you want to give us a bit of a breakdown on how those classes work?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, you've got your you got a few main classes. So A class, which is generally your front runners, you're allowed essentially any modification you want, big power, anything like that. You've got Group S, S class, which are essentially classic Group S spec vehicles. Similar, obviously, guys that double enter Group S also enter Alfa Racing. Nuovo, new cars, anything modern, not highly modified. Twin Spark, which is our biggest category. We have about, I believe there's 11 Twin Sparks out there currently. They're a very minimally modified car. No engine, no gearbox modifications. You're allowed to put suspension in. That is essentially it, and safety. And then, of course, you have under 2 litre, which is essentially any car that doesn't, anything under 2 litre that won't fit into, not highly modified, won't fit into another category.
All right, that gives us the playing field for these cars. Let's have a look at the grid. Dave Caparo will be starting out of position number 1 after a good run yesterday. Dave, of course, in the number 15. And we're looking to see how he can do. Hang on to that. Mark Pagano in the number 11 car was next out there. That's an Alfetta GT. Camillo Mirabella out of New South Wales in car number 707. And that gives you an idea of how many cars you've got to try and fit numbers around. He's in the 147 GTA. So some modern cars, if you like, at the front of the field. Anthony Marto, the New South Wales racer, in car number 12 in the Alfa Romeo Alfetta GT. And we go back down to Michael Musumeci, Bill Magafin, James Ashby, Mick Aarons, Alfio Musumeci, John Floyd, Andrew Wilson, Ernst Muller, Peter Tillett, Dale Ashby, Dave McKee, Bradley Wilson, Raymond Vignardo, Matt Kazaki, then Kazazi, Nigel Catchlove, John Burkhardt, poised for a race start, Richard McKee, Rick Magafin, Evan Watcher, Clara Spirito, and we are absolutely away. That's Alfetta GT, the white one, splitting the field there, but at the charge down, it'll be the number 11 of Mark Pagano. That leads David Caparo. David Caparo led down into turn 1 yesterday, but what a ripping start by Mark Pagano. He's got away very, very nicely indeed, and we watch all these Twin Spark cars start to get themselves all mixed up. That magnificent blue GTV down inside turn number 3.
And yeah, this is pretty typical of Twin Sparks. We'll generally be quite bunched together. Very tight, competitive racing. It's an enjoyable class.
Mark Pagano, he's got this red outfit just absolutely screamed up. We're starting to bunch up there, so some of those Class A cars, or the outright cars, really starting to, I guess, command the authority and the speed that they do carry through. But the number 11 at the moment, that Alfetta GT 2 litre, leading the way. If we look at Bill Magafin, a name pretty much synonymous with New South Wales Alfa Romeo Racing. The field streaming through there. Steve, all that mid-pack there, gee, it gets bunched up, doesn't it? A lot of traffic, very competitive in the Twin Spark part of the field.
Yes, yeah, you'll find that it's all, the Twin Spark itself might be split into a few separate races, but there's always someone to race with, someone, even if they're a different class. You'll find that the front runners tend to play with a few of the Group S cars or under 2 litres. It creates a great mixture and just a yeah, it's a really, really good time and really enjoyable. And obviously with this race too, we've had a few faster cars out of order. With a couple obviously with the DNF yesterday for Simon. Mick having to make his way back through the field, as well as Michael Musmecki. Yeah, so it's that was some of the early chaos, I believe. Now they've sorted themselves out, sort of business as usual.
Gee, I tell you what, big movers on lap number 1. Garen's out of 8th, gone through to 3rd here, and Michael Musmecki out of 5th has pushed into P2 there as well. Mirabella in the 707. Just holding station there and around about 4th, but the big surprise is the number 15 of David Caparo has gone back to position number 15. Didn't get away from the line well at all like he did yesterday, and what that's done is given car 11, Mark Gatto, an absolute blinding opening lap, and he's got himself out of a 4-second lead on Michael Musmecki at the moment. On screen now, some of the under 2 litre and twin spark cars.
And yeah, sorry, this is what I was saying. You get that mixture, classes will mix. It depends on driving skill, experience, preparation. But again, it's at the end of the day, it's all about having a good time out there.
Simon Grierson has pushed really hard in this opening lap and a half. He started rear of grid in car number 777, and he's made his way into 10th place now. So car 777 doing a tremendous job. This is the front of the field. Michael Musmecki going through, and then it is the 51 of Aaron's. So some of these guys starting off row 3 and 4 have had a ripping opening stanza to this race. And I'm looking at David Caparo now. He's going backwards at the moment.
Yeah, I believe his car can be quite temperamental at times, being a relatively high-strung 1.4 turbo. Just to make the power that it makes, it can have issues every now and then.
I would say often heat related, because those turbo cars do have massive underbonnet temperatures.
Yeah, that's it. And speaking to this, so Mark's car is also a 2-litre turbo. Obviously, just a very different platform to the Mito.
Ooh, Aaron's has gone through here, so into P2. That's a ripping run so far. Car number 51 started out of 8th. And just dispensing with Michael Musmecki there. And getting to P2. It's going to be a big chase now, because it's out under 5.5 seconds the lead to Mark Gatto. But here we go.
And this is where the horsepower difference comes into play. Obviously, with Mick having quite a standard motor in his car, but handling-wise will outhandle the GT. GT with a 3.2 litre V6 compared to Mick's 3 litre 12-valve V6. As you can see, he's gone past him again on the straight. But as we come into the tighter sections of the track, that's where Mick can then make up his time and essentially just hassle him a little until he finds his opportunity.
It's a good battle too, and these cars have probably got about 30 years between them as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. So our category, there's quite a large spread between the oldest car and the newest car. It's close to 50 years. So if you go the 105s all the way up to the Julietta, I believe it's a 48-year spread currently.
Yeah, that in itself is quite remarkable, isn't it? Car number 52 we're looking at now on screen, Dale Ashby out of South Australia, currently sitting in position 12. One of those more classic Alfa Romeo silhouettes, that one. But when you look at it, currently sitting 12th in this race, doing a pretty good job there at the wheel of car number 52. And that's a nice drive. Started out at 14th, so he's made a couple of places up in this race. Muller now in the 64 there, blazing with the tricolour, the Italian flag that Ferrari and Alfa Romeo and Fiat like to have in their competition liveries. All over the back of the 52, now the Alfa Romeo Giulia.
And this is again where different strengths and weaknesses come in of the very different cars. Even though they're the same mark, you've got old school, front engine, rear drive, and then you've got a modern front wheel drive car, still giving it a hard time in the corners.
Bob made the simple switch to Suncorp Bank so he could get cash back when he used his eligible Visa debit card at some of Australia's biggest retailers. Suncorp Bank Feel Good Rewards.
Might not have the straight line, but again, it comes down to handling and again, driver skill.
This is Alfio Smecki in what is arguably the most recognisable silhouette in the Alfa Romeo range over many years. The 1982 Alfetta GT is our race leader, car number 11, and is not long in this race left to go. Tell us a little bit about driving an Alfa Romeo race car, Steve.
It's I guess the experience itself is, any race car, they are good fun to drive. What makes this category especially fun is the community involved in it. Everyone's there to help everyone. You're not there racing for sheep stations. You can come and join this for, you find a cheap stat write-off, 147, 156, put a little bit of money into it, a little bit of safety, under 10 grand, you're going racing. There's not a huge amount of categories where you can go and do that and be competitive at the same time.
And doing it in a brand of car that is synonymous with going racing, really, isn't it? I like, and it's kind of a tongue-in-cheek comment, but one of the famous world journalists, Jeremy Clarkson, says everybody has to own an Alfa Romeo at some stage, and he means that with 100% enjoyment of it. But like any Italian car, you can have 100% of disappointment in that car when it won't start in the morning.
Well, yes, it is unfortunately a common problem, which as Rick McGoffin discovered yesterday, unable to do qualifying due to a lack of electricity.
Yeah. But like I said, and Clarkson's famous for bagging people out. He's not bagging Alfa when he says it, because the driving experience, he's saying it's 100%. They're beautiful cars to drive when you've got them working well, and they work well most of the time. But
well, that's it. As you can see in the quality of racing that we can produce, they are a extremely fun car. They can be extremely reliable.
Let's try to pick up some of these protagonists we're looking at on the screen. Now we go back now to car number 12, and that is the Amante car. And Anthony is a New South Welshman. We go to, I'll pick up the number on that one. I think that's Simon Grierson. Oh, it's Simon Grierson who is pushing through the field, isn't he?
He's worked his way back up to 6th from, I believe, last.
Yeah, 25th. That's a storming drive, bit of a mechanical marvel type of effort here as we get a good look at Bill Magathon in the 94. And this is where you can, you cross the generations, years between the 53 and the 94 and the 96 there as well.
Well, that's it. We have that was our oldest car in the category and our newest car in the category racing together.
But Gatto in the Alfetta GT has led very much from the drag race down to turn 1. And what is interesting is that the car that came out of 8th place, McGarren's, is now in P2. It's a distant second place, but starting away out of 8th place and then stepping up onto the second step of the podium in race 2 for the weekend is certainly great progression, because later on today, when we have the last Alfa Romeo race for the weekend, which starts at 4:15, it'll be a front row start.
Yeah, he certainly had that in mind. This race was simply to set himself up for the last race. He got a little bit further up than I believe he anticipated, but it's a great result for him.
Last lap board out now, so we are racing for a checkered flag. We'll pick up the race leader. Good look now at the 52. That's Dale Ashby, and this is Muller, Tillett, and Wilson in this battle. Back to Wilson with the checkered flag and blazing across the bonnet of that particular car. And here is our race leader, car number 11, Mark Gatto. A lights to flag victory there. Checkered flag drops on race 2 for the weekend. That's a special victory when you can jump away from the line like he did and lead all the way through this race. So checkered flag, and well, on the last lap, full credit to Mick Aarons, because he has dragged a full second out of Picato, and on the last lap done a 1:38.3, whereas our race leader did a 1:38.7. You'd have to say, Steve, our race leader was probably just easing on that last lap.
I would say so. He would have been watching the mirrors, aware of where Mick was that whole time.
What will these guys do now, between now and, what did I say it was this afternoon, 4:15? What's the maintenance? What do we need to do to get these cars going?
Really, it's just maybe a basic spanner check. Generally on a twin spark, as long as it still had oil pressure at the end of the race, you're good to go.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe bleed some brakes. It's very minimal needed between a race, as long as you've had no mechanical issues during a race.
Well, Steve, thank you very much for talking us all the way through the second Alfa Romeo race for the weekend. There's the results. It's the 11 of Picato over the 51 of Mick Aarons. Mick Musumeci next in the 17, Mirabella. Anthony Musumeci, Grierson, great drive there in the 777 from rear of the grid to get up to 6th place. And I guess we're going to have to watch out for the 777 later on today, being only 2 rows back from the front of this grid.
Yeah, Simon was definitely pushing hard. He's again same as Mick was trying to do, set up for a absolute thriller of a final race.
Magafin, Ashbury, and the guy that won yesterday, struggling here this afternoon, Dave Caparo home in 10th. Ashbury, there's Muller, Tillett, Wilson, Kazazi, no, not getting that one, car number 147, and McKee through in there, Pignardo, Magafin, Catchlove, McKee, Burkett rounds out the 21. Great field of cars lining up in pit lane. Steve, thank you very much for bringing us the insight into that category, the Alfa Romeo racing, and we'll see you for the final Alfa race at 4:15 this afternoon.
No worries, thank you for having me.
Not a problem, Alphas. Return to the pit and paddock area, take a quick break because we have got the race for M&O SP and Formula V on track in just a couple of moments. Back soon.
I was 16 when I first saw her. Loved her utterly. She was so sweet, so perfect. Still is. She's got a whopping great 2-stroke engine under that gorgeous aerodynamic body. Insurance? Well, Shannon's, of course.
No one knows your passion like Shannon's. That's why we offer special limited usage rates and even club plate cover. So call Shannon's on 13 46 46. Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
What a beautiful day. We are celebrating the 2025 Winton Festival of Speed. And it's a festival because we've got campers over in the campground, like a rock car festival. So we can call it a festival. And I hope everyone is enjoying the festivities around the track. We've had some great racing. We will pick up the rest of today's racing. We're about to get into the afternoon segment. We've still got 2 races to go, the M&O and the Tyre Power Vanilla Porsche 944 competition will round out the morning's racing. It's awesome. I have seen Joey Callock, the series commentator for the colourful series commentator for the Porsche 944s, is in the house. So looking forward to that. As if the Porsches need a colourful commentator to match the colourful racing, but they, great series commentator this year. He's a racer at heart, and when he gets his car back on track, lose him from the commentary booth like we did with Jack Atley. But plenty of Porsche 944 racing still to go for Tyre Power Vanilla. Phil, welcome back, mate. And this is kind of what gets your heart racing, this sort of racing, doesn't it?
Yeah, I love this stuff. Open wheelers and sports cars, that's where I really enjoy things. We have on pole position Malcolm Osler, none other than him. So absolutely great effort from Malcolm, a man who's had an extinguished career really in Formula Ford before he went overseas as an engineer, working for Reynard, ended up with all sorts of things in Formula Ford there, and Formula One with the Jaguar Formula One team and BAR Honda. Returned to Australia, became the Australian hook line champion, and has built a number of really different sorts of things. If you go and look at Malcolm Osler on YouTube and have a look at some of the videos that he's put up there, some of the various things that he's built and how he goes about building. So it's really good for those who want to learn something a little bit about engineering to go and check him out on YouTube. Nigel Hook in second spot on the grid. He managed to get past Alan Foley, who qualified in second spot, but Alan was having a bit of trouble with the clutch and being able to downshift through the gearbox in that last race. So he's got relegated back to third spot. Then we have Velma, I had trouble. Velma Beater, thank you. And then David Crabtree, West, Little, Briggs, Jackson, Sykes, Lee Ball from Camperdown in front of his father, Scott Ball, also obviously from Camperdown in the Clubman style car, where we have another Briggs, McLaughlin, Callum Ross from Langrad, a local lad, Grievous James, Corish Willits, Edgar, Connor Ryan and Josh Lowering bringing up the tail end of the field as they come around to the start and finish line there, Darren.
A couple of those guys down the back of the field as a result of not finishing races yesterday. DNF's next to...
I know, sorry Buster. Breakfast. I promise we'll go later. So much time. So feed Science Diet with our clinically proven antioxidant blend, helping pets live long, healthy lives. Because you're only human, there's Hills. Science does more.
We know owning a car these days isn't cheap. At GIO, you can save 10% of your car insurance premium when you quote and buy a new policy online with GIO's online discount. Get a quote today.
Their name, and this is one of those fields where you just love, makes your heart beat. Roll, Kaditcha, Brabham BT23C, this magnificent car of Mark Velmorbita. He's got Phil Hughes doing all the work on that car, and Phil Hughes is second to none when it comes to preparing your cars. He's affectionately known as the Ferrari fixer, but I tell you what, he has turned up the wick on this Brabham BT23 for Mark Velmorbita. I absolutely love watching this car go around, and it's really cool when they bring these cars out of the darkness and put them in the sunlight and use them. These guys are not mucking around. When Malcolm Osler straps himself into the Mr. Juicy number 71 Rolt RT1. He is, we're going to see some great racing. David Crabtree in the Cheetah Mark 6, the magnificent cheetahs that did so very, very well. Brian Sheed built and designed cars. As we get down into turn number 1, we're on for it here. The Brabham 23C just getting in there, squeezing by Foley in the 72. Gets through on the Kenicha PC84.
Yeah, Foley got bogged down completely on the start line, made an absolute hash of his start. I often talk about him being a hill climber and doing hill climb starts. That was far from it, and not too sure why, but I dare say I'll hear about it later on.
Well, long way away from a hill climb now, Phil. This is the wide open expanses of the Winton Motor Raceway, and we are absolutely into it. Nigel Hook pushes through in car number 1. That's the Kenicha F282. The 177 holding wide there. Looks like you put 3 V's across the back of that car. That is definitely out of the sports car racing realm. There is Connor Ryan, and number 8 spears off.
Spears off.
Backwards.
He will, he's gone out onto the green accelerator, but gets it under, gathers it up and trundles back out.
Number 3.
Number 8 it was, I think, yeah.
Not too sure who that is, but we'll try and get that as we look back to the front of this field. This is the Mark Velverbita BT23. We're looking at the back of there, and they come across the line for the first time. Osler, Cook, Velverbita. Then it is the number 75 of Kevin West, and Kevin is driving that Norax C2. There it is there, the number 75 coming out of turn 2. And the Brabham.
That Brabham is just absolutely beautiful, and a great history on that car. If you get a chance to go down into the pits, wander in, have a bit of a chat to the guys there. I was talking to Phil earlier on, and he explained some of it to me, which has sort of gone in one ear and out the other a little bit with me today, unfortunately, but a beautiful, beautiful history, and look forward to seeing that car at a lot more events in Australia.
The interesting thing about the guy that prepares that car with the sort of BT23 is he's a racer as well. Not only is he a leading race engineer and a man in great demand for setting up GT type cars, GT3 cars, right back to these sorts of open wheels. He races in prototypes himself, and his son Thomas also races in prototypes. So you're talking to a guy about setting up a car that worked very closely to none other than the great Alan Simonson. And Phil Hughes can fettle with your car right from a fettle to a complete rebuild, and we're just seeing Mark Velverbita, I guess, as a customer of Phil Hughes, is having some enjoyment. And I touched on earlier today, Phil, that owning a race car about 0.2 of your life, you get to use it, the rest of the time is getting it ready, isn't it?
Or trying to make the money to be able to get it ready.
Hurry up and wait.
Yeah, that's the one.
So when you come to a racetrack, you want to do all the laps and absorb all the time you possibly can. Have a look at this Formula V racing.
Formula V's, as they usually are, 3 wide or more at times, all trying to find the draft on the car in the front. We see Lee Ball there, the young lad from Camperdown, doing a really, really good job in this car. He's that car is up for sale. So Harold Roberts, Bill as his friends call him, has put the Tube Frames Nimbus up for sale. So a fairly reliable and good little car. As I see it go through there again up the old start-finish straight. Further back in the field, here we come looking down into turn 3. The Formula V's.
This is Ian Edgar in the 58 there, and currently in 13th place. So we're talking about the World Championship for 13th, 14th, 15th and 16th there at the moment, and the 81 has gone into the...
I've put the mockers on Lee Ball. He's gone out into the kitty litter. So he beat his father yesterday, but he's going to sit in the kitty litter and watch his father go past right now. So unfortunate there for young Lee.
Connor Ryan's getting some laps here this weekend.
Absolutely.
Just trying to kick up. He's actually gone inside the top 10. Started rear of grid, and he's pushed this piece of equipment inside the top 10. Car 1, Started off on position number 2, Nigel Hook, and it is the Kaditcha F2 and a 1600cc.
Yep, a very quick car, very well presented and prepared, being driven really well as it heads on up into the sweeper there. Watching him take the line in through there. Great job.
I don't know much about the Kaditchas, but I think that's one of the aluminium tub
Yeah,
type of Kaditchas.
Yep, absolutely. Aluminium tub, and yeah, look, they were sort of right on the cusp of when things started to go a little bit carbon fibre in the bodywork. And of course, when that first came out in Formula One, everybody reckoned it was all going to fall apart, and there was a massive accident, and I can't remember who it was at the wheel. I read just the other day about it, and everybody thought he was going to be dead because the car was sort of torn to pieces, and the driver hopped out and walked away. And from that moment on, the thing to do was to get into a carbon fibre tub. Just see Callum Ross coming around there onto the start-finish straight in his
we've got
Melmark Dolphin. We have, I think we probably need to get a safety car out there to drag young Lee Ball out of the kitty litter.
Absolutely. Shannon's Insurance sign off in the distance there as well. Great supporters of the Victorian Historic Racing Register. Equity 1, people setting this category for the weekend, and our big title sponsor for this weekend, Equity 1, equity-1.com.au. You'll find out all about the information there. A financial institution specialising in delivering reputable financial services for investors, competitive loans for borrowers. Great credit experts there as well. Check them out, www.equity-1.com.au. Fall in line behind the Sparco Racer Industries safety car, and they have picked up the race leader. And
well,
in fact, they haven't picked up
the leader. The leader is out in front of the safety car somewhere, unless Malcolm has returned to the pits.
I think he has.
He has. He's only completed 3 laps.
He hasn't made it back to the pits.
He's only completed 3 of the 4 laps. He's gone back into the pits. He had a 1 minute 25.1 lap time, so he's certainly the fastest car out there, or was out there. But seems to have gone back to the pits. So let's put Hook in position number 1 from that beautiful Brabham, and this closes up the field. So if they get the Lee Ball Nimbus Tube Frames Nimbus Formula V back out of the kitty litter in time and complete this race, it's going to be a little bit interesting at the front, because we've got Hook, Valmaberti and Foley, which will all be having a bit of a go, and West is certainly well on the count as well. Just waiting for some of these guys to go around.
Just while we've got this safety car out on track, it's always a good time, whilst things are a little bit quiet, to extend our gratitude to all of our volunteer officials around the track, whether that be our flag marshals that are absolutely vital in keeping our drivers safe. They're the last point of communication, and just seeing a yellow flag or a blue flag or what is called a deteriorating surface flag, or the oil flag, the red and white stripe flag, just seeing that bit of information and how a flaggy is waving it portrays so much information back to the driver in the cockpit there as well. Looks like we've got a bit of debris down there between turn 9 and 10. Looks like a bit of a muffler or a bit of exhaust pipe or something on I'm going to say off the racing line, but what is the racing line down there? It's, you can put your car anywhere in that sort of bit of track there, so getting a good look at that. But certainly the volunteer officials around the track, and please, if you want to get closer to motorsport, find out how to become a race official. A massive group of people. It's a great camaraderie. A lot of them stay here at the track, or whatever they do, and have a great time at the race meeting. You don't get any closer to the action, and whether that be as a pit and paddock marshal, you might want to work in the back of the paddock and rub shoulders with everyone in the back of the paddock and keep that organised and safe, or pit lane, as I did for many years. Grid marshals, touched on the flaggies, recovery recovery crew, or even the medical teams. They're all here, volunteers. And Phil, we don't go racing whether it's your beloved hill climbs or track circuit racing like we have here, rallies, etc. We definitely need all those volunteers, and a massive congratulations to, I'm going to say, the executive team, so our race secretary Jean Bellinger, the organising people Ian Ross, Brett Florence, the crew that head up the committee to run this event, David Vanell, our clerk of course here this weekend, our esteemed lunch boy Michael Hurler, he's done a tremendous job here this weekend. Noel Tippett as the entry secretary, so their work started 6 months ago.
Absolutely,
and
and probably even before that.
And it's still going next week when they try to add up all the sums and the costs versus the income to try and make sure we can go racing again. Of course, Historic Sandown is in November again this year, so they will be as another committee working on putting that all together as well, and encourage everyone to get to Sandown for Historic Sandown.
Yeah, that's a great event.
We really don't know. There's a question mark over that venue, and it has been for a while now, and it will remain. It is a very valuable piece of real estate, so keeping it as a horse racing track is vital, because without the horse racing track, we don't have a car racing track. So getting to Sandown at every opportunity is a wise thing to do. But I'll tell you what, this weather, this event, this track here is also steeped in history, and we love coming to racing here at Winton, albeit that we're under safety car at the moment. But just to put an envelope or put some brackets around it, Phil, without our volunteers, you can prepare your car to within a millimetre of its life. Without volunteers manning the racetrack, we don't have anything.
100%, and it's really rewarding work doing stuff in the voluntary side of it. You get to meet some of the cool dudes that are out there and racing, and it's just really, really good stuff. I think, but I'm not certain, looks like we're doing another lap under the safety car. No, checkered flag. We are finishing under the checkered flag. So Noel Hook from Valverde, from Foley, West, Crabtree, Little, Briggs, Sykes, Jackson, Edgar, the other Briggs, McLaughlin, Grievous James, Callum Ross, and Willits, and Corish in that order. So non-finishers, Malcolm Osler, Connor Ryan, Lee Ball, Josh Lowering, and Scott Ball. Scott Ball was a DNS, so that means Dan did not start. So unfortunate way for that event to come to a conclusion, but they've got another crack at it later on this afternoon, and we'll certainly be back to have a look at that.
It certainly will be. So we wave goodbye to the open wheelers and the closed top sports cars, and we say a very big g'day to the Porsche 944 field. The Tyre Power Vanilla Porsche 944 field will be on track next, and they raced essentially with headlights on last night. They're not going to need headlights today, but what we're going to need is people up at the fence cheering them on, because their racing is fierce, it's intense, and you'll want to make sure you take it in. They'll be back on track next, Phil.
Great stuff.
Every Libernovo chair begins here in a precision-built facility where comfort is engineered with care. Backed by science, each component is tested to move with your body and last for years. Designed for real life, from deep focus work to immersive play.
3 V's across the back of that car that is definitely out of the sports car racing realm. There is Connor Ryan, and number 8 spears off.
Spears off.
Backwards.
He will, he's gone out onto the...
Plenty of racing still here to go today at the Winton Festival of Speed, and I recommend you get yourself comfortable and stay right to the very end of today. It is certainly a treat, and I'll explain to you why. The cars that are going to come on track next will be the last race of the day. They were yesterday. They did it with headlights on, and the race finished at about 5 to 6. Their race this afternoon starts at 5. The sun is setting at that time, and it's an evil time of day to be racing. The best time of day to get photos of racing cars, certainly it's that golden hour, and particularly with a day like today, it's going to be the goldenest of hours, if that's a word. I'll slot that into the English language. I slotted winning us into the English language yesterday, and that was certainly it. I'm Darren Smith, I've been joined by Joey Kellogg, who I named you as the series commentator, but you're not. You're more the rogue out of the Porsche 944, and that's saying something. That is absolutely saying something. I'm pitting something right on you here, Joey, but you're a racer yourself. You've raced these cars, so your insight is awesome, and your enthusiasm is nearly second to none. So welcome, Joey. Welcome to the Winton Festival of Speed.
Thank you so much. It's what a pleasure to be here, and what an honour to be stood beside one of the great voices and great personalities of Australian motor racing. If there's anything, yeah, there's a guy coming in. No, if there's anything you don't know about Australian motorsport, it's not worth knowing, and it is a great pleasure and honour to be standing right next to you.
Well, I'll shadow those remarks right back at you, because we're about to go Porsche 944 racing. I've been on the record for a number of years now saying this is fearsome. You know, these guys. What gets me is they'll be down there up until about 45 minutes ago, chatting amongst themselves, swapping parts, helping everyone get going. They start to kit up, they start to get ready, and we get this absolute door handle style of racing. You enjoyed it, you liked that aspect of it, you got amongst it when you were racing it, and it's just part of it, isn't it?
It's one of the most friendly paddocks out there. And certainly just before race time, tension starts to build. But it's a shared tension and a shared camaraderie and a warmth. It does not detract from the level of competitiveness and, you know, the natural competitive nature of races in general is there. It takes more than friendships to take that away. It's these guys race fearlessly. And fiercely. They it's door to door, it's bumper to bumper. These cars are so evenly matched. It's all about momentum, especially at a track like this at Winton Raceway, where apart from the start and apart from the finish, these cars will stay in 3rd and 4th gear for the entire race. Every single corner is in either 3rd or 4th gear, and they are hammer and tong at it, all about momentum and all about staying as close as they possibly can to make the most of any opportunity they can find on track to make positions up.
This is going to be a good one, and as I said, ladies and gentlemen, this is the reason you will stay to the very end of today. Their last race starts at 5 o'clock. I'm doing a big sell here. I'm going to guarantee you it's not going to let you down. We're halfway through today's racing, and this is going to be a ding-dong battle. And fantastic to see a local sponsor jumping aboard in Tyre Power Fenella. And even better that the guy, the proprietor down there, won his first race in 944s for about a season now. And I speak of Chris Lewis Williams. He won the race last night. It was dark, and he charged the line. It was absolutely a ripping victory.
Was that his first race for the season, was it?
No, but it's his first win.
Sorry, first win for the season.
Yeah, so he's...
Wow, great job. He knows this track well.
He does, he certainly does. Was an employee here for quite some time. So looking forward to seeing how Chris can do that. I like the fact that he said, hey, it said Winton, I'm the local tyre power guy, I may as well throw that at it. And he took his own prize money in and left it in his pocket, didn't he? Took it away.
That's great. In one hand, out the other.
Let's have a look at the grid quickly. They're forming up down there. See
Lewis Williams lines up on the front row with James Westaway and Chris Bella. Mason Westaway, his brother. And then we have Andreski, Tibbetts, Phillips Westaway, Alex Westaway, Nicole Carpenter, Pebble James, Verono, Pyro Grant as the 5-second board pops up and we're about to go racing. Here, Lewis Williams and Westaway on the front row of the grid, and it's off we go for race number 1 here, and it's a good start from the tyre power on the right hand side. Number 37 and Williams leads into turn 1, but quickly will be displaced as the number 28 of Westaway hops over the curb, and the number 1 Bella in P3. Oh, and off! Big accident into turn number 3. Big accident, and that is Bella off the road there. Big accident on the exit of turn 3, and I think we might go red here in this session for this sprint, or maybe even a safety car might be called. Here's the number 37 Porsche though. Leads up the inside, goes Andriski and Westaway side by sides. As all these Porsches run into turn 7. They go, and Bella parking that car up on the drag strip down there. That Porsche in a sad sight indeed. Not what he would have been wanting to do in this one. But it is Lewis Williams leading this race over Westaway as he runs down the back straight in the tyre power entry. This Porsche revs like crazy. You heard there the world feed saying that these cars, they rev at such a high rate of knots here, and they're running this race in 3rd or 4th gears. We take a look at the replay of the start. Look at Bella there. He was actually side by side, and well, they were trying to make it 3 wide, and then we cut back and we see there Lewis getting stuck, bouncing over that ditch in the middle of the road down there. But Williams leads over Westaway to Bitzer in P3, the number 66 Porsche. But sadly, Bella and Fox out of this race. And sadly, Fox was just an innocent bystander in that incident. They're quite unfortunately. Sideways there for Westaway on the exit of 7. As the cars make their run through 8 and into 9. Tabitza, though, in P3. Alex Westaway in P4. Robert Phillips in P5. Side by side here between the 84. Further back, that is Pyle Grant. Side by side there with Atlee. Further back, that's for P11 and P12. And once again, this race bringing on the action. 6.5 minutes to go in this one. So we continue to race around this more or less epic circuit. Williams leads his fastest lap of the race, 1:36.736, as he runs into turn 1. And turn 2, you can see the gravel deposited on the outside there of turn 2. But yeah, that Porsche he's really running away with this race. 6 minutes to go. 5 minutes and 57 seconds remaining. Cars run through and up into turn 1. This is the number 35 Porsche of Atlee. He was side by side with Grant a few moments ago. That margin 7/10 between Atlee and Grant. Further back, that's 12th and 13th. That margin extending ever so slightly. We saw Williams win so far both races. He's really run away with this race. He's gone to no man's land in this one. The bits are trying to catch up with him with him. It's a 38.003 bits done over Williams, so he's still a little bit off. He's still about 3/10 per lap off, but you know, he's definitely closer than what he was before. Two bits you heard there. He won yesterday. He'll now try and catch Williams here. You can see just that power that these Porsches have down the front straight. As it's 3 wide there for 8th, 9th, and 10th. 3 wide heading into turn 1. They actually able to keep that battle more or less safe. So they run through turn 2. On the exit there is a barrier. So you hit that barrier and your race can be more or less over. So yeah, that battle 8th, 9th, and 10th. 10th, 11th, and 12th. That battle was running for. Now, we're going to get about 5 laps out of this race here. Which is quite good, and I think that was the maximum time that these cars get through this race. So yeah, that is the maximum time that these cars get, which is 5 laps through this sprint, and I think it's 13 laps a bit later on for race number 3. So it's good to see that every race here this weekend is getting as much track time as humanly possible. Here we see the pipe craft number 3 of Brewer, who's trying to catch up to Robert Williams a bit further back. Yeah, so about 2.5 minutes to go here in this one. We're going to need about 2-3 more laps out of this race. And these very classic Porsches are well known as Brisbane. Looking up the inside there of Nicole Carpenter. There's this 4-way battle pack here in this Porsche race is brewing. That is the number 50. That is Westaway. And Robert Phillips running side by sides. Well, not really running side by side, but they're just tucked up in behind each other. As getting that chance there is Phillips. Just had a bit of a peek up the insides. Does Westaway, Michael Westaway, and Andy Westaway running P3 and P4 in this one. They're only about I'm gonna predict with that margin. It's about 2 seconds between those two. Yo, you're back. Yay. I am, but I'm only back now for like a minute. Because these Porsche 944 races, they run for like, normally I'm really on top of these schedules, but, they're a little bit, they're very tight bunched, here, and when I checked last, they were nearly, 15 minutes behind schedule. Now they're back on time, and I was nearly late to the start of this race, so, yeah, lucky I got here when I did. But you can see DeBitzer, he's getting closer to the back of Williams in the number 66 Porsche. When Supercars, they're on from 3:05. I'm not streaming that because I can stream it, but I can't use any of the live feed. Whereas for these sorts of things, because it's KO and you have to, I don't know. That's how I got copyright striked last time. Oh, contacts between two Porsches. And that is the 68 that is Rofe and Slama making contact, 14th and 15th, and that was around at turn 6 and turn 7, as the checkered flag waves here on sprint number 3 of the day, and Williams beached in the gravel. That is the number 84. Beached, that is Paul Grant in the gravel there, but meanwhile Williams will take the flag at the end of this one and flashes the headlights. Tabitza wasn't able to catch up to him in the end. Yes, you can. I cannot I have tried, and it's not working. And I only have one setup. And what I mean by that is I only have my phone and my iPad that I'm streaming off this weekend. And it's making it quite difficult to try and stream twice. It's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. But yeah, I have tried. And copyright doesn't matter to you because you are not monetized. Well, no, it's the fact that I'm going to get banned, you know. I'm going to get banned from bloody streaming again. You know what happened last time, Callum. Don't start with that. But yeah, it's the fact of me getting banned from streaming for like 2 weeks because I'm playing audio that's not meant to be played because supercars are dumb in that way. So no, I can't stream it. Supercars are dumb in that way, and they don't like that sort of stuff being done. But I only have one setup this weekend, so yeah, if I had more, if I had like more devices, I would be able to stream it. Well, actually, no, I wouldn't because the TV in the spare room doesn't work. But this is the highlights of the start of the race. It was a good start from Williams, but then it was the exit of turn 2 that really mattered. Off and in the drainage, flipping that car, barrel rolling nearly 3 times over, through the ditch on the grass, barrel rolling 3 times. We saw 2 Porsches make contact, the number 68 and the number 22 making contact at turn 6 and 7. More or less the tree section. And of course, thanks to Equity 1 for showing those highlights and replays of this one. But more racing still to come here at the Winton Festival of Speed. I don't have the schedule next to me. I would tell you what's on track next, but I don't have the schedule next to me. So thank you to Equity 1. Yeah, and the Porsche 944s will be back on track from 5 o'clock this afternoon. We'll see you then.
Exactly. Don't get the junk, get the best.
Exactly right.
Hey, Joe.
Your 1-300's the Timu lasagna.
I'll have a 1-800 lasagna. Thank you very much. Joe Kellogg, thank you for your time, and we'll see you at 5 o'clock, mate. You're hanging around for that one.
You will.
Plenty of racing still to go. We tip the program back up and we go right back to regularity like we did at 8:30 this morning in just a couple of moments. Great to see such a good crowd here in at the track, and those watching on at home, at work, wherever you are in your live stream. I know someone's watching us in a terminal in Abu Dhabi at the moment, so that's the beauty of live streaming. Getting a plane from somewhere on the other side of the world and watching the Winton Speed for 2025. I'll be back in just a few moments with regularity, same as what we started the day with.
welcome back. And you can see going out onto track is our Regularity. I'm Phil Memory. We'll be joined shortly by Darren Smith, who's just taking a bite to eat. Well deserved. He's been working so hard. And really good to have him on board. But we have the breakfast brand races out there making their way around the track. As you may or may not know, these guys are not really racing. Their idea is to drive around the track to a nominated time, a specific time. And if you go underneath that time, you lose points. If you go faster than that time, then you lose time, lose points, lose time, points, lose points, and lose points. So you start off with 50 points. If you go too fast, as I say, you lose them. If you go too slow, you lose them. But going too fast is worse than going too slow. If that doesn't make sense, neither do I. I just hear one of the cars going past our commentary point here. It might not be making it all the way around. And we have some wonderful machines out there. The Porsche, we've got the Soco, we've got the Mustang, we've got some really good machinery out on track. Now, not too sure what's going to happen with that car that wasn't running right. I'm just looking to see if I can set it. Well, it's still going, so that's good. Car number 8, the old Humpy Holden. See Jane Bollebrock out there. She's not in the walking club today. She's out there on track. She's a bit of a Wednesday walker, I hear. Member of a walking club. She used to be a hill climber. And so green flag now for the Regularity. And young Tom Reed is the first car to come around. Young Tom, great young driver, did really well yesterday, and I think he topped the charts if I remember correctly. Didn't do quite so well the last time around. Has nominated a 1 minute 46 as his time to go around. Taylor has nominated a 1 minute 47, so has Chapman. Ross Kill has nominated a 1 minute 49, and Jamie Wingate on a 1 minute 50. So as you can see, there's a number of different times there. Just watching car 23 go through there on screen. And some glorious machines, the slimline sports cars to the beautiful Porsche, to the Rod, to basically car 42 there, the Subaru. You don't need a full circuit license to be able to go in Regularity. You just need a limited speed license, the same as you would have for some of the sprint meetings and hill climbs, things of that nature. And the idea is that you don't go steaming down the inside of someone into corners. You treat it with a little bit more respect. Don't drive at 10 tenths. Nominate a time that's a little bit slower than what you can actually do. Drive at about 8 tenths and try and tick off the time. You're not allowed to have a clock in the car. You're not allowed to have radio communications. You're not allowed to have anything that might indicate time in any way, mean, manner or form. We're just watching some of the cars go around here on screen. But everything from open-top sports cars. Darren Smith is coming back. He's had something to eat. He must be just about worn out. I hope that you've got enough voice to be able to get through the rest of the day, my friend.
You can call a chocolate bar lunch, then yes, I have definitely had it, but so didn't want to miss out on the Regularity. It's one of those events you've got to, once you start watching it for the weekend, you've got to hang around, don't you, and see who ticks all the boxes and doesn't break out.
Yeah, Well, so far we've still got 4 cars with 49 points and 2 with 43 with 47. Oh, we've got a number of cars out there all on the same points at the moment, so you don't know who's won a regularity until it's all over. Got number 8 coming around there, the old Humpy Holden. Just looking for the name beside that at the moment, and it eludes me. Beautiful old car, grew up in a Humpy Holden. What about you, Darren?
No, it was an Alfa Romeo Julius Super, the Alfa Romeo Ugly Duckling, and a Mini Minor 850 was the cars that Mum and Dad had when I arrived. But what I've just noticed and is jumping out outstandingly is in car number 20, Ian Tate in the Zephyr Special needs very little introduction in the world of Victorian Historic Racing Register. So great to see Tatey back out there. I actually remember back in the Phillip Island when it was called the Castrol Classic, and I'm going to say late 80s, early 90s that was. And Tatey used to run a red MG Special. It was like one of those, like the George Reed Special, but it was an MG Special, and he was rapid in that. And I'm pretty sure it ran on methanol. Okay. Back in the day, but Tatey will certainly make sure I get that right. But really cool to see some of these luminaries of the BHRR getting out there and doing some competition in the regularity. So just as I say that, Tatey goes down to 20th, and our mate Tom Reed in the little black Ford jumps to the top as we get one of the coupes out there is parked up.
Yeah, the 350 GT, or is it a Mustang?
I don't want to get that wrong again. I got that wrong once. I won't do that again.
Yeah, the 350 GT guys get upset if you call it a Mustang, and the Mustang guys, I think they're a little bit envious if you call their Mustang a 350 GT.
Yeah, so that is that's Phil Spender. Parked up out there, so get that back underway and back out on track there. So that's the stacked deck, isn't it? We've got out of 30 cars out there on track for this one, and they've all got themselves back up and running for the. In fact, we've got 36 cars out there. Connor Ryan getting another run at it today as well. So that's pretty cool. He's getting some good miles out of his 2025 Winton Festival of Speed entries, isn't he?
100%. He's a very keen competitor, and really good that he is young guy coming on and doing a great job of it. Car 68 going through on our camera there.
Big slide there, Formula 4
Sailor, and he's currently got 44 points remaining. Sorry, Darren.
It's all right, mate. This is that 350. It is being pushed, or pulled actually, towed behind the first row of defence here. Here is the number 7, magnificent Porsche. I love a slant nose. This always gives you a good memory, and that is Little in the number 7 Porsche. Chris Hones entered car. And you can certainly hear Chris Hones' backstory on the Grassroots Racing podcast going back a year or two. Jump on the cafe and search it up, or via your Apple or Spotify platforms. And this car is certainly a bit of history. If you were happened to be in a little country town called Le Mans and a track called the La Sarthe, you would have seen these sorts of things roaring around in a 24-hour race, and more often than not winning their class at Le Mans.
They're just super reliable things, the Porsches. I don't think they've made a bad one, have they?
No, you would be very brave to try and say that, because if they have got it wrong, they've rectified it very, very quickly, that's for sure. But this car was something to behold in an era that spanned both GT racing and GT and sports sedan racing when they combined in the early 80s. But this is certainly very, very cool to see this, and I don't think it's been pushed particularly hard at this point in time, but I fondly remember this car Harry Witham in his version of this one as well. And one of the big things that always got my attention was
about 12 foot of flame licking on the road behind them as they were racing around, as raw fuel would come out of the exhaust on them, and they were absolutely spectacular.
Yeah, they're fantastic cars, and yeah, you just wouldn't want to not be in one of those. If you had a chance to bolt yourself in and go for a bit of a lap, you'd be on it. Of course, he's not trying to push it as hard as he possibly can, because this is regularity. It's the breakfast brand races, and he is trying to get around there to a specific nominated time as he heads up around the sweeper. No clocks.
And
no.
At the moment, he's not doing a very good job of it, because he's down the bottom of the page there. So I got to say, if I had one of these, it'd have to be a day like today here at the Winton Festival of Speed. Beautiful sunlight and a nice dry track to get around and test your skills on the track here in the number 7 slant nose Porsche.
100%. Great car. And the well, look at this machine on screen. 92. The machine that has been local for so long, gathering its way around, been around the regularity traps for a long time. Just not too sure where he's at on the list. Doing pretty good, Robson, in that car.
Robinson in the Ford Milford, 3.9 litre, an interesting capacity, and one that harked back into a generation, and we say a generation happens to be 1939, Phil, so you can imagine the upkeep, and well, if you have to upkeep a part, you're probably over to a piece of steel and about to have to fabricate something.
Yeah, get the hacksaw out and the lathe or the milling machine and start and make it yourself. So the Millthorpe Special, great car. Quite a lot of history behind the car, which I'm not going to try and go into because I don't know it all. But yeah, great car, been around for a long time. And young Tom Reed coming up gets the wave to go to the right of Millthorpe in Formula Ford.
Tom has dropped off the leader sheet as well. He's back down now in 11th with 29 points. It's the Buick car that's got 47 points.
Yeah, so Tom's certainly probably gotten a little bit over-enthusiastic and found out that maybe he's a potential racer instead of a regularity driver.
I think that's the point he's trying to prove, actually. I think he wants to, in 12 months, return and lob up at that massive competition in the Formula Ford field. And, of course, Formula Ford will be on track at 2:30. Looking forward to seeing the Pocket Rockets churning around some laps here. Gee, we've got an envelope of history right there, haven't we? A Ford Roadster and a Subaru WRX. There he is, car number 36. Currently sitting in 11th in this one. Did very, very well yesterday in the midday regularity. Was in the top 3. He can of course push his way back to the top at the moment, but it is the number 69 that is currently holding station at the top of the timesheets, and that's a Nota Clubman, where they were a very popular class of car, the Nota Clubmans and the Farrells and of course the Alphins in 2-litre trim in the earlier mid-80s were absolutely rapid. Tom getting back down through the gearbox, and he's got that Quest racing chassis, which is very, very rare for Australian Formula 4.
Yeah, they're quite a rare chassis. The Quest, most of the chassis are probably better known. The Lolas and the
the Rolfons, the Van Diemen's.
Yeah. So this is an unusual one. Tom's doing a great job of driving it, even though maybe he's going a little bit too quick, or he's. I don't think he's been going too slow.
He's certainly not. But he's enjoying it. He's on debut, and he holds the Winton Festival Speed quite dear. He did his first commentary job here last year, and his debut on track here this weekend in this car. Just notice the car number 14 parked off the side of the road. That's the Lotus Elite, the Ashton driver Ashton Roskill. The red Lotus Elite parked up there. There's the checkered flag. So that will draw a close to our regularity competition, Phil. How long do we have to wait for the stewards to sign off and give us results on this?
Oh, good question. I'd only ask a steward that question.
Well, that's right. We'll dig down. I'll make a call. I'll find someone that can give us an answer, and we can get the results out of the regularity trial for this weekend, or the regularity aspect of it. As I said, one of the guys we're keeping an eye on, driver of car number 20, Ian Tate, ultimately in this trial. Ian is home in 15th place with 17 points, a long way wide behind Budick and Spender on 47, 45, Brown on 44, Roskill on 43, Chapman on 43, Wingett on 38, Boys Raper on 33, Breton on 31, Tom Reed on 26, McKee, Hill and Ian Tate rounding out the 15 in this regularity event. Checkered flag is being given to all the competitors in regularity and does make up an important part of these historic type of events here at the Winton Festival of the 2025. We do change things up a little bit more in the next regularity trial, because that regularity event is for CNA Touring Car Tribute regularity, and we get to see a little bit of a different iteration on how we go regularity racing or regularity eventing.
Yeah,
Not racing.
Not racing. They're running on the super brand, breakfast brand, but these guys are running on the standard brand.
It is, and that sees the end for the regularity competition. For now, thank you, Phil, for filling in for a couple of minutes while I had a bite to eat in that one. Coming up next here, front and centre on the Winton Festival of Speed 2025, which we say a massive thank you to Equity One, www.equity-one.com.au. Of course, Shannon's Insurance 134646. Your car, your bike or your home, give them the chance to get your insurance business. Fraser Industries, Cool Drive Auto Parts making up the big headline sponsors. And of course, the Touring Car Tributes this weekend are brought to us by Autohouse 300, the Vehicle Storage 300 people out in Moorabbin there. We'll be back. Thank you, Phil. We'll be back for CNA Touring Car Tribute in just a moment.
From an early age, I knew some cars were a statement of style and elegance. This is my SL63, my most prized possession. Friends say it's more like an obsession. It's my car, and I absolutely love it. I'm a motoring enthusiast, and Shannon's is my insurance company.
Shannon shares your passion. Call Shannon's on 13 46 46. Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
When I was a kid, I loved cars.
I've been a motoring enthusiast all my life. My life is hot rods, designing them, building them, and racing.
Hand built with a stainless steel roof. I've won the Monte Carlo Rally 4 times.
Like Dad, I've always been a Ford man.
In 71, this was the fastest four-door car in the world.
Insurance? Shannon's, of course.
Well, we changed things up a little bit here, and this is the Groups C and A Touring Car Tribute Regularity number 3. These cars look the part, sound the part, they are the part. The only thing that's missing is they're not the part. But it is absolutely awesome that these car owners and drivers go to the effort to build a car that otherwise they might not be able to get their hands on. Been joined by Brett Francis and Nick Higgins for all the insight into C&A regularity type of driving. But I guess the real interest is what these cars are and what they represent, and the build process and all of that sort of thing to make these cars get out on track and do something different. The one we're looking at now, the Rao Sands car, is definitely something that is a tribute to a Brock car, David Rao at the wheel there. But some of these more obscure cars, I mean the Pinnacle Motorsport car, those of us involved in motorsport know what Pinnacle is. Right. And you see it and you go, oh, I like them actually too. Yeah. It's really cool. They've gone in to do that. The fastback has already, the Cooper's already pulled over the Moffat Bathurst winning livery there, Brett.
Does that remind you of the next couple of years of Bathurst 77 Conroy Straight?
Is that what we're doing? We're doing a reenact. Not only are we doing tributes, we're doing reenactments.
Yeah. Wasn't it John English in Moffat's car in 78? Yeah, the Federation insurance car.
Yeah, it did. Fell off a cliff there, didn't it?
Yeah, exactly. But no, these cars are, a vast majority are built very much like a Group C, Group A car. You know, a couple of sort of more modern type of modifications with, componentry and stuff like that. But all in all, they're a Group C and A car in concept and livery, and they're great. And, there's some really good guys out there. They're having fun, and that's what it's about, just having some fun.
We'll bring Nick Higgins in here. He 12 months ago was having a ball. Now he's doing a bit of officiating in the background. He's gone grey overnight, losing his hair. Had a great night down with D8 Sleuth and all the legends last night. Nico, you were doing this event in a replica Toyota Works car last year.
Yeah, that's correct. A good friend of mine, Stuart Jones, who's one of the sponsors for this weekend, owns Cable Engines. We decided to do a replica of the Team Toyota Australia AE91, but being a four-door which was running, and we absolutely had a ball. It's just easy on tyres, easier on brakes. We didn't have the outright speed, but very constant and very much on point, lap after lap after lap. So a little bit more modern technology in these cars, as Brent said, but more with safety, with seats and a welded-in cage instead of the old aluminium bolted-in cage, which seemed to fold up like a bit of sheet of paper if you had a decent shunt.
Well, it's the evolution of humankind, isn't it?
Yeah.
We learn and we move on, that's for sure. But the interesting thing, and I'll focus on that Corolla that you were using last year. Not only did you do some tribute race regularities and things like that we're seeing on screen and on track at the moment, you did a bit of improved production racing with that car, some club sprints. So not only you were, the world was your oyster, you could go off and take it and do other things. And I'll put it to both of you, Brett. These guys can go off to a car club sprint.
That's exactly
anywhere
right.
else anywhere else in the country.
100%. And we've got guys from Adelaide here, Tasmania, Queensland. We had one guy who is coming down from Queensland who's actually one of the sponsors, but unfortunately had his truck broke down on the way, and that's Simon Athanasius, who's got Rubbercraft race tyres. And he's a Queensland-based guy, and said, I want to come down and have a run with you guys. And he's got a little BMW E36 in a German livery, in the Jägermeister livery. So, I really appreciate the fact that he was sponsoring and coming for his first event. You don't get that often. And these guys are all supportive of the category, supportive of our meetings. So, and they're just out there having a ball. You go into the pits where they are, and they're laughing, joking. This is just a ball, living their dream.
And then I guess when you get a little engine miss or something, then there's the furrowed brows and people bringing out timing lights and
exactly,
and trying to work out, well, listen to this and what's that, and no, we're going to have to pull the rocket covers off.
And then
no different to any other race car.
Yeah, exactly. And everyone suddenly becomes a Triple A race mechanic.
But these are really like the poster cars you know, as kids, you know, we all grew up on one of my big fans was Brock. I know Dad was a big fan of Beachy and along with Red, so those cars we idolised, we could actually go build a replica and go and race, because a lot of these, the genuine cars, they are somewhat of a museum piece, and they're very hard to replace if you do have an incident.
Yeah, so at that point, it's really hard to find a clean VK these days to build a replica, so you got to do a bit of a search around it.
That's right.
It's you're not going to get a lightweight pedalled car out of the Holden factory anymore, are you?
No, that's right. I mean, look at an XDXE. We've got Graham Stevenson. He's here today. He unfortunately missed yesterday. You know, in that awesome-looking Pi Audio car. And, you know, find a clean XD or an XE now. Find a set of taillights for one.
As we say that, here he comes, just appearing on the screen right there. We touched on him this morning. English Gulson, and you know, we're talking fringe dwelling kind of entry there, but it was a cool livery, and you know, that car can now be used in various different forms of motorsport. You can probably front up in 3 weeks' time and run into the National Sports Sedan race at Sandown.
Or big V8s, which we also run too. So, and all the door handles work on this one as well. So, unlike
you ever go to the Ford dealer and you walk in and they just lift up from underneath the counter and put one black one on the counter and go, you need another door handle, don't you? I like that, Nick.
But no, look, that is a great car. Like, I'm being a Holden man, but I'm a car guy, and that is just, he's looked out of the box, did build a Dick Johnson car, he liked the livery, liked that car, and went ahead and built it.
And that brand is still around too, so you probably put a bit of a sponsorship proposal through to it and say, hey, we're going to do some laps of this thing, and you know, that's also the other thing you can do there as well. And here's a livery that I guess a lot of people in Australian motorsport would know very, very well, the iteration into Group A racing. So we're looking at the Falcon, which is just disappearing off screen, which is a replica of a Group C era, and then the Commodore behind, we go into the Group A era. Here's Milton Ferris, and he's, sorry, no, this is the wrong category. I'm zooming into the wrong category. I was about to say he's fixed the head gasket.
Milton's just had a heart attack.
Yeah, he's like, whoa!
Someone's in his car, but, you know.
Sorry about that, guys. Busy day.
But, no, you're right. It's a pretty good tribute to his car with a different take on the word that usually sponsors it. So, but, you know, that's Ped Shibruce's son out there, Chris. He's having a run. This is his first event, and I spoke to him yesterday, and he said this is fantastic. So, you know, and this fella here with the yellow VH, that's a brand new car from South Australia, and it's an awesome looking livery. It's one of the best ones we've seen for a long time. So yeah, well done to Daniel.
It is very cool, and the VH Commodore was a pretty successful group.
So
you look at that big wild tail they had on the back of them, and then we go to the next iteration, the last of the Group Cs, and we see that the VK.
Yeah, the mighty Big Bangers.
Yeah,
That was
the last of the Big Bangers.
And it'll be great to see some more Big Bangers. I think last year we had 2 Bluebirds out here.
Yes.
You know, the RX-7, which they had as well. So with Moffat and Peter McLeod in the Slick 50 RX-7.
Interesting, you touched on those Bluebirds. I do remember them from last year, and they were quick too.
Yeah.
They were bolted together very well indeed. Here's a cool one as well, the 76 Tirana.
That's a beautiful car. Let's just have a look at in the pits before, and that is just a magnet for people walking around taking photos. The kids are hanging around the cars, and it is great.
Well, that and off that is that's not just about the tribute cars. That's about this event. The people that are discovering this event over the last few years. And Brett, we chatted just before with the event started today. Great spinner down here at turn 2. Continuing on, just gathering it all back up again. Carnival 5 at the Davies entry. But yeah, the event overall, Brett, is just being massively accepted, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
I've got to say, August and the weather, I guess, is just brilliant.
Yeah. You know, Benella's put on the best weather you can imagine this weekend. It's fantastic.
It certainly has. As we get a good look at this number 76 there again, and that's the Ryan entry.
And it's a semi-tape on the Jansen hatchback.
Okay.
Yeah, it's even though it's white with the colour scheme across the top, the red and the yellow, it was based on the Jansen scheme we said. So yeah. So,
yeah, I do like the fact that they're representing Australian manufacturing with Honda written down the side there
exactly.
as well.
Yeah, world-class engineering.
Absolutely, yeah, for sure.
And it's a quick car.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is, and being driven pretty well here too as well. I guess it's been driven pretty fast because he's not doing so well in the regularity. In fact, he's down there in 15th, but I guess at some point you go, I'm just going to enjoy it.
Exactly.
and a circuit like this just drags you in. I know with the Corolla when I first started doing the regularity, I've never done a regularity before. I remember doing club sprints, which my dad dragged me into. Or
you're kicking and screaming, you get dragged into it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. A bit of a twist of the arm.
Yeah, come on, son, we're going to do some club sprints. Nah, Dad, I'll stay home that day.
But it kind of sucks you into a little bit because, like, you actually get dragged into a race. You want to sort of race that next guy, go, oh, I reckon I can get in a little bit more, and then you sort of chase him and you go, oh, I've just broken out again. So it's all about trying to be patient, which I'm not very patient person when it comes to sitting behind the race a race car. So
get the good look down the side of Stevenson's car there as well, and enjoying this beautiful day. And the Tirana just in front, that's the Ortlev car, currently sitting in 7th in this one. And the points just starting to stack up. In fact, Stevenson, that Belkin, who's leading this one.
Yeah, he's risen to the top, so Brian's doing a fantastic job.
Then it's the Robinson car, number 77 is the next one through, and we've got that one on screen right now, heading through turn 3. And it's being driven, is it Gary McKay at the wheel there, Nico? Anyway, he's sliding that Tirana through turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, those people who do follow not just historic, but production car, improved production, they'll know Gary McKay at GP Automotive. He's had an XU1 Tirana for as long as I've known him.
It's showroom condition for 40 years.
He's had that was his first ever car, no. So that's great. And just to note that number 28 XU1 with no cage, and that's basically how they ran it back in the day. So
yeah, it is. Yeah. We talk about improved production. This was the original improved production category, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
These cars running around it, and plenty of people watching on here this weekend, and it's a fantastic crowd at the track, and I've got to thank, I can't get around everyone personally and thank them for coming here, but thank you everyone for the patronage here for this event. Keep your eyes peeled on the VHRR social media and different bits and pieces around motorsport publications, in particular the Sleuth website partnering there as well. So keep your eyes out for the 2026 iteration of this event. The biggest challenge out of that is how do you make it better than this one? I think we've already found out we're doing a rock concert.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Well, next year I do believe we'll have more cars in tributes.
Yes.
Brett, who's standing beside us, he's got his VK, which is very close and very close. Unfortunately, like everything in life, we just run out of time. Dylan Innes should be back in the Perkins VL Walkinshaw. And there's, I believe, Pete Jones, who was quite quick last year, he could be back next year as well.
Yeah, exactly. We might even drag a couple of guys with some heritage cars into the legends, you know, like Steve Tate with his Marston and Holmes VK. We'd love to see that out here, and so, you know, there's opportunities for everyone, you know, and like we were saying earlier, you know, there's other cars that we can introduce to these categories.
You guys are enjoying the platform of live streaming and taking a jive for those guys at home watching on RTV. I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing, Nico. I get those messages. I know what you're talking about. I'm actually just enjoying watching this particular car, Travis Kirby's car. What a cool car that is. Citizen watches, flooring around Sandown in the 500.
And the best thing about this car, it was a Commodore Cup car that was sitting, and it had, you know, it was doing nothing. And Travis just upspec'd it to what it is now, and it's so consistent.
There is a checkered flag, and that will bring the tribute car regularity event to a head. And now I don't actually know when we get to know who wins this stuff. Is that an announcement that the stewards do in the next hour or so?
Oh, I believe so. I've got to go down and see them actually and get the scores. But last year it was Trav Kirby who won.
Yep.
But just from sitting up here or standing up here with you, I'm pretty sure Robinson's won absolutely every session. So he'd have to be close. Or Barkler, he was another one that was consistently up there every session. So it'll be interesting. So we'll see how we go. But we've got a inter-class bit of a competition going, and we've already decided that the Pinnacle Motorsport car and the Jansen VH are the two best liveries for this weekend. Last year it was Graham Stevenson with that high audio that won that category, so they're the two best liveries voted by all the guys. So that's one thing. So we'll see how we go with the rest.
Big shout out to Auto House in Moorabbin for the support of the tribute regularity here this weekend. Great to have them on board, and totally relevant for them to be sponsoring a motorsport event. That's what they do.
Exactly.
They look after people's cars in between events, don't they?
Exactly. So and those guys are, came on board and they've sponsored this event. Big thanks to Auto House Vehicle Storage, so in Moorabbin.
Guys, thank you very much for your time, Brett. I know you're powering around the place, so I don't want to be around in about 5 days' time when you go down the drain hole. You have yourself a nice relaxing bath, kick the plug out, and you disappear down the
I'll
tube.
have to take a holiday.
Good idea.
Yeah, exactly.
Good idea. Nico, great to have you here, mate. Always fantastic. Your quantum knowledge around this sort of side of motorsport. It's cool to have you here.
No, thank you, Darren. It's great. It's great to see another big crowd again. As we alluded on early this morning, we had the biggest Saturday crowd. And as time goes on, it's just going to get bigger, and I've spoken to Brett, and what we're going to sort of try to do is make it a lot more of a big family event. So in the skid pan over there, we've sort of floating an idea to maybe have a kid activation zone. So young kids get a little bit bored, you can wander over there and go on Ferris wheels or whatever, little pedal carts
We'll
or
just
something.
work it out.
We'll work it out. I'll just put more workload on it.
Brett's going to be like a duck, isn't he, floating on the top of the pond, and his legs are just paddling away like crazy.
So as we're saying, Brett might not be racing next year.
Yeah, and just quietly, my wife's listening at home right now.
Big shout out to Mrs. Florence.
And she'll be going, what?
Guys, thank you very much.
you, mate.
We've got the next group of cars lining up ready to come out, and they are the Group N and invited. This is the feature race for the weekend. The 50k Group N race. This is going to be absolutely massive. Looking forward to it. We'll take a quick break and be back with lots more racing to round out the afternoon. And I don't even know how many. We've got about 12 more events still to go, so we're nowhere near the end of it. Great afternoon. Where else would you rather be than Winton Motor Raceway? Back in a moment.
From an early age, I knew some cars were a statement of style and elegance.
I've been a motoring enthusiast all my life. My life is hot rods, designing them, building them, and racing. My Coupe 4 is rare and very special.
Beautiful, handcrafted, proper works of art.
This is my most prized possession.
Insurance? Shannon, of course.
I spend a lot of time out here. The RT Charger's the real deal. An E49. Remember A-Charger? I've always got projects on the go, so Shannon's laid-up cover helps protect my restorations. I'm Mopar through and through. It's a passion Shannon's understands. I wouldn't insure my cars and bikes with anyone else.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
afternoon, folks. Darren Knight here to bring you the final race of the 2025 Winton Festival of Speed for Group N historic touring cars. So, fantastic machines that represent the type of touring cars we ran in Australia up until the end of 1972. So we have a Group NB out there, which runs from 1959 to 1964, and then Group NC, which ran from 1965 through to the end of 1972. As I welcome back to the microphone, Darren Smith. This is the big one, the big 50K, not $50,000, but 50 kilometres. So the longest race we run for historic touring cars in the land, around 16 or 17 laps, Daz.
Absolutely, Darren. Fantastic to have you up here with this as well. No one quite knows how cool Group N races like you do, and it's awesome to have you. Elson, I'm talking you up, mate. You got to go with me on this. Absolutely, and I'm not sure whether we've explained to the racers that 50K is a distance, not
prize money.
I got to say, race drivers will focus on the money first and foremost every single time. So we'll see how that plays out for us at the end of today. Let's have a look at this grid sheet. It is absolutely stacked with variety and speed. And I'm going to put the first one on the pole position, and that's the speed. Brad Tilley in that white Mustang takes up the front row of the grid. Right beside him, the guy that snatched the victory here last year, famously in his RX2, Peter McNiven, with Mike McChelly, a very winning driver, returning to the Group N ranks, and Josh Axford. So on the driver's right of the grid is an RX2 and an Escort, and on the other side of the grid is two Mustangs. So we've got this typically Winton battle, haven't we?
Exactly, the big and the small cars, and it would be an appropriate time now to tell you why a lot of the cars have their headlights on. That is a tribute to the late Robert Van Stockram, Hot Dog, as he was affectionately known in the club. Unfortunately, we lost Rob a couple of weeks ago. He was a Group N racer, starting out in a BMW and then a 68 Ford Mustang. A real great personality around the club and contributor to the Historic Touring Car Association of Victoria. So Rob, this one's for you, mate. The headlights are on, and I'm thinking we're going to leave the front two grid spots vacant in honour of Rob Van Stockram. All the cars have a little hot dog sticker on the back window, a nickname Hot Dog. He used to run a series of hot dog vans in his early business life and was a very successful businessman. So we remember Rob Van Stockram.
A nice tribute there as well. Peter Milliman in number 43 will come out of 7th. Glenn Miles, the first of the Chargers. Then we have David Murphy out of Bressington in the first of the minis. Gary Finnemore in his Mustang. David Noakes out of 12. Kirk Davis out of 13. Robert Burns out of 71. Evan Goebel out of South Australia will start out of 15th. Stephen McKay out of 16th. David Brown, the first of the Datsun 1600s, will start out of 17th. Max McKay is next on the grid. John Harrison, Phil Barrow, Dean McLaughlin, Anthony Green, Graham Hill in the blue mini, Vic Draper, Gordon Cox, Don Knight out of 26, Christian Dackey, Les Walmsley, as we look for a race start.
McNiven in the Mazda. Can he beat the Mustang off the line? Here they go, folks. The 50K cut for historic touring cars down into turn one for the first time. Brad Tilley will take the lead narrowly in front of Peter McNiven. Michael Michelli is third. A big battle for fourth now behind Michelli. Josh Axford in the Escort has Jeff Monday, who's made a great start in the 68 model, number 68 Chevy Camaro. So Monday now attacking Axford in the Escort.
Chief David Murphy was all at sea there. He managed to slip, slide and wobble his way down through two there and getting a ripping start there. Adrian Moore's got a good start in the ex-Hossack RX2 as well. He's jumped about 10 places. He was at far rear of the grid and he's pushing pretty hard. Reminiscent of last year, Brad Tilley, what he's got to do, Darren, it's fairly obvious his runaway height, isn't it? Just go hard and get away from the pack.
Going to have to look after the brakes and tyres. 16 or 17 laps. It's a fairly decent distance for these cars that usually run something about 6 or 7 laps at most meetings around the country. So Brad, he's not going to have it all his own way. He's going to have to look after the equipment with the much lighter RX2 of McNiven a lot easier on the components.
And Axford as well in that escort will certainly feature as the laps start to turn on. I'm going to say we're going to get about 10 to 12 laps out of the heavier cars, and that's where their lap time will start to just slip away a little bit here. But you cannot take anything away from any one of the Tilley family. When they go to a racetrack, they go there fast.
Well, did you see that up on the curve?
Yeah.
Second lap, Brad Tilley really getting into it. I think I saw some air under a rear wheel there,
Yes.
which is quite unusual in a Mustang. So Brad is putting the hammer down and trying to build a buffer on our second place man, Peter McNiven, in that bright red Mazda RX2 number 13.
Up across the top of the hill, there's the RX2 in the background. I can report 2.5 second lead on the opening lap of this race as Tilley decides that the runaway and hide, be the rabbit, just run away as fast as you possibly can. Great manoeuvres through the field. Have a look at this.
Evan Goebel in the XU1 going up the inside of David Noakes in the twin cam escort. They're trying to latch onto the tail of David Brown in the Datsun. So great battle between Goebel and the number 7 XU1. Running the trusty old Sprintmaster Mags too. But David.
Darren, that'll do. Whatever you want, mate. That's
as long as it's not Mary.
It is a beautiful car. That for me, if I was going to have an XU1, is red with that black underpinning, is certainly the way you do it. And yeah, getting out up to David Brown in that little L series powered 1600, the venerable L1600, the Datsun 1600 with the L1600 engine in it is how many people have got their start, whether it be circuit racing or rallying in a Datsun 1600. I still think people get their start in a Datsun 1600 in rallying.
Magnificent platform that was for motorsport in a lot of categories. So we're watching at the moment the battle towards the mid-pack there. There's Brown in the Datsun 1600. Darren was talking about Goebel in the XU1, which was presented very worthily with the best presented car yesterday. The South Australian in the XU1. What a giant killing machine that was against the big Hoeys back in the day.
Certainly were. There was a different engineering iteration. The General Motors, under the tutelage of Harry Firth, they took it up to them and took it up to Howard Marsden, in fact, in the Ford 10, and they did a pretty strong job of it. They had a very intelligent rival line up an engineering package to back it up. There's a Humpy going through, and that is a hark back to the genuine and original days of Australian touring car racing. Great camera shot there, just watching car number 40 slide through turn 1 and 2. That's the Dean McLaughlin Datsun. And we focus on a couple of Mini Cooper S's.
That is Stephen McKay and Max McKay, so father and son running line astern there. Could be interesting discussion around the dinner table if there's any body contact. I'm sure there won't be. Stephen McKay been racing that yellow Mini for many, many years, and Max McKay having his first steer of the ex-Adrian Reed Cooper S as Adrian Moyle goes off in the RX2. He had an unfortunate incident this morning. He contact with the Miles Charger, so Adrian Moyle having all sorts of issues trying to get the car back onto the track in that damp grass.
There he is, the number 18, a car we saw Darren Hossack really manhandle around the Group N calendar for a couple of seasons. Darren's gone back to a sports end, got himself an RX-7. He's running in the Victorian State Series at the moment with that particular car, but the Adrian Moore getting a hold of that car here this weekend. There's been some challenges, but he was charging from the rear of the grid and actually got up to mid-pack. Have a look at this one. This RX2, well handled, well sorted, driven absolutely brilliantly. Currently sitting second on the road. The gap to our race leader, Brad Tilley, 4.3 seconds. That can be made up later on in the race fairly quickly. If the Tilley car drops off the boil, the McNiven car won't. It'll use its brakes and tyres quite neatly indeed. Big flame out the back, synonymous with rotary powered race cars as he cracks through a gear. Some raw fuel gets burnt in the exhaust pipe. But there's our race leader, Brad Tilley.
That car is a 289 Windsor powered Mustang, so first generation Mustang, but it is running to Group NC spec, so it allowed a slightly wider wheel. NC cars, the 65 to 72 cars, are allowed an 8-inch wide maximum wheel width, whereas the pre-65 cars are limited to a 6-inch wheel.
It's not a lot of rubber when you think about it. The lap times that they're turning, these cars are certainly going faster with modern machining and tyre technology, brake pad technology, all of that sort of thing. They're going faster than what they were in the day. So, it's a testament to keeping the
steer of the ex-Adrian Reed with Cooper S. There's the Adrian Reed goes off in the RX2. Adrian, he's having a difficult week. First time behind the wheel. Usually races 68 miles charge. And Adrian really is chalk and cheese, isn't it? The Camaro versus the RX2. So Adrian's still getting used to the car, but I'm sure he'll get there. He's done very well in the Camaro the last couple of years.
Well, the good thing about it is that the previous owner of the car is there to help out. Good shot of the back of that HQ, chasing down from the rear of the grid.
I fear that might be Adam Bressington, perhaps, in the Cooper S. He is retiring his Mini. It may not be. I just haven't got confirmation of that just yet. No, it is Bressington, unfortunately.
It's the 68 now pushing through. That's Jeff Mundy, and he is currently sitting back in position number 5, and he's got the Glenn Miles entry in behind him, David Murphy, Chris Stern, Peter Millman in the beautiful black, oil black Mustang.
David Murphy, the white XU1 on screen now, attacking the Charger of Glenn Miles. So the two Aussie 6-cylinder powered supercars getting stuck right into it. Murphy almost touching the rear bumper of Miles as they head through the twisty bits of the top end of the circuit.
You get the feel that Camaro is just wreaking havoc with these two 6-cylinders. This is where the Camaro will come into its own, power down, run down to turn 10 down the old back straight, and just up the road is that brilliantly driven car, Josh Axford in the Escort, and Michelli, who is currently sitting in position number 3.
So that's a battle for third. Michelli having his first visit to Winton in 14 years. I couldn't believe it when he told me this morning. Last raced here in a red XW Falcon Group N car. So his first time at the Mustang and his first time in 14 years here at the track. Had a great run so far, a podium this morning, and still running third at the moment. But Axford is trying to change all of that in the number 3 BDA powered Escort.
Peter McNiven is now holding Brad Tilley at 4.5 seconds, and Tilley on lap number 3 did the fastest lap of a 1:37.2. So that's a pretty good lap time in anyone's imagination. There's no one else that's gone into the 37th. In fact, McNiven in position 2 at 38.06, so very close to a 37. No one else in the 38s. There's a plethora of cars in the 39s and 40s. So at the moment, Brad Tilley just working in his zone of his own out there. So that's pretty cool to see him going about that at the moment. The HQ running on through there as well, getting a good run in the mid-pack.
Miles now getting very close in his Charger as he attacks the Chevy Camaro, the 5th place Chevy Camaro of Jeff Mundy. David Murphy not far behind Miles as well. The Charger, the famous 265 Hemi under the bonnet with a 4-speed, so running to E49 specs. That was a real bugbear for the Charger back in the day with the initial E37 and E38 with that lovely 3-speed gearbox. It really wasn't enough.
No, it wasn't. In the slant 6, once they gave it that extra cog, it started to operate a lot more often in its preferred rev range, didn't it? That was the secret to getting out of that vehicle successful.
One of the issues too with the Charger was the brakes were not fantastic, or the handling. I remember speaking to the great Graham Tubby Ritter about his Bathurst one year, and he said it was quite special house.
I know Tom Norton, a guy who commentated for many, many years. He was also fairly similar comment. The chemist from Brighton.
You can substitute that word special for something else. I'll leave that to your imagination.
They did it though, didn't they? They muscled through. And they got the job done, and more often than not finished.
The great Dougie Shivers, of course, finished on the podium after a wheel nut jam. They couldn't change the tyres, so it ran on the same tyres for the whole Bathurst race, which is quite amazing. The great Dougie Shivers, he was definitely a race car whisperer.
Yeah, he was, wasn't he? Yep. Famous footage of him pushing the Piranha up the hill into the pits at the 1000. But hey, let's have a look at what we've got on our plate here. This is the main course here this weekend. There goes Pete McNiven, last year's winner of this race. A very well presented RX2. The stance on it is purposeful. They've managed to just get slipped a little bit more ride height out of that one. The biggest problem with the RX sort of cars is that you've got to run a nice flowing exhaust, and they tend to hang pretty low, so your ride height does have to remain at a certain point of view.
So Chili's still leading from our second place man McNiven, who's starting to put a lap on some of our back markers, which could make things interesting.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. Brad Tilley now 139.24. Here's when we transition. Here it is right now. Last time around, Pete McNiven a 138.8. Brad Tilley a 139.2. So, and we go back to Josh Axford, who Michelli in front of him is now operating the 140s, and Ashford is still holding on to a 139. So we've sort of crossed the abyss there with the lap times. The bigger cars just easing out a second and a half a lap, whereas the smaller cars just hanging on to their lap time over the entire race journey.
Not sure if David Brown was having an issue there, and the Datsun didn't seem to be looking at full speed, so we'll keep an eye on the white Datsun 1600 of Brown, usually one of the quickest smaller cars in this category.
Just watching coming around to the S's there. Is he gone off? Is that the Hill entry?
Richard Hill, just having an excursion, but back on the track. Miles still not find a way past Jeff Mundy. He's got a couple of car lengths lead now over Miles and the white XU1 of David Murphy. Chris Stern is right there too. Now joining the battle for fifth. So Chris Stern in that 68 model Ford Mustang number 90, having his first race meeting in a couple of years. Les Walmsley, the number 99 Mark 1 GT Cortina, unfortunately copped a 30-second penalty for a yellow flag infringement this morning, so he's having to fight his way back from a little bit further down in the grid.
Battling it out there with Draper in the 1600. So this is just on the top 20. Les Walmsley gets very sideways. A bit of the hippie shake out of the Cortina there.
Well, as it takes lap and a half for Les.
Absolutely, and if anyone's going to catch it, it's going to be Les, that's for sure.
Extremely talented driver, of course, very quick in a Charger in years gone by, and club champion. The car is still weaving around, so...
Well, I hope he hasn't got a deflating tyre.
Yeah, it looks a little bit like that, doesn't it? The car is all over the place, and Vic Draper getting a run on him now in the Datsun 1600, but he's on the outside. Can he sweep around in front of Les? Les says, no, mate, not happening. He's hanging around there, Vic Draper. He's keeping the boot in, challenging the Cortina. Now has the inside run down into the bottom part of the circuit, and Vic Draper may pull off a very neat pass, Darren.
Does too, pulls the inside. Les Walmsley's having nothing of it. He's going to dive bomb it into turn 11. Big Draper, you get the feeling now, just needs to point it in a straight line, and the Datsun should have the wood on the fourth down the straight here. We get a good look now at our race leader. He's gobbling up car number 21, that's Graham Hill in the Mini. You wonder if we had a bit of precipitation, and we're not going to get that this year, but Graham will certainly have been not found down in the 20s or the mid-teens there. He would have been in P1, 2 or 3. David Brown is now rolled into pit lane, so your call was right there, Darren. I think he was hoping that whatever the issue was going to go away. He did an extra lap, but has gone back into the pits. Great to see. Glenn Miles is still battling on.
David Murphy in XU1 has got past the Miles Chargers, so keep an eye on the number 101 white XU1, folks, of David Murphy, now up into 6th place and trying to track down that number 68 model Chevy Camaro of Jeff Mundy.
Have a look at this. Brad Tilley has just responded, and he's done a 38 dead. So he was languishing in the 39s. He's responded and held the gap just under 5 seconds to Pete McNiven. Great to see he's taken some learnings from 12 months ago here, and this battle is alive and well. This is exactly what the Tiranas were bought out of the factory to do. Homologation type of car, the GTR XU1, and that was to be strong at the end of the stint.
It's amazing when you think about the XU1 that it grew from the Vauxhall Viva.
Yes. Yeah.
At
the
one
inside.
Murphy
through.
What a
nicely.
move. David Murphy now into 5th place in the XU1. So for once we didn't do the commentator's kiss of death talking about the XU1, and he's made the move, Darren.
Well, yeah, and I guess we're talking about the Vauxhall there as well. There's a Tirana or a HB Tirana. It goes off Murphy.
Well, there it is.
There it is, right there. Yeah, there's a HB Tirana, which for all intents and purposes was a direct overture from the Vauxhall, so they did extend through there. But the Vauxhalls were a pretty main thing in the European touring car world back in the day as well.
Not quite stock standard in those days. Yeah. So that's disappointing there for Murphy, but he'll be fighting back, no doubt, just running wide there, catching a bit of grass. So he's now got the sights refocused on that Camaro of Jeff Mundy. He must be getting sick of looking at the back of it after getting in front there briefly.
I guess Miles is getting a bit sick of looking at the back of the Tirana too. He gave him a short back side.
It's amazing when you think about the XU1.
Had to look at the back of the line badge on the back of that car. He's the replay. Inside. Murphy through. And David got to hand it to Monday though. There he just allowed the race to continue. Could have got nasty, but chose not to. The 22 Cortina now just moving out of the way.
Chris Stern in the Mustang that got past Miles in the Charger, so the Charger bugbear of brakes perhaps rearing its head now for Glenn Miles in the number 16 Mustang coloured Charger. So Chris Stern now up into 6th place in the number 90 Mustang.
Pick up Peter Milliman sporting the Alan Moffat famous number 43 on the side of his Mustang, and he's just gone wide at the sweeper there, so he's helped himself off there. Big plume of dust coming out of Pete Milliman's car. A fearsome competitor, great driver is Peter Milliman, but just did himself absolutely no favours whatsoever. Just hearing a protesting set of tyres.
That is Max McKay. He has spun the number 38 Mini. Looks like it's a little bit hot too on the exit of the S's coming onto the old front straight, just trying to get the car going again, but a bit of steam coming out from underneath its diminutive bonnet.
Yeah, you don't like to see that. They don't hold a whole lot of water in them once they start to get hot like that. McNiven goes through. We've got a couple more cars that have just made their way into the pits, and one of them was Les Wapsley. So that's a shame. Les has found that couldn't press on any further. The issue with his car, as we have yellow flags covering the Mini parked just off the ultimate racing line, but you never can tell after turns 1 and 2 which is the ultimate racing line to go side by side through that part of the track. There's our race leader, Brad Tilley, and we are on the final journey around here in the 2025 50k race.
Well, my arithmetic wasn't too great because we're going to get about 12 laps, not 16 or 17.
Yeah, so it's not going to go the full 5-0 either. It's well, it is still a race, and that is for sure. The gap is now under 4 seconds, so McNiven has certainly stamped his authority on the latter part of this race, and it doesn't feel like it's going to be the fairy tale finish like it was in 2024.
Nevertheless, a great performance from McNiven to get the Rotary up there in 2nd place. Brad Tilley, though, what a performance in the number 28 Ford Mustang. Absolute clean sweep of the racing today. Brad Tilley takes out the win in the 50k Cup for Group N, a historic touring car. It's a great drive, superbly prepared car too. It's been running for many, many years. The Tilley's actually built this car to start with for Bob Cox, and Bob hung up the helmet. Brad now taking on the driving duties in the number 28 and is really cleaning up in spectacular fashion. The little 289 wins are certainly working very hard and did the business this weekend. So 2 from 2 for Brad Tilley. McNiven was 2nd. Michael Michelli, another podium. He's returned to the circuit. No, Josh Axford, in fact, got up past Michelli on that final lap. Right at the flags. What a drive from Josh Axford, the little BDA Escort, the South Australian, finishing on the podium.
It's certainly one to watch there, Josh Axford, coming charging home at the line there, so getting on the podium. What a mix of cars though, Daz, on the podium. A Mustang, an RX-2 and an Escort. You know, the Fords have got it, but I tell you what, when you put a 4-cylinder in the mix there, that makes it very interesting.
And who doesn't like a well-performing Escort, Darren? Getting pretty expensive now.
Yeah. Very cool coming through the forest. I tell you what, a BDA with Webbers on it, coming through the forest.
Well, of course, in England now, Bora Motorworks, I think they're called. They're producing a brand new Mustang Escort licensed by Ford, completely computer designed with a carbon fibre body shell. It's going to be about 800 grand. So it's amazing that the demand is still there for Escorts, and soon you'll be able to buy a brand new one.
So that rounds it out for 2025 for the Group N Historic Touring Car races. The drivers just waving to the flags and trackside marshals in appreciation for all the work that our volunteer officials do right around the track. And again, a race for the ages. This time Brad Tilley, I guess, grabs back the honour that he dropped off last year, and Pete McNiven has to look at the 2024 trophy and say, well, I did do it last year, I'll take second place this year, and I dare say we'll be back for more in 2026 as all of our cars have now taken the checkered flag. The DNFs to Walmsley, Burns, and a couple of others there as they retired throughout the race with shots of Miles' car, and he got home ultimately in 8th place there as well. Darren Knight, thank you very much for your time right throughout the Group N's here today, Historic Touring Cars and Invited, and it's been fantastic to have you with all your expertise on this category.
Thank you, Darren. And of course, we'll have more Group N Historic Touring Car action at the Equity One Sandown Historics in November. So second week in November, folks, after the Melbourne Cup week. So that is always a fantastic meeting. We don't know how lucky we are to have a racetrack right in the middle of suburbia. It's quite unique the world over to have a racetrack that close to the population. Always a fantastic meeting put on by the VHRR. That's the Equity One Sandown Historics, second weekend in November.
You're sticking around, mate. We've got one more race to go here with the Group A's and Group C's. They'll be on track next. We're going to take a much-needed break between now and when those cars roll out. We'll be back live at the Winton Festival of Speed 2025 in just a few moments.
I was 16 when I first saw her. Loved her utterly. She was so sweet, so perfect. Still is. She's got a whopping great two-stroke engine under that gorgeous aerodynamic body. Insurance? Shannon's, of course.
No one knows your passion like Shannon's. That's why we offer special limited usage rates and even club plate cover. So call Shannon's on 13 46 46. Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
Great time to get yourself over to the fence or squash yourself up quite up close to your computer monitor, your camera, your phone, your big screen TV, wherever you're soaking up the magnificent Festival of Speed here at Winton for 2025. This is one of the ones you do not want to miss as the trackside start to see people pushing their way up to the fence. It is well worth making yourself known right up on the front row of the spectator area to watch these cars going around. Heritage touring cars and invited for all those at home. Pretty much means Group C and Group A cars, and it is a very much a top-notch field out there. The question I'm going to pose to the resident expert Darren Knight here is that in first time in history, can an RX-7 take 4 from 4 with Elliot Barber at the wheel of this Yellow Pages car?
You never know. He certainly looked to have the pace this weekend in that car owned by Kerrick McMahon, which is on the market. Been sprinting it all weekend. So.
Yeah, you're getting some comms out of that, eh?
Not yet. We'll see. But Elliot Barber doing a great job being invited to drive the RX-7. Of course, Elliot, you know, from his Trans Am duties these days. Started well last weekend, but unfortunately was mixed up with a few bit of panel crunching, which does occasionally happen with the Trans Am, but doing a great job, and he's certainly bringing that form this weekend in the unfamiliar Group C environment of the RX-7. He beat Chris Stillwell this morning. So the short straight's not really working to the series advantage. Of course, it's Sandown and Phillip Island. It's a different story. Let that little hairdryer spool up on the side of that fantastic twin-cam Ford engine. Nevertheless, doing a great job.
Elliot Barber will start from pole. Chris Stillwell right alongside him in position number 2. It's the Walkinshaw of Adrian Elsey that is next. Stephen Exisa in the VH Commodore, and it is a rolling start. David Toe is next in the black BMW. Anthony Tencat from Queensland down for the weekend, starting out of 6th. Glenn Gerstle, Justin Nilsson in the Turbo Extra. Don Dimitriadis from New South Wales with Dean Howe right next. Trent Harrison, Pete Ziveris will start out of position number 12. Red lights are on. This will be a rolling start. Anthony Sorford, Cole Spender, Carl Muller, Gavin Adamson, Trevor Schumack, right down to Jacob Curry at the back of the field. The RX-7 gets nice start there. They've got to keep each other neat and tidy.
Chris Stillwell slides into second in the Caltex here, but battle for third here between Steve Axisa in the VH Commodore. Adrian Elsey will probably cover him off down into the old turn 1, and does. So Adrian Elsey in third, Axisa back to fourth. Good to see Trevor Schumack on screen now in the BMW Super Tourer, joining back into the racing action after the car went off in this morning's race and then went to lit mode when it went onto the grass, so that's why Trevor did not finish this morning's race.
Jacob Curry also pushing hard from the rear in the green stuff. Falcon, but it is what we've seen. The car number 30 leads them away. David Toe looking to the inside of Exisa now down at Watertown. There's the 635 CSI. It's starting to bunch up there as well. And the ex-Emery treasure car there with Ian Ross at the wheel. He's forcing his way back up through the field after those gearbox issues earlier on this weekend.
Carl Muller back out there also in his ex-Laurie Nelson V6 Capri, having an excursion onto the fairly bumpy infield this morning, ripped the front splitter off the Mark III Ford Capri. So good to see Crazy Carl back out there.
I'm sure he appreciates the tag you've given him there, Daz.
Well, he's the exact opposite, so that's why I'm calling him that. He's a very measured man.
It's very Australian, isn't it? Like Shorty is generally 6'6".
Someone with red hair is Bluey.
Yeah, there we go. No problem with any nicknames at the moment other than winningest, and that is Elliot Barber. He's given a really good first lap, and he's given himself 3.1 second lead. Gee, have a look at him working at the wheel there. Great to see the gloves up in the air there. Tipped it in, didn't quite have the grip there, had a double dip at it. Those white wheels haven't even been dusted up throughout this weekend. He's hardly even had to use the brake, but Chris Stillwell is now into position number 2. It's the Walkinshaw that has pushed its way through. There's the Pete Ziveris car, the ex-Bob Jane team entry, and we look right back down through the field. Up the inside, Schumacher goes on Ian Ross, puts the big Falcon down one spot there. Car number 49 just disappears back one spot there, and Ian Ross was the highest 13th. Zebras just up the road from him as well, but sure at the back of the field, the RX-7 gets nice. The front we go. They've got a start of the race. Neat the hub.
Chris Stewart slides my second to
just the right of room. Great to see team now pushing through in the 635 CSI there as well, and we see all cylinder versus V8.
And the 10 car in the X1 Cullen VH Commodore having a battle there with David Toe in the number 44 M3 BMW, the last of the JPS M3s built by Frank Gardner's team, as Elliot Barber continues to lead in the RX-7. That little rotary working its way down the front straight. Handy lead now over Stillwell in the Sierra. Adrian Alsey, in fact, has got past Stillwell there, so not much between the Walkinshaw and its arch enemy, the Cosworth Sierra.
That screaming 13V rotary down into turn 3, followed by the rumble of the V8, the spooling up turbo, 4-cylinder also there in the mix. This is a great race, and that car is going through there as well. A local vehicle or locally entered vehicle in the Touring Car Championship all those years ago, as Daz just alluded to, the magnificent ex-Jim Richards 635 CSI, Pete Zebras there, and Trevor Schumack now. He's dispensing with one after another in the E36 Super Tourer.
Craig Foster, a little rear-wheel drive Corolla coupe there, giving a bit of curry to Ian Ross, the X1 Emery XD Falcon. Cole Spender, the twin cam Escort. Adam Workman in the little, Gavin Addison in the little country deal team built.
There was a few of them back in the day, wasn't there? They made up about 15 of the, from about 48 through to 55, 56 of the grid.
Usually the choice was the Isuzu PF60. That was a bit hotter than your usual Sandpiper Gemini we got out here.
That's right. And look at this. This is what you like to see. This is again another David versus Goliath type of battle. Ian Ross taking on the car number 90 of Foster, and it's really cool to see these sort of battles. Craig Foster is definitely driving very, very well. The Toyota Works livery emblazoned on his car.
Toyota Team Australia dominated the small car class back in the early days of that era. That's a rear-wheel drive Corolla, of course, made way for the famous front-wheel drive hatch, and that was one of the cars that was unfortunately caught up in the big hailstorm on the top of the mountain in 1987. The Toyotas were running 1 and 2, were just killing it in their class, and then they hit that hailstorm, and they both went off literally within metres of each other. Of course, driven by a fantastic series such as the great Drew Price, John Smith, of course.
Yep.
Absolutely guns.
I think John Faulkner was still driving for them as well.
Would have been young John Faulkner in those days.
Young JF. G'day, young JF. He's probably watching on actually. He's still involved in the sport. As Ian Ross, a guy that works extremely hard, the chairman of the organising committee for this particular event. He switches off on Friday morning and goes into a race driver mode, and hopes he's put all the work in place here. But this is the Mike Emery. This was, I'm going to say, extreme privateer land.
Yep, absolutely clear white flanks, and that's because you must present these cars as they raced, so you can't put your own modern sponsors on them. And Mike was doing it all basically out of his own pocket, Mike Emery.
The RX-7 just blasting up the hill there, flames out the back there, spectacular. I love a bit of flame. The car goes 5% faster when the flames are out the back.
Is that where the nickname Rice Burner came from?
Yeah, let's call it that. Yep. Yeah, certainly the Rice Burner at the moment is showing the way at 6.5 second lead, and the last lap board will be shown to him next lap around, and for all intents and purposes, this has been a good weekend for this guy. Elliot Barber was driving very nicely indeed. I guess it's nice to put last weekend behind him and come here to the sunny middle of northeastern Victoria and drive someone else's car and to some victories really does put pump your tyres up as a race car driver if you're coming off a tough weekend to have a ripping one the weekend later. And he's driving very, very well. His car placement has been fantastic, and I bet you he's enjoying the nimble, lightweight RX-7, being able to turn the wheel and it respond automatically to your inputs.
Nigel Bowling has done a fantastic job on the setup of that RX-7. Kerry McMahon absolutely wrapped with the way the car is handling. He's the battle for second place. This will go right down to the flag. Adrian Alsey in the Commodore versus Chris Stilwell in the Sierra.
Yeah, this is something that would have happened many times in the Australian Touring Car Championship. VL Walkinshaw versus a Sierra, and I'm going to say it's probably going to be Alan Grice in a works. HSV, the Telecom Mobile Net outfit, I would suggest it would have been. But on our final journey here with Elliot Barber, this is alive and well too. This is definitely a ripping drive by Trevor Schumacher. He's come up onto the back of Dean Howe in the 635 CSI. And these guys are fighting it out for P10.
Yeah, so that's the Group C version of the 635 that, of course, went on to win the championship in Group A form in 1985. This was the first of the JPS 635s imported for Alan Grice Racing and then taken over by Frank Gardner, and Jimmy Richards replaced Gricey. Trent Harrison in the Alpha, of course, that car was racing right here, Winton, 40 years ago, for the first round of the Australian Touring Car Championship. 1985, Colin Bond and Alan Jones had a pretty rough weekend. Jones, he had a flat after 2 laps. Bondi had a spin, so they were really up against it, the V8 opposition.
Great to see the car still motoring around. There it is, the 43. And you can tell the Group C version because it's got almost rude extension arches on the guards, hasn't it? Checkered flag, and it has been given to Elliot Barber. Takes 4 from 4. There's not too many drivers, Darren Knight, that can say I took 4 from 4 over a weekend. That's a hat-trick plus 1.
Adrian Alsey was second at the flag, just got home in front of the Cosworth Sierra of Chris Stilwell. Steve Baxis for another fantastic drive next. Scotty Taylor, Kevin Kennedy. VH Commodore was 4th. David Toe was 5th in the M3. Anthony Tincardi was 6th in a Commodore. Then Glenn Gerstle and Fred Geisler Commodore, number 7, finishing in 7th. Justin Nilsson up into 8th in the St. Pulsar Exit Turbo. Don Dimitriadis next. Lanesville Smash Repairs VL. Trevor Schumacher rounding out the top 10, just getting home in front of that very 635 BMW we were talking about of Dean Howe from Peninsula BMW Service. Dean, a long time BMW man. It's great to see him bring out that unique Group C 635.
Yeah, absolutely applaud him for doing so. Really cool looking car. A great field of heritage touring cars, Group A's and Group C's, making their way to Winton Motor Raceway. Sadly, we wave goodbye to these cars until next year. I'm pretty sure we'll be able to catch them at a historic event coming up at an event nearby you in the not too distant future. Of course, November sees historic Sandown, so that will be a good place to get along to as well and see some more of this sort of racing. For those interested, I've just been informed in the back channels here that events open next week. So if you jump on Wednesday, you'll be able to get your entry in for November. So there you go. There's a good bit of inside running, isn't it, Darren? The way these fields fill up so quickly that these days you've got to get on. You've got to be well organised a few months in advance, don't you?
Certainly do. So that's the Equity One Sandown Historic, second weekend of November. Get your entries in.
Thank you, Darren Knight, for all of your expertise over Group N, Group C and Group A. Formula Ford is next on our program as we go into Group S straight after that. Touring Car Legends and 5-litre Touring Car Sprint, Historic Sports Sedan Sprint. MGen invited British cars out for their final race for the weekend. Alfa Romeo for their final race for the weekend. MOSP and Formula V's will have their 4:40 race start, and the 9:44s will be the final race on today's program starting at 5 o'clock. We'll be back with Formula Fords in just a moment.
I knew she was the one. The heart's going a million miles an hour, the mouth's dry. It's love, mate. Pure and simple. In 71, this was the fastest four-door car in the world. Back then, you could pick one up for a bit over $4,000. Insurance. It's got to be Shannon's.
No one knows your passion like Shannon's. And with our multi-vehicle discount, you can even cover your daily drive. So call Shannon's on 13 46 46.
I got real life insurance to protect us financially. You can choose up to $2 million cover. Click to request a quote now.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
Formula Ford, this category has been the one that has made many, many stars right throughout the history of Formula Ford internationally. So it still has a massive relevance with the Australian Formula Ford Championship, of course, the Victorian Formula Ford Championship, part of the State Series here in Victoria, as we head all the cars out on track right now, and it is a great grid, and we have had some really very strong racing, as we expect from Formula Fords every time they hit the track, and cars are making their way around on the warm-up lap now, and it is going to be exactly as they lined up earlier on today. Nick McBride with Andrew Reid right alongside. Andrew did a terrific job, led most of the race this morning, but succumbed on the last journey around the Winton Motor Raceway to finish second, which is absolutely no problem with that whatsoever. Jack Clifford finished in third place, and a fighting push by Richard Davidson saw him put car number 3 in position in number 4. John Gregg will start out on position number 5 with his Farrell. In position number 6, Bryce Rogers out of 7. Neil Richardson. We go to Andrew Torquay from Queensland. So he's got a long journey home at the end of this weekend, but currently 9th started this race. Bill Faulkner, William Faulkner out of position number 10, car number 95. Sean Wheeler out of 11. Glenn Woodford out of 12. Malcolm Ostler is fighting pretty hard to get the Lola inside the top 10. He'll start out of 13th. Paul Faulkner out of 14th. Dean Koutsamides, the Equity One man himself, www.equity-1.com.au. He will start out of 15. Eric Bellamy, Matthew Scott, Craig Gattari, and Jock Baker, Ben Rawson, Richard McQuarrie, Grant Walker, Matt Beale, Andrew McGuinness. Watch for car number 2 at the rear of this grid, and Chris O'Connor. No Andrew McGuinness. I'm just being waved down here by Tom Reed, who has made his way back into the booth. Tom, final race for the weekend, and your dad, Andrew, sitting on the front row of the grid. What was his thoughts after leading about 80% of the race this morning?
Yeah, final time for Formula Ford this weekend at the Winton Festival of Speed. It's been great racing yesterday and this morning. He was pretty, I'll say, dejected after that race. Really wanted to win it. A slight error on the last lap probably cost him a little bit of time, but his attention turns to the final race, starting on the outside of the front row. Jack Clifford behind him on the inside. So watch these 3 battle all race long, hopefully.
Yeah, and the interesting thing here is the variety of equipment. Yeah, they're all Formula Fords, but we've got a Swift, we've got a Van Diemen, we've got a Reynard in those front 3 cars as we go into the starters' hands, ready for a race start.
So here we go. 5-second board being displayed. Revs rising for the final Formula Ford race, and it's lights out. And a beautiful first conversion from Nick McBride, but a great second phase from Reid. Oh, and Jack Clifford's gone for a massive moment off the outside of 2. The right rear has come loose on that car. Reid challenging down the inside at turn 3 and can't get that move done, but we will see a safety car called very shortly for the stricken Reynard and Jack Clifford. Very sorry sight of the exit of turn 2.
That's not good at all. It looks like it bent the right-hand rear wheel. The wishbone has come away there. The toe out is very, very relevant. You do like a bit of toe out, but not that much. That's about 1.5 foot of toe out on the back of that car. So let's hope we can attend to this car in the quickest possible manner. And we have got Bride leading Reid as we get down the tank for the first time. And we continue on. Richard Davidson is looking pretty racy there as well. And the race does continue on.
So racing to the safety car at the moment.
No, actually not. No safety car. I don't think we're going to go with. Yeah.
See it playing much.
So yes, it is gone yellow on the timing screen. So
here's a replay of that incident, and yeah, the right rear just departing from the 87 Reynard. So it would probably be a part failure, I assume, on that car, because Steve Dowling, who owns it, does a very good job at maintaining it.
Yeah, I think he hit the brakes then, and it was all over.
Just went straight away. Yeah,
it snapped something in the right rear suspension and sort of forklifted off. It sort of just took rear steer action and came off the track. Let's
Pride and Reed. The nose cone just in the back of shot there of one of the FC White Van Demons coming off.
So, not even a lap completed, and Nick McBride now sits in the lead of this race, albeit behind the Racer Industries safety car, and they're going on to the plateau, so it will be a bit of an elongated recovery to get this Formula Ford race back underway. It's only a short, sharp journey anyway, 14-minute, 15-minute race, and we're already ticking over at 10 minutes, so we're going to see the best part of 3 or 4 more minutes getting that car up onto the tilt tray, but a very, very dejected Jack Clifford just getting in the front seat of the tow truck there at the moment. That's a shame.
It's a big shame for him. He's been having a fantastic weekend. He qualified on pole by nearly 0.4 of a second over Nick McBride, which is a pretty good effort. And yeah, he's been in that top 3 battle all weekend long, and he was probably hoping for a decent finish to it. But unfortunately, that thing is being loaded back up onto the flatbed, probably scraping the bottom of the car on.
I'm not sure what's happening with our timing at the moment, but it is a little bit confused because it's showing a Pride and Reed outside the top 14 at the moment. So hopefully we can get the timing glitches out of the way before we go racing again here this afternoon.
So field behind the safety car, I'll quickly run you through the order on the screen. It's McBride, Reed, Davidson, Evan Farrell, fantastic job, Johnny Grigg, Will Faulkner, Neil Richardson, Glenn Woodford, Sean Whelan, Andrew Tordy, then we go back to Nolke Osler, then our equity one man himself, Dean Koutsmedes, who's been chipping his way forward, but I'd just like to give a quick shout out to Evan Farrell in the FA car, doing a fantastic job in the top 5.
Yeah, it is good, isn't it? The cars certainly represent different eras, but that number 342 is you know, it is, I'm going to say, lacking in technology as far as suspension is concerned. Certainly the onboard suspension or outboard suspension is what is the distinct difference between those, and they certainly made the dynamics of the car completely different when they advanced the chassis work and the suspension work with Formula Fords. So yeah, really cool to see Evan Farrell doing such a tremendous job there.
Car in the back of the shot there is Bryce Rogers in the ex-Peter Verheyen car, and that is beautifully presented, but unfortunately he's lost the nose cone. I'm pretty sure that happened on the run into the turn 1-2 chicane.
Lights are out now on the safety car. That's a good bit of work by the recovery crews to pick up that car and get it back into a safe zone. So Jack Clifford, the Dowling Motorsport entry, Reynard 87F there. And the one we were just touching on, the car currently sitting back in his top 5, the 342 Evan Farrell T340. So a great piece of kit. We're back racing here as well with 7.5 minutes remaining in this one.
So restart time, McBride holding the lead over Reed down into turn 1. Out of 2, these guys line astern. Reed will have perhaps a dive under brakes here into turn number 3 if we stay with this shot, and no, he thinks better about it, but he's got to get this move done sooner rather than later, otherwise McBride will most likely skip away with this motor race.
McBride's done a beautiful job heading into turn 1 that time, not crowding the corner, but just holding the corner for himself there, and Reed really had no other objective other than to just stick in behind here. So this is where Nick McBride is using all of that racecraft. It's not, you're not holding the corner for yourself, you're just not allowing anyone else to slot it in there. So Nick's been very good with his car placement all this weekend.
Yeah, he's very switched on racing. Down the inside there goes Grant Walker on Eric Bellamy. Get to see if he got that move completed, but the top 3 remain the same. Richard Davidson running 3rd, just holding off the FA car of Evan Farrell. Reed still about 2 car lengths off the back of Nick McBride here for P1 and 2. So 6.5 minutes remaining on the clock. These two hopefully dice the whole race off. And out of the final corner, it's still the same margin of about 3 car lengths, and then further back is Richard Davidson, still Johnny Green. Big shout out to him running P5. He qualified 15th, which he said he was happy, but I think he'd be absolutely delighted at the moment.
Still not sure what's going on with the official timing screen at the moment, because it is showing our race leaders right down the back of the field there. So I don't think there's been any penalties handed out. It would be a time relegation. They all seem to get away from the start at the same time. So hopefully this glitch in our timing, if indeed it is that. But at the moment on track, this is where the leaders are at, and at the moment it is McBride, who's got a clean set of heels. He's got himself the, I'm going to say, the biggest lead in Ford for the entire weekend right now.
Yeah, once he gets into clear air, he just puts his head down and drives away, and that's one of his traits that he does so well. I look at Malcolm Osler and the two Ellery Motorsport cars, Andrew Sporty and Dean Koutsamides there, running further down the field. I can't really give you an accurate guide as to what position they are, because our timing screen is all over the place. It's showing Sean Whelan in the race lead, which isn't true. I think he's running around about 10th position there.
Yeah, there's definitely a timing glitch here in the timing and scoring realm at the moment. Just showing our race leaders down the bottom end of the field at the moment, but certainly we know it's different, because for Reed and McBride, Reed Davison is certainly the top three on track. There is a board out being shown, so we don't have any communication with the officials to know what that is informing us of, so maybe it is a start line infringement.
It's still being shown now, so perhaps it's for a car further down in the field. I'm not sure how long they show it for.
Possibly. Let's just get on with the race. We're watching out in front here now. It's really a short, sharp race going on here. 4 minutes is the distance here, and at the moment, McBride has pretty the McMoment. There's a new product. The McBride car driving away very, very nicely indeed. There's a little squirrel under brakes there. You saw the hand come up just to catch the car. In Formula 4, then it can quite often be a tactic to slide the car into a bit of opposite block to aid the car in braking to position itself in the straight line for exiting the corner. So sometimes it looks like the car's slipped out of control, but it's actually a strategy to get the car through the corner fast.
It's part of Nick's driving style as well, which is different to some others. He has the car on edge all the time, and that's how he's able to make so much speed in his FP89 Swift. He just did the fastest lap of the race last time by at 30 dead. Reed 1 second behind that at 31.0. Those two guys quickest out on track, and you can see the margin there through the final corner that Nick's just been able to extend a massive, massive gap. So through 1 and 2, 3 minutes to go on the clock for the final race of Formula Ford at the Winton Festival of Speed. And there's not a whole lot of action between the top two guys, but you turn your attention back to this battle between Richard Davison and Will Faulkner, who qualified 5th, I believe, on Saturday morning. He's just been chipping his way forward after an average first race. He came into the pits thinking there was an issue with the car, then was sent straight back out, and now he's challenging for that final podium position, just behind Richard Davison there in his RF89 Van Diemen. So Swift, Van Diemen, Van Diemen, Van Diemen, and then a Lola running 5th. McBride cruising away with this race through the right-hander onto the old back straight. The car looks pretty planted. Just behind there is Reed, and then behind that gable, like I talked about, was the battle between Richard Davison and Will Faulkner. Still down the back straight we go. McBride holding it deep under brakes there. Little block up from the rear axle. Nicely controlled from him. And that gap is still extending this time by. It does a 29.7 in race conditions, which is lightning fast. Big lock up there from Paul Faulkner. Down the inside goes Bryce Rogers, and these two are battling throughout the tail of the field. Bryce, unfortunately, with that nose cone that came adrift. Will Faulkner down the inside. This is for P3, and he has nearly held on to that position, Davison back around the inside, can't hold on to it, so Faulkner up to P3. An amazing drive from him considering his circumstances earlier on in the weekend, but Evan Farrell just behind there, by far the quickest FA spec car.
Yeah, I guess all we can do in the here and now is go off our timing screen. And it's saying that Malcolm Osler is leading the way. Torty, Koutsoumitis, Walker, Bellamy, Rogers, Faulkner, Scott, Whelan, Ducati, Rawson, Baker, Macquarie, Beale, McBride. I'll stop there because actually on track it's McBride, Reed, Davison. I'm just trying to get information from the course to see if we are experiencing a timing glitch, or there has actually been some sort of nuanced penalty that has been handed out to, say, the first 10 cars on track in this race. It should be a very interesting dynamic indeed.
Yeah, quite a bizarre circumstance going on, but we just got to press on with what we can see on screen at the moment, and it's McBride across the line. We will get 2 laps remaining. We'll walk it there on screen, sliding his way through turn number 11. Evan Farrell trying to close on Richard Davison, but can't quite get a move done, can't quite get close enough to the rear of that Van Diemen.
There's our race leader now, picking him up, heading down between 3 and 4. Doing a very handy job here indeed at the moment is Nick McBride, just ticking off the boxes, and he has done a 129.7. There's no one else that's even dipped below a 131 out there at the moment, and the 131 has been done by Andrew Reid in his Van Diemen, and he's second in this race.
So Nick is by far the quickest driver here. We've just ticked below the 0 minute mark, so next time by will either be a last lap board or a checkered flag. With Faulkner driving away here from Richard Davison, although he is keeping in contact with Dingwall's car, sliding on the exit of the right-hander there. Just behind these guys is Johnny Green in his Reynard. So that Andrew Reid here through onto the new part of the circuit, running a very comfortable P2. I think only a safety car would have brought this group together. I don't think he's going to catch Nick by the end of this race.
There he is getting the last lap board at the start-finish line. So that is being given to Nick McBride. So we have to assume that that is a timing glitch. So he's the first one to see it, and Reid the second one to see it. So what we're actually seeing is completely different here in timing, and it just goes to show, Tom, doesn't it, how much we rely on timing, and when something doesn't quite match what we're watching on TV or on the screens around in the commentary booth here, and people watching on around the world via the live stream, it does get a little bit interesting, that is for sure. So at the moment we are definitely on the last lap, and our race leader is looking to make a very good sweep here this weekend, and that is Nick McBride.
So I can tell you that the battle that was just on screen between Andrew Torty and Dean Koutsoumitis was for position 9 and down, just counting the cars as they go past the window on track. This is the battle for the final podium position, though. Will Faulkner still holding on from Richard Davison, who looks like he's on the charge during this last lap.
Nick McBride now up to turn 11, and this has been a sweet weekend. And there goes McBride. And here is Andrew Reid, car 2 on the road. The white car just up the road from him is where our race leader is. We'll get a good shot of Andrew Reid. There's the checkered flag, so glad we pressed on Tom and didn't watch the timing screens, because they're telling a completely different story. But Nick McBride takes the second race win for today, and Andrew Reid slides into second place. But that was the best part of 6-second win there for Nick McBride. And Andrew Reid just acknowledging the fans around the track there as well, giving them a big wave. Just living the dream. Just signing some autographs before putting the car into the trailer, I'm sure, Tom.
Yeah, not sure about that one. Grant Walker coming across the line there for what I assume is around about position 13. Hard to tell as there is no timing in front of us that is accurate. Bryce Rogers there limping his car home without that nose cone. Sean Wheeler just behind the South Aussie, and then Eric Bellamy just behind those guys. But that has been Formula Ford for the Winton Festival of Speed. Pretty good racing throughout the weekend.
Yeah, and right through the field, FAF, BFC, they've all had terrific races. You've got to hand it to Nick McBride, though. He has really grabbed the category by the scruff of the neck, and he's giving it a really good shake. Well done to Adrian Reid, and also well done to Richard Davidson for continuing the big hard push there with Luke Gallery and that crew in his corner as well. So, Tom Reid, thank you very much for all of your support, and well done on debut in the Formula Ford as well. Tom, you really should be proud of yourself, and I bet you are going to go and work away night and day to try and make sure you can secure a receipt for a little bit more ongoing, eh?
I might have to pinch someone's white car later on, I reckon.
Well, you've got one in the shed, you reckon you can get a hold of?
Maybe.
Yeah, let's see. Good luck with that. Tom, thank you very much, mate. It's absolutely appreciate you being here. You'll be at you'll be at Sandown in a couple of weeks' time for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and we'll look forward to that on the 22nd and 23rd of August, and it'll be a ripping time at Sandown. Plenty still to go here today at the Winton Festival of Speed. The 2025 Group S cars lined up in the pit lane. I'm going to take a break, and we'll be back with the Group S's in a few minutes' time.
When I was a kid, I loved cars.
I've been a motoring enthusiast all my life. My life is hot rods, designing them, building them, and racing.
Hand built with a stainless steel roof. They've won the Monte Carlo Rally 4 times.
Like Dad, I've always been a Ford man.
In 71, this was the fastest four-door car in the world.
Insurance? Shannon's, of course.
She was the one. The heart's going a million miles an hour, the mouth's dry. It's love, mate. Pure and simple. In 71, this was the fastest four-door car in the world. Back then, you could pick one up for a bit over $4,000. Insurance? It's got to be Shannon's.
No one knows your passion like Shannon's, and with our multi-vehicle discount, you can even cover your daily drive. So call Shannon's on 13 46 46. Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
Group S cars on track now, and they always grab our attention, these magnificent sports cars from all over the world. You think of a place where sports cars come from, and you'll have one of them on track. Broad strokes. We've got things out of Europe, Germany, Italy. The North American muscle / sports cars represented very, very nicely indeed. Something again, as we expect at this particular event. Shelby car there, Terry Lawler, who has been absolutely massive here this weekend. Emma Dean and Ross Jackson join us here in the commentary booth for all the expert comments on Group S. Guys, this has been a terrific weekend of Group S race.
Hasn't it just, Darren? Thanks for welcoming me. I went to the garages after race 2, and the guys were all just standing in a circle laughing and yelling at each other. They had a great time out there.
That's what we do. That's what we do in Group S. We stand and laugh and yell at each other.
Well, Ross, it must be a great group to be a part of, honestly. But what we saw in the last race was a sandwich of Porsches and Corvettes, which was phenomenal because you got that straight line speed of the Corvettes and the superior braking of the 911s. Biased much, yes, but it's a fact.
So Doug Barber will lead us away out of pole position. Joby Di Bertoli in car number 2 will jump away from the front row as well. And it is going to be Germany versus the USA as we head down into turn number 1. Jeff Morgan and Ray Arkwood, same dynamic really as we head down into turn 1 there as well. Car number 6, Doe has just gone back a little bit in this one. He'll start out at 12, but it'll be Alex Webster. And I've got to say, guys, I'm sort of looking to you. I hope you guys have caught up with Alex because he sort of maintained station in the race earlier today. He had a huge charge through the pack yesterday, but looking forward to seeing if he can start to get further forward than this.
What's going to be fascinating is the start here because you've got on the one side, on the pole sitters side, 3 Porsches lined up one behind the other, and next to them 3 Corvettes lined up one against. So it's going to be an interesting entry into turn 1.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be the dedicated hard dragging machines coming from drivers right, isn't it? And the ones that are going to get through turn 1 flat and fast on drivers left.
How good's the visual of the grid though?
Yes, yeah, it really is. Terry Lawler will come out of 8th, John Floyd out of 9. Tom Wallstab in that behemoth of a Porsche, he'll come out of position number 10. Don Bartley, Hung Doe, as I mentioned, he'll come out of 6, and I'm actually looking to Hung towards the end of this race to start to grab some spots there in the Datsun. John Geist, Andrew Wilson, James Ashby, Brian Koenig, Brian Weston, Paul Hogan out of 18th. Tammy Hotz in the New South Welshman driver in there as well. In car number 70, Scott Farquharson, Chris Ralph in the MG, he'll start out at 21. Peter Kaiser, Gordon Bunyan, Dale Ashby, Joe Murphy, Rowan Hodges, Greg Prunster, and away we go. Who wins the run down at
Oh, and it's horsepower.
It is too. Have a look at that. This is what has been needed all weekend long. Someone to head off Doug Barber, and it'll be Joseph Di Bertoli that does it. And that could be the decisive move of the race. He can make this stingray very, very wide indeed.
Oh, that's a great start. Clean, good start by the entire field. We're missing Damien Meyer, who's sadly had to put the MG away, and also Perry Spiritus. But the rest of the field out there doing the great show off the line that Group S is renowned for.
Corvette up to the water tower, holds the line into the side there. This is interesting. Doug Barber has pretty much led the race from the word go this weekend. The interesting thing is it's got Jeff Morgan right into it as well now. He sort of hasn't been the fastest of the Porsches. He's certainly got the potential to be the fastest of the Porsches. And there's Alex Webster as well. He wants to weigh in on it. And we could just about pick up any one of these 20 next cars that want to weigh in on a race victory. There is some different class racing in Group S style racing, SASB, SC, and we start to see that play its part as we go now. Have a look at that Corvette.
Oh, yeah, how good is that? Oh, Dougie! Oh, jeez!
Grabs it all right. Here's Jeff Morgan, I told you, he was poised.
Last of the late breakers there.
Fantastic Porsche, Vet, and we've got Alex Webster who's going to make a pain of himself too with the bit of Ray Narquitz as well.
Yeah, this is pretty cool. Jeff Morgan now has gone, yeah, I've got about 25 centimetres of yellow and black check flag across my windscreen. I'm designed to run late with the sun getting low in the sky, and he's using that his distinct advantage right now.
Absolutely, that birch green Porsche of Jeff's is just phenomenal. Cuts a great figure out on the track.
As you can see, the 69 Corvette is leading the 65 Corvette. As I mentioned in the earlier race, the 69 has the benefit of a 350 cubic inch Chev engine, whereas the 65 is running a 327, which are harder to make breathe and rev at high revs, but doing a great job. All of that front four are driving sensationally.
And Doug's making the best of that Porsche on 2 wheels or 4 wheels.
just looking back at the battle there that Ross was talking about, and it's Tom Walster in car number 3, the Porsche 928. It's the time of the weekend where the Porsches really do have to start to push their advantage, and it's all about the big brakes that these cars have and using that advantage. And Alex Webster's trying to do that now as well. We look back through some of the. This was actually the battle for the race this morning. They all got together again, Ross. They're all starting to battle it out there. The older Porsche, the 60 or mid-60s 911 there as well, mixing it up with some MGs. But we go back to the front of this one race, and we'll go Barber, because as the plumbers say, water will find its limit.
Yes, and you can see there he's already pulled out a handy lead. It looks like Terry Lawler's on the attack. Jeff Morgan's going to keep him within striking distance. Lawler's got past Narkovitz, and he's going after Joe Di Bartolo, I would suggest.
Well, this is a world-class group, isn't it? Back to 7th, where Alex Webster is operating. These cars are doing great lap times. Last time round, Lawler, a 1:35.67 in car number 8. That is a terrific run in the Shelby Cobra, the Shelby
GT350.
Yeah, doing a tremendous job.
It's worth noting at this point too, guys, we do have another absence this weekend of Joe Collegian, who had to withdraw early Saturday with his beautiful 66 Vet. Joe from Apex Steel, normally a figure on the track.
Yes, and he had a brand new engine which did not survive practice on Friday, sadly. But we will see Joe back certainly by Sandown and resume hostilities with him, which I'm very much looking forward to.
I do like that Joe is one of the absolute characters of Victorian motorsport and an absolute benefactor at the top end of Australian motorsport as well. And he's supported many a driver through to their career. Tom Wallstep now, he has got a battle on his hands, and that is with the 20 of Narkwitz.
I know that spot very, very well, because normally I'm somewhere around about where those 3 cars are.
Is that the gap there between car 20 and... is that where there's a yellow Pantera?
There's a ghostly phantom yellow Pantera about there, yes, exactly right.
All right, that's enough. Leave it out.
Can't let it go, Darren.
Yes, so they continue on. And it's gone through.
Wow. What an upset. So much for having the Bathurst gearbox and that being a handicap for him.
Maybe he just found he did have another gearbox in the back of the car.
Yeah, he changed it out at the break.
Yeah.
Well done, look at that. He realised the 3rd and 4th ratio was the same. 5th's a different one, but you never get into 5th here. Oh yeah, that's it. The penny drops. So Jeff Morgan now leads the race. So well, Doug Barber has got a bit of work to do. This is a shorter race here this afternoon. It's just on 3.5 minutes plus a lap left to go. So Jeff Morgan has been circulating nicely all weekend long, and I've got to say, I have been surprised at how conservative his approach has been. There it was, lap 3 of the last race for the weekend, and he has executed his manoeuvre.
You're not accusing him of flying under the radar all weekend, are you now?
Yeah, flying under the radar. Yeah, why not? Why not? Because Doug Barber hasn't. He's been flying it out in front, and I don't think he's going to give it up here, because on lap 1 we saw him slide into the lead of the race.
Well, Doug is nothing if not a competitive sportsman, and he's also someone we all joke about has a weight advantage in his car because he's not a big and he's going to not let Jeff get away from him. You can back that in.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't have thought that give up is in either of their vocabularies.
So he's under attack from Terry Lawler now.
Oh, he is too. Terry Lawler slides through into P2. I wonder if Doug has asked a little bit too much of the tyre set over this weekend, and is just starting to feel that the car's not responding to his wheel movements as nicely as it did earlier on in the weekend.
That could very well be the case, because Terry's a sensational driver, granted, but so is Doug. So for him to get past on this tight circuit in the Shelby GT350 past one of the most well sorted 911s you will find in historic racing, driven by the superbly talented Doug Barber, is a huge effort.
It'd be hard to find a slouch of a driver in this category, though.
Shelby GT350 has got iterations for the lead in this race, but I tell you what, getting through on Doug Barber didn't look to be too difficult, but Doug's realised that, well, I don't want to let these guys get away from me.
Well, it's on for young and old here.
It's a Shelby sandwich.
And Terry's going to have a real go here.
Isn't he ever?
Oh,
Pedal
nice
down,
tail.
cubic inches, the answer once you point it in a straight line. But Jeff Morgan, super experienced, back in the Porsche Cup days, draws alongside, he'll hold the corner, he'll have all that skill, he won't sort of shop him off, he'll just give him no other option than to stay behind him. But when you get in a straight line and you turn the tap on a V8, it is very, very hard to hold them at bay. Pulls out, draws alongside. Jeff Morgan does have the inside running for turn one. He has to be further past it. Morgan holds on, puts the Porsche two wheels up on the ripple strip here. Let's not come together though, boys. We need to keep the front of the Shelby GT350 in the back of that 911 clean and tidy.
How good is Jeff's coverage? I would hate to have my mirrors filled with that Shelby.
Yeah.
Honestly, that is menacing.
Yeah, you're going to get sucked through the grill of that thing. It comes onto the straight
Chops
there.
forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at it hauling.
Doug's just sitting back right now going, I'm going to wait for one of these two to make a mistake, hopefully not, and then pounce. He's just kind of letting them at it. But my God, what a battle.
I think Doug might have used up a whole lot of car and he's just hanging in there at the moment here because that Shelby GT350 is being putting, Terry's putting that exactly where he wants to on the track. Jeff is doing all he can. He's doing what Porsche drivers do. He's putting the car right where he needs it to be and not allowing the advantage. So mid-corner, just making sure the Mustang gets back up. Sorry, the Shelby GT350 gets backed up mid-corner, and that's what Porsche can do because, let's face it, the run down the straight is where he will start to chase down Jeff Morgan.
Lights are on.
They are.
Spot of sporting intimidation here, I think.
Yeah. Well, why did Jeff put his on? Jeff's in the front. Oh, look up there, Terry. Oh my God, this is getting exciting, guys. I hope you're all watching. If you're at the track, you're being treated to an absolute feast for the eyes. Porsche, Shelby, Porsche.
And you're seeing
Sorry, I was focused.
You're seeing Group S at its absolute finest here. As I always say, fast, clean racing, that's what we pride ourselves on. And what a display these drivers are giving of that. And in a category where the cars are the stars and the variety is phenomenal, just look at what you've got in front of you, ladies and gentlemen. Porsche, Shelby, Porsche. So it goes on.
And last lap board has been hung out here. So Terry Lawler, get on with it, son. You've got a bit of work to do in the latter half of this lap.
No, I want more. This can't be over. This is cool.
Now, Terry leaves nothing on the track. He's just someone who drives some 10-tenths. But I don't think he's going to pull this off. I may be wrong, as Murray Walker might say. But he's going to have his work cut out to get past the vastly experienced and hugely talented Jeff Morgan.
Absolutely. He's looking like a cool customer in that 911 at the moment, Ross. Really is. He's handling the pressure beautifully. Just like I was meant to win.
And Doug's got his lights on to say, don't forget me, boys. I'm still here.
Love the aggression when the drivers turn their lights on. It's a little bit of, like you said, Ross, a little bit of intimidation.
As the Group S racing for the weekend comes to a close, the sun is still nice and high in the sky here, but you've got to hand it to Jeff Morgan. He has patiently raced all weekend long. He's had a couple of dive bombers have a red hot go at him at the moment, and he's just got that just enough of a gap on the V8 as the checkered flag drops, and Jeff Morgan takes the victory.
That's a masterclass in historic sports car racing given to us all by Jeffrey Morgan and indeed by Terry Lawler and Doug Barber. All weekend these guys have put on such an amazing display, and the Corvette guys. Look at that 65 Corvette coming through there of Ray Narkovitz. What a sensational drive he's put in. A 327 cubic inch car that is 60 years old, holding out Alex Webster's 1970s Porsche that's about 10 years or more. It's junior. Then you've got a range of Tommy Walstab in the 928, Hugh Harrison in the always superbly driven Alpha, and back down through the field, Alphas, more of the MGs, and a wide variety of vehicles. And what a weekend we've had, haven't we?
Absolutely, Ross.
Certainly the weather has turned it on, and the event continues to just grow in stature, and it has been very well patronised, and it's no mistake that the Group S guys are putting on such a great battle. When guys like this see a crowd, they want to turn it on.
Oh yeah, Alex is loving life after the race and waving to everyone in the crowd. Very nice, isn't it?
They're all his friends.
Oh, yeah. Welcome down to Alex's garage at the end of the day for a chin wag. Here we go. Have a look at all these cars just happily in the afternoon sun, driving around for the last time for these guys in Group S for the 2025.
You can see that group there, Chris Comer out in the lovely Austin Healey, one of the few SA cars in the field, a beautiful car, and it's actually presented as a sports car that would have been driven to the track and driven as a road sports car in exactly that same way back in the day.
There we go, just wheeling down, enjoying the last lap journey around, slowing down, just looking after the mechanical package, making sure everything just winds down very nicely indeed. Ross, thank you so much for your time, so giving over this weekend. We've teased you out the building 3 times this weekend, but I'm sure, I hope we've given you the encouragement to get the Pantera back.
I'm not sure I need any encouragement to do that. I've got enough motivation to be out there. Just watching these guys reminds me of what I'm missing, but what a pleasure to share the commentary booth with you two. I've had an absolute ball. First time I've ever done it, but whilst I won't say I'm looking forward to doing it again if I've got a chance to be driving, nevertheless, I would love to do it again sometime. What a wonderful experience and what a wonderful weekend's racing, and thanks to everybody involved, the VHRR who put this on under the chairmanship of Ian Ross and his committee. What an event, what an afternoon, what a weekend. Thanks very much.
Well done, Ross. Thank you very much, and I'm sure all those guys will get that message. Thank you, Emma. And we will now lead into some big bangers of touring car legends and 5-litre touring cars. They will make their way out on track. There's been a bit of a change and an update, and I've got to say this is absolutely fantastic that they've managed to drag Brady Youlden out of the car park and into the laser, and it's a testament to a guy that never travels anywhere without his helmet, his driving suit and his booties. And the lady has just walked into the commentary booth that was removed, and we have got a bit of a special treat. I think I feel as though Lukey at the wheel, Brett at the wheel, will be pretty cool to watch. I'm going to take a break, and we'll be back with those guys on track in just a moment.
From an early age, I knew some cars were a statement of style and elegance.
I've been a motoring enthusiast all my life. My life is hot rods, designing them, building them, and racing. My coupe floor is rare and very special.
Beautiful, handcrafted, proper works of art.
This is my most prized possession.
Insurance? Shannon's, of course.
Cars on track now for the last time the Touring Car Legends and 5-litre Touring Car Sprint out on track. And as I alluded to before we went to the break, I'm going to say a friend of motorsport, a friend of all, is been shoehorned into the laser that he raced back in the day. And it's fantastic to have Brett Yordan out on track in the laser. I'm going to introduce in Brett Lawrence and Darren Knight for this final sprint for this category. Guys, this is going to be a lot of fun, and I've just had some good information that the eyelids were welling up on Freddie Yordan down there as he was getting into the laser.
They sure were, mate.
Fantastic to see.
That is in fact the car that finished second in the inaugural Bathurst 12-hour Brett back there in 1991. So, an amazing story to see this car back out on the track.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, Aaron Noonan did a fantastic story on V8 Sleuth about the car, its history, and where it went and how it's here today. So that was, you know, an awesome bit of writing by Darren. And I urge anyone that's interested in that car, have a read of it, because it's a fascinating read. And these guys, what they did back in the day with that little car, just excellent.
Well, Keith Hewlett, of course, well known for his prowess at production car racing. His day job was a Ford engineer, and he went to Jack Nasser and said, how about we enter the first Bathurst 12-hour? And it was, in a way, Ford's first factory effort, if you like, out the back door since they closed up the touring car team in 1973.
That's right, exactly. You know, the Quasi's Lot 6, if you like.
Yeah, so Brett, great to have him back behind the wheel. The car, of course, he shared with his late brother, late great Kent Yordan, and of course Ken Douglas.
That's right,
shared
yeah.
Driving duties, and he was definitely a gun at production car racing as well.
And I mean, this is a category, like I said earlier, that we want to grow. You know, get more of these production cars out, group, you know, Nations Cup, etc. So, you know, get them out here on the track, because there's some fantastic Australian history in those cars.
Certainly is. Unfortunately, we're missing the Galaxy that's owned by Dennis O'Brien. Steve Rebecca's driving had, unfortunately, the brake pedal went to the floor, as I think Darren surmised or estimated this morning. So that car is knocked out there. A little bit of panel damage. Dennis is great about it. Steve was actually mortified. He was couldn't believe it. But when you've got no brakes in something that's 17 foot long,
Yeah, right. No, exactly. And as Dennis, I went and saw Dennis, and he said, you know, stuff happens in motorsport. You can't help it, you know, and we all move on, and cars are repairable. So that's his attitude, which is great.
Exactly. Speaking of Dennis O'Brien, we have another O'Brien machine out there. That's his original XY Falcon, the series production machine, just going through this week. But now that's steered by Alan Shearer, who ended up racing himself. Amazing motor car. It's a car that ended up off the side of the mountain. Tony Roberts, 1970. Dennis bought the car, rebuilt it, and continued to race it in series production.
Yeah, I was talking to Dennis about that car, and he said that he get a call from Howard Marsden and say, hey, look, do you need some parts? We're updating the cars, you know, and they just sent a box of parts up to him, and you know, it just kept going on with its racing career. It's always been a race car from day one, and you know, Dennis has kept it, and look at it here today, like, where would you see it? Genuine phase 2.5, phase 3, if you like. Out here racing, you never see a genuine one. So, you know, the crowd's been treated, you know, with that.
Most certainly. Peter Zibris out there too. He's none other than Tabitha Ambrose, daughter of the great Marcus Ambrose, having her first steer in something historic. She's been running state level Formula Fords this year. She's driving the ex-Warren Cullen 4-door A9X Tirana, so a local car in every sense of the word. Warren Cullen ran a very successful wreckers down there at Settlement Road. Ron Simmons from the VHRR was telling me there's quite a few race meetings where guys would be travelling down to that wreckers in Settlement Road to get bits for their race cars mid-meeting.
Yeah, exactly. And in fact, Warren actually had a wrecking out here in Benalla. Benalla Auto Spares back in the day. So, and I'm not sure whether he still owns it now, but he had one there, and he's still got Super F spares in Campbellfield.
So, here's the O'Brien Falcon that we were telling you about, an original GEHO race car. Well, it's almost priceless, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It was parked after the end of series production in 1972, so it was never converted into a Group C machine, which were the new regulations in 1973, which we saw, of course. The Moffat car was converted to Group C, and that was running in 1973 for most of the season until the introduction of the brand new XA hardtop later in the year.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, Dennis, talking to Dennis, you know, he raced against the greats, Brock, Moffat, you know, Freddie Gibson, Barry Seaton in this car, and, you know, it survives today.
He very well too held the lap record at Hume and Calder for several months too back in the day, so no mean feat for the man from Wagga.
Yeah, he said to me yesterday, he goes, oh, we're just a couple of boys from the bush having a crack.
Yeah, great character is Dennis. Great to have him at the V8 Sloop Open night last night here at the track, hosted by Aaron Noonan. If you're here next year, they'll definitely be doing that again.
Yeah,
it's certainly worth lashing out on a ticket. We got to hear from some greats of the past. Speaking of greats of the past, here's Eddie Dobbs. He's a great of the future. He's been running that ex-Graham Blanchard FE Holden for many, many years. That is a genuine race car too, like the O'Brien Falcon we were talking about. Brett, there's always been a race car, usually built and raced by Graham Blanchard in the late 50s. And Dobbsy's been the custodian of that car, probably nudging 40 years, I would think. He was right there at the early days of Group Historic Touring Cars when it got going again in the early 80s.
Exactly. I mean, you can see how many races he's done. Have a look at the rear driver's window, and the amount of scrutineering stickers on that car is unbelievable. And we've got, I think it's Chad Parrish in this, the Cat Ford, which is a striking livery, that one.
Certainly used to Gibson Motorsport V8 Falcon. Shared the car with Glenn Seaton, of course.
So our plan...
FPR, beg your pardon, not Gibson Motorsport, FPR, of course, Ford Performance Racing.
And our plan with this category moving forward will be that we'll have 5 leaders that invited on their own, and then run the series production cars, you know, Group N and odd Group C and A car all together. Just to, you know, as I said earlier in the vision that we're trying to get some more cars out of shed. So you know, and the 5 leading cars, they're growing. There's more and more of those ending up in private hands, and they just want to have a go.
Also seeing some later models too, like this very Commodore we see on the screen here, owned and driven by Peter Zibris, very famous motor car, Brett.
Absolutely. You know, this car, you know, Jamie Wincup's it's the car that ran out of fuel with Paul Dumbrell at Bathurst, so it's most recognised for that. But you know, Peter was saying it's the 3rd most winningest chassis in the history of the category. So to have that, it's, you know, like I said, it's one of those races, but it's more famous for something that it failed at.
Yeah. Well, J Dub certainly won plenty of races in his time behind the wheel, plenty of championships.
We've got Tabitha again in the A9X, and you know, she's done a fantastic job all weekend. She's currently first in the touring car section of this category, which is, you know, it's a sprint/regularity. So she's the first person. It's her first race in a large car, and her first race in a historic car. So good on Tabitha. This is fantastic. So she's definitely showing the guys up.
Yeah, doing a great job. Hopefully we'll see her back at historic Sandown the second weekend of November.
Exactly. So, and we've got Eddie and Brett Jordan here, which is, I'm sure Brett's having a ball out there.
Yeah, the little TX3 Laser, turbocharged 4-wheel drive, based of course on Mazda componentry with the model sharing back in the day, part of the Button plan to rationalise models available.
That's right, yeah.
We saw quite a bit of badge engineering, although that's got a fair bit of Ford in it, that Laser. So let's start off at the Mazda.
And a great shout out to Rebecca Drummond, who is the owner and was running the car earlier today to entice Brett, you know, one of the original drivers, into the car for this event today. And yeah, great shout out to Rebecca and her partner Dave Holt. So they both came together to get Brett out there, and that's why David's not out there with the HSV. He was assisting and ran out of time to get himself ready, but you know what? It's good to see Brett out there in the car.
Certainly is, and really throwing back how many years? 34 years.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's quite a stint there for Brett to get behind the wheel.
So yeah, so the person who's running first is Pete Zimmerers. So he's first in the 5-litre cars, but and like I said, first in the touring cars is Tabitha at the moment in this.
Jack Kuru next, Winterbottom Orcon Falcon, another one of the later generation of supercars. Great to have the BA here.
And closely followed by Andrew Cook in the better electrical car.
Next, Dean Canto machine. So we're seeing more and more of these type of cars returning to the circuit. Great to see them in their original race livery. Some of them had competition lights after the main game and re-ranked, and it's great to see them back in their original liveries.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they all went up to something, different, whether it was Comica or Super 2 or whatever it might have been in their day, or sports sedan. But, these guys are equally as passionate as the guys with the earlier cars returning to their original liveries.
Definitely. So glad they got rid of that V8 lights.
Yeah, absolutely.
It sounded like a pack of chips, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks to the marketing gurus in that one. Darren Knight passing judgment a decade or two. What?
You betcha.
Absolutely. Have a look at this. Pete Zimmerers, 129.27, head and shoulders, in fact, 3.6 seconds faster than anyone else out there. Guys, I've had to take a couple of minutes because that car that just went through the screen, just had to wipe the tears away and just see Freddie Hilton getting on with a lap out there. Good to see an old mate putting the helmet on, even though it's a loan unit, and getting out there and doing some laps of the car that he had some pretty strong success with going back in the day.
Now, Darren, you don't be so modest. Now, you have actually shared a car with Freddie Hilton. Tell us a little bit of that.
Actually, no, not a car. Shared a team. It was a 24-hour race here when they used to run the 24-hour races, and he was in an RX3 coupe. And I was in the RX3 Ford, so we were part of, as it was in the day, that had to sit on a T-Fire. And every car club had a Roca with the Alfa Romeos, the Holden Sporting Car Club had one. I loved it. The Holden Sporting Car Club won it for about 3 years in a row with not one Holden in it. They're all RX-7s.
Of course, of course.
And one year they roped in Gary McKay in the XU1, and I think Gary got about 12 laps, and they said, that's enough there, mate. We need to win this thing. We've got to pop the RX-7s out.
They were so loyal to the whole.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's right. But no, sorry, I might have alluded during the conversation earlier today, but yeah, great friendship with the Yulden family, and both Brett and the Bear, his older brother. They were excellent guys. If you needed some mentoring, if you needed some help, they would just come and have a chat with you, and it was just so cool. And it is interesting. We've had Brett on the podcast, the Grassroots Racing Podcast, and just this last week we've recorded one with the only Yulden to win the Bathurst 1000 with Luke. So keep your eyes peeled on the Grassroots Racing Podcast for the Luke Yulden podcast coming up. And of course, we're talking to some like-minded people this week that are running the Laybird sprints up in Queensland. So if you like this sort of event, have a listen to the Grassroots Racing Podcast. Gratuitous plug over Brett. Sorry about that.
That's fine, mate. Yeah, well, we're right. Might plug in and have a listen to it.
Well worth it. So
exactly.
I can tell you, it's my podcast. It's got to be worth it. I'm a little bit sick of listening to my voice this weekend. It's been a lot of Darren Smith.
You've been taping it.
I have been taping it
on the brakes.
Listen to it all the way home tonight, mate. Yeah, exactly. I can edit you out and just listen to myself.
Yeah, thanks very much. Pete Zimmerers, next Jamie Win Cup, Commodore.
Fastest car on track in this sprint. And boy, he's given it to it, isn't he? See the transfer of weight there? He's absolutely planted the boot. He's going to make a final lap statement here, Brett, I would say.
He's going for the last lap dash. He's trying to outdo Brock in the day at Bathurst.
Not fat arming it though, is he?
No, he's not. He
can't rest the arm on the elbow in a supercar.
Window nets and everything's preventing all of that. And Aaron Noonan mentioned last night at the V8 Sleuth Open night with his interview with Peter Zivris how wide his grin was after he got out of this car after yesterday's run. It just does everything so nicely. Complete contrast to the VK Group A car he has, which is a little bit more agricultural, of course.
She's going to tell you what, the hundreds of thousands of dollars difference make a difference, don't they?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah, he's bragging this. He's giving this an absolute last lap throwdown, isn't he?
Oh, absolutely. And good on him. He's having some fun. So, yeah.
Check flag is poised and being given to the field here, and Petey's just running up to turn 11 and 12 to complete what has been a full-on commitment weekend for Pete. He's brought a few cars to the track and ultimately brings it home to get the checkered flag.
And a big thanks to Peter. He's been one of our sponsors this weekend with his Premier Hire business, and I can't thank him enough for the efforts that he's put in. He's brought a team of cars with him, and has also offered to sponsor the event. So
particularly right in the middle of his day job. So
yeah, exactly.
Ipswich Raceway next weekend, Queensland Raceway, the Premier Hire boys, they'll be at it. So he's going to get right back into work on Monday morning.
Yeah, exactly.
Tabitha Ambrose completes her weekend's commitments as well, and what an eye-opener for Tabitha. You've got to suggest, Brett, that you assisted this particular thing to happen here, and of course, at the end of the weekend, what do? Destroy a set of Dunlops on the back of your Caterpillar Falcon. But this is certainly something we're going to enjoy a journey with Tabitha in her career, I feel, over the next little while, and getting some horsepower under her right foot. Inevitably, she's going to end up in a TA2 or a Trans Am car of some description at some point.
And well done to Craig Bowring for inviting her to step behind the wheel of the A9X. Tabitha said she's never driven a car with such a big steering wheel.
With that power steering, you need that leverage, don't you? You need a big diameter wheel.
Yeah, and it was great that VHRR and Craig got together and Winton Raceway actually. Big thanks to Joel and Jeff and Mark with them. And Tabitha's been doing some work with their stuff. So, but it's been fantastic.
Pete Zipper's run out of petrol, guys.
Yeah, I think he has actually over there in the back.
He's not, has he?
The car may be famous twice for running out of fuel by the look of it.
Looks like a friendly
it's getting a
Caterpillar
push.
car's going to give him a nudge. Gee, that didn't happen in the day, did it? Everyone
No,
just
exactly.
watched Jamie and went, mate, seriously.
Later.
Yeah, later. Yeah, so Pete Zipper's crawling along there. And, the guy behind him's doing the right thing because he's not supposed to overtake on the warm-down lap, and the car stops. Brett Yulden's gone into the pit lane, and I guess we better thank Rebecca Drummond very much for allowing a good old mate of everyone's actually, of motorsport. The Yulden family are a friend of motorsport, to have a drive. And I'm going to say Brett will sleep very, very well. It's been a while since he's out going a car. Of course, famously in that beautiful green HQ. No, he's got it going again. So Pete Zivers playing true to the heritage of that car has given us all a bit of a surprise.
No, good on him.
Absolutely, playing it up. I like it. But that has been the Touring Car Legends and V8 Touring Car Sprint final run for the weekend. We've got another sprint on track in just a couple of moments. Historic sports sedans, guys. The big bangers, the gods of thunder, will churn around here at the Winton Motor Raceway in just a couple of moments. Brett, thank you very much. Dazza, as always, great working with you. Great to have a true pro come along to an event like this and give us all your knowledge and build that drama right across the weekend.
Thanks, mate. I appreciate that.
Nice. I think Crompo's making his way.
Nice move under brakes there, Brett. Well done. Don't forget, folks, the Equity One Historic Sandown in November. The next big historic meeting in Victoria. That will be a fantastic couple of days.
Really looking forward to it, and entries open this week on Wednesday for Sandown. So check that out. I think it's on the MA website, but get guided by the VHRR website for all of that information. Thank you, gents. A couple of public service announcements. Louise Painter is down in the historic sports sedan garage with Simon Fitzner in the Thompson Mercedes. That's the car that we're looking at on live streaming now. Louise has lost a sizable amount of money. If someone has picked up this money, can you please return it to Louise down in Simon Fitzner's marquee, down where the historic sports stands are? Ask for Louise Painter. And Rob Hankins, if you are looking for your backpack, which you have left around the facility here, please make your way down through to the canteen. Rob Hankins, if you're looking for your backpack, make your way into the canteen, mate, and identify yourself down there. And again, a sizable amount of money that belongs to Louise Painter has been lost at the track somewhere. Make your way down to Simon Fitzner's garage after this historic sports sedans sprint and ask for Louise. She's quite so keen to get that back, as you would imagine. We have got sports sedans on track in just a couple of moments, and we'll just clear the airwaves for a minute and let the Gods of Thunder tour the Winton Motor Raceway. Stand by to watch koalas fall out of trees. This is the Big Bangers, the Gods of Thunder. Great to see people in the viewing area standing up and looking out over the scenery here, because the scenery has been interrupted by the glorious sports sedans, and the commentary booth has been interrupted by the glorious Phil Membry, who has been introduced to historic sports sedans here this weekend. And I would suggest the way Phil goes about his job as a commentator, he will be one of the leading experts within the next couple of weeks on all of these cars. Phil, welcome back for the sports sedans for their sprint.
So you're indicating that I'm a bit behind the times?
No, mate, I'm just saying that this is historic sports sedans. They're awesome. Everyone loves them.
Oh, absolutely.
And let me tell you, you've been welcomed with open arms into the community.
I was a bit worried about that.
Don't worry about it. They love what you're doing, and it's certainly been appreciated by everyone in the historic sports sedans. And I guess like the cars we've just seen, the touring car legends, the 5-litre touring cars, we're just going to see more of these cars getting restored or getting brought out of sheds and people having a go at it. Because as we get tired and we get older, and we don't really want to cut the thrust of the sort of competition that these guys command in both state series and national series. And I'll encourage everyone to head to Sandown International Motor Raceway on the 22nd and 23rd of August to see the national sports sedans. They're running as the prime category at the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. So the Big Bangers, there's a lot more carbon fibre than you'll see on these cars at the moment. A lot more. Just about everything is carbon fibre in the top flight national sports sedans. These days you'll see young Cadell, who we had in here commentating with us yesterday. He will be at the wheel of John Galway Audi. Now this is not the Audi that we saw Jack Perkins or George Caruso racing. This is a brand new one that John has finished building. They are having development phase little teething problems, and to Cadell's to his credit, he's working very, very hard with the crew down there with John Galway, and they're hoping that the home track at Sandown, which they've been to already before this car earlier on in February this year, they're hoping that they get a huge weekend. But we are away with this fantastic sprint for these historic sports events.
And look at this number one, the big Mercedes, the ex-Brian Thompson Mercedes, Simon Fitzner at the wheel, and the ex-Charles Milner machine behind him, the Mr. Carter at the wheel of that, and I see Peter Fitzgerald going through there in the other car that was famous with Brian Thompson, the man from Shepparton, and which of course Peter is also from Shepparton, great fella, as they run around the track. Back out the front with Simon Fitzner in that Mercedes. Oh, Carter trying to look for a way around the outside down into tank. Again around the old gum tree, looking for the way around the outside. He's pushing that car, the ex-Charles Milner car, around the outside. Big move, and can he hold it out? The camera has gone away from the shot. No, we're back, and no, he hasn't been able to hold it around the outside onto the old back straight.
This is not going to play into a hot lap time though. This is the problem. This is a sprint.
Yeah.
So if you're going to be heading too wide through turn number 9, you're going to be covering too much real estate here. And at the moment, I don't think Simon Fitton's going to give up the very clear view he has in front of him at the moment. But the other one is Jason Morris. He's very, very fast in the X Smith car there as well. And a fan favourite, the Charger. The Charger is always a fan favourite, but when you bolt from some big F5 cars and a massive rear wing, none bigger. And it's almost like a train cattle scoop on the front of that car.
Yeah.
The old McLaughlin Commodore in behind there, that's got Graham Haddo at the wheel. And it's actually got a current spec sport sticker across the front window from the National Series. I think Graham had wanted to go and do some National Series stuff. The car can be historic into Group U. And talking about that, there is the Dave Hunter car of Mark Sully as we switch back to the front there. But the Dave Hunter Tirana back on track for the first time in a couple of years. Mark Sully, and he's your new best friend this weekend.
Absolutely, he's been a terrific guy. Fixed up my old radio. If you want to get your old radio fixed, yeah, I'd see that.
Have a look at this. I tell you what, that car is getting a little bit close to the back of the pit.
Certainly is.
He's letting him know, come on, I want to do a quick lap in this sprint.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want to hang back either, because all that's going to do is bring you traffic.
100%, and yeah, certainly out the front. Simon Fitzner seems to have a bit of better legs down the straight, but Carter just that little bit quicker through the corners.
I would suggest possibly the Merc has got a little bit more frontal area, but it's lower. So
I would agree.
If you took a thermal image of the Merc, it's probably got a little bit of frontal area, but cutting through the air lower. So that is the enemy of getting these sorts of cars through the air, when you've got that slab front area. And as you see sports sedans develop over the years, we look at that Commodore there, things became less upright, and things started to get rounded, so we started to
more aerodynamic.
Yeah, exactly right. Getting through the air nicely. There goes Damien Johnson. Sport for Joyce Damo, the Celica or the Tirana. Tough gig, but he's worked hard in his life to have 2 sports sedans in his shed, and he's got the choice. Here we go, Peter Fowler.
That's just a beautiful, beautiful car. I remember seeing this car back in the day at Sandown, and as it went past the grandstand, you would get the noise come at you off the track, and then it would echo back at you from the back of the grandstand. Just absolutely glorious. And the best part about it was when he came out, the entire crowd in the grandstand just yelled. It was so popular.
The cool sound of those early sports sedans. A lot of the early sports sedans out there were 45000, basically cars with bodies put over the top of them. That's what people. Peter Fowler's disappeared off into the
Grand Accelerator.
Well, it must have dried off a bit because he's gathered it all up, although you can see his face is smiling. He's one of the few that wears an open face helmet, and he's pretty keen to get back on, isn't he? In fact, we'll made up some time there. I think he's cut turns 8 and 9 out of the lap. It could be a good strategy at the end of the day. Car 17 straight to the top of the time sheets.
Yeah, he won't get away with it because it's on camera.
No, that's right. That's right. Well, we could all band him behind him and say,
yeah, 100%. But we're just looking at that beautiful Volkswagen, and then we cut back to the other Brian Thompson car, Simon Fitzner at the wheel, and we've had something odd going on. Well, if we have a look at the lap times, Carter now has the fastest lap time because of that short track. That will be deleted after the event, I'm sure.
So Mark Carter's in that HB Tirana wedged right in the back of car number 1 there of Simon Fitzner. The luminaries Thompson, Brad Jones and John Bower that drove that car in its heyday in competitive environment. Wasn't always red, had a blue livery on it, had a dark blue livery on it. Just so for history's sake, there goes Peter Fowler in the number 17. He's gone inbound. That is on the Winton Festival Speed replay brought to us by Equity One Shannon's Racer Industries. So we thank them very much, and of course Cool Drive Auto Parts. Here is the number 68, which seems to have been having a rip-up weekend in the historic sports sense.
He has been having an absolute ball here, Mr. Corey, in the 68 HB Tirana from down in Gippsland. He's a bit of a keen official down at the Pointed Hills hill climb down there, so big shout out to those people down in Gippsland who've run that amazing hill climb facility down there. Car 53 on track. Cruschetti. I know I always get it wrong, but look at that. What a great car we see on screen. The old Chevy. You can't beat one of those things.
Well, I tell you what, this sort of fits into the invited part. It's actually not a sports sedan. It is a built car to advertise a business. It's a promotional car, and you can say that about all these cars. Ooh, the old Finch car.
Yeah.
Monaro got its second race meeting since it went through a comprehensive rebuild. And well, it looks the goods, and I don't care which side of the fence you sit on. That car there that Scotty Hoskin is driving, and Scott is currently sitting down there at 7th. Mark Sully in behind him. Edmonds, Fowler, Wood, and Ian Bed for the first time outside the top 10. I guess as the weekend has gone on, the faster cars get faster, and Enos has been ringing in the neck. There it is right there, that little A30. Talking about the big and the small of this particular category, isn't it? You can fit 3 A30s in the same length of that one Chevy.
Yeah, I think you just about popped the A30 in the glove box for the trip home.
Yeah, I tell you what, and Enos would be whipping it too to get into the glove box faster than anyone else could put it in there as well. And great bloke, hugely experienced motorsport guy on both dirt and the hard top. Not sure which one he prefers. I think as a younger bloke, he liked the dirt, but the hard top is certainly suiting him in this part of his motorsporting career. But I tell you what, the speed that he can extract out of that Datsun-powered car, there you go, right alongside the Chevy and drive away from it. Thank you very much. And the Tirana as well.
So Corey also around the big Chevy. And Corey is going to try and find a way around the little A30, I think, too. Oh, no, he's not. Commentator's curse.
Understeer off, and the Chevy just plugs at that gap. But that yellow A30 lovingly restored by a whole group of people led by Ian Bed. Here is that Monaro I was talking about, Scotty Hoskin at the wheel. And this HQ coupe style of car has been very, very popular in Australian motorsport over many, many years. We're just talking about Brett Yulden, who drove the Laser in that last category out on track. He drove one of these in Touring Car Masters and was very successful on a race at Mount Panorama with it. And we see the rebirth of this car, Scotty Hoskin at the wheel now and doing a tremendous job. A replay here. Ian Bed sneaks up the inside of the big bad 53 Chevy. The Tirana goes through with him as well. And have a look at that. David and Goliath, and David just drives away. Happens to be Ian Baird in the A30. Great wheel work there by Ian Baird.
Yeah, 100%. And we saw that Corey, after he got past the big Chevy, got a little bit excited and lost his spot. So back out the front with Fitzstone in front, doing a great job, sitting on a 1 minute 30.32 in the big Mercedes Sport Sedan. What a great car.
I'm just getting some information coming through from the paddock area. I think Damien Johnson might have damaged an engine. That's why we're not seeing him on track yet. Confirmed. Thank you very much for the crew down there. I won't give away my sources, but Damo has damaged an engine. That's why we're not seeing the Doug Clark car out there. So can sling that in at the very last minute in time here as Simon Pitster is the fastest car on track at 130.32. That car's gone into the pits now. Graham Haddo, he is sitting on a 132.49 at the old Des McLaughlin Commodore. Jason Maros doing a terrific job in the ex-Clem Smith cars. We've got one of the Anglias going very, very slow coming out of turn 9. And there it is there, 191.
Rudolph.
Rodney, not Rodney Wood, that is, Jeffrey Rudolph.
Yeah. He's very slow compared to Simon Fitzner. Simon Fitzner on a 130.26 on that last lap around. But Rudolph well behind that.
Certainly, and going slowly at the moment. So here we go. Have a look at this. A bit of history on screen right now, isn't it?
Absolutely. We've got the two previous cars of Brian Thompson. Those to tail out there on the track. The Mercedes and the Volkswagen. Mercedes powering away from Peter Faulkner in the VW.
Yeah, Peter Fowler built both these cars, and albeit that the VW is a recreation from the ground up, because there wasn't anything left of the Volkswagen. It was not in good condition after its last competitive hit out, and that was what I guess led to the build of the Mercedes. It's striking a magnificent silhouette, and the afternoon starts to draw on. Coming up to 3:45 now. The checkered flag drops on this super sprint for the historic sports sedans, and this category came to fruition about 8 years ago at the Anzac Day event, historic event that the Sporting Car Club puts on over at Malala, and it has been absolutely not only a fan favourite but a competitor favourite, because there are a lot of sports sedans around in garages. In fact, I was chatting with Ian Baird many years ago when he was president of the Sports Sedan Association in Victoria. And I said to him, we should run a sports sedan nationals like they do with improved production. And he said, oh yeah, I can see how that would go. It'd be 700 cars. Go, yeah, we'll be there. And then 2 weeks out, they'd go, oh, we just need 1 more week. We've got 100 coming from America. And you'd end up with 15 cars. And, that's, look, it's a testament to Simon Fitzner and the group that he works with in this realm to keep this category rolling on. And Simon does like to acquire cars and add to his collection. You'd have to say he's already collected the most collectible cars as it is.
Yeah, 100%. And he must have missed the checkered flag because he's coming around again.
He didn't get the checkered flag. He's getting it for the first time now. So
there we go.
That is the end of the Super Sprint for this weekend. There goes Mark Sully. Awesome to see Mark get a full weekend of racing through in the old Dave Hunter car. And as you alluded to earlier, Phil, you had your old car radio fixed at Old Car Radios. And that's Mark Sully on every other day of the week.
100%. He's the man to go and see.
Winding down now for the last time. There's going to be, I would suggest there'd be some people here today that would be looking at that car going, wow, I was here the first time that jigger rolled out. It rolled down the road from Shepparton under the cloak of darkness, did some testing around the short circuit here at Winton, did the shakedown, got it all presented up before they went national sports sedan racing.
Yeah, well, there's one of my friends that I think I mentioned yesterday happened to be in the shed where they did a run up on the rolling road on the engine dyno, or chassis dyno, sorry. Yep. And he said he's seen a lot of cars dyno, but that one's frightened him.
Yeah. Yeah, well, in its first iteration, it was a twin-turbo V8, so yeah, I could see how that would frighten you. The torque that that car would have had certainly needed to be tamed. We wave goodbye to the sports sedans. If you've enjoyed the sports sedans here today, the National Sports Sedan Championship will be at the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships on the 22nd and 23rd of August. Make your way to Sandown. We're lucky still to have that facility smack bang in the suburbs of Melbourne. It'd be great to see you all there. If you've enjoyed historic sports sedans, let me tell you, the National Current Spec cars, there's a lot more carbon fibre about. Thank you, Phil. Awesome to have you on board with the sports sedans. We have got MG and Invited British Sports Cars coming your way in just a couple of moments. Back soon.
When I was a kid, I loved cars.
I've been a motoring enthusiast all my life. My life is hot rods, designing them, building them, and racing.
Hand built with a stainless steel roof. They won the Monte Carlo Rally 4 times.
Like Dad, I've always been a Ford man.
In 71, this was the fastest four-door car in the world.
Insurance? Shannon's, of course.
Okay, let's get into some lights to flag racing, and the MG and invited British cars have really turned it on here this weekend. Sadly, well, I thought that Damien Meyer had packed up and gone home, but that car has made it out.
That was for Group S.
Ah, he was saving it
Different
for
car.
MG.
Yes, he's in this one.
Yes,
Definitely.
okay. So, let's continue on. So Damien Meyer, who has had a tremendous run of success here this weekend from pole position. He goes from pole position again with Phil Chester in the Multi-Power MGB GTV 8 right alongside Michael Trappen. The opposite end of things, a 1200cc, very, very light MG, engineered to within a 1,000th of a whatever, and Michael drives the thing so well. Warren Potts, the New South Wales racer with car number 27, will start out of position 4. Braden Taylor, another New South Welshman, out of position number 5. Keith Ondarchi has started out of 6th, I think, all weekend. It's time to see the number 40. The heat is coming out of the day. It'll play into the ball court at the Triumph Stag, number 40, and we will see how Keith Ondarchi handles it all. Don Bartley, that's interesting. All the New South Welshmen have designed themselves to be up the right side of the grid and the left side of the grid. So what was being led to me to believe during the week from Johnny Macon was a bit of a nationals, a pseudo nationals sort of affair that is about to jump away here. Jack Cousins, or James Cousins, out of the ACT in your favourite car, Ed?
Oh, absolutely, my favourite car of the weekend.
The V12 Jag E-Type, magnificent car. Gordon Bunyan will start out at 10th. Jason Edwards in car number 260 out of 11. The aforementioned John Bacon for Bennett Signs in his red midget. He will start out of position number 12. Jamie Murphy is next. Hank Zorderbean in the 36 Garth Sally, the New South Welshman. Then right next to him, Trevor Dunford out of South Australia. Kayleen Littlechester with Murray Stevenson right alongside, of course, Murray Stevenson in the bigger sort of saloon style of car, and Murray does a terrific job in car number 84. Is Murray Stevenson at 61. 84 is Steve Breakstone, Ewan Giles, David Gwynn, and away we go. A race has started, and it is Phil Chester that leads him down into turn one. He did this earlier today, and he just learned to be a little bit wider here. Off to the dirt goes the midget, and our bright blue and iridescent orange car goes through into the race lead. There is the number 40, and we get a good look at the whole field. Johnny Macon there in the white and red livery car. The number 61 storming through there of Murray Stevenson. He's got his hands full of MGF for Chester. But out in front now, up the inside slides Damien.
He held 6 corners. Well, coming into the sun in front of Damien Meyer, I thought he was on for it, Phil, but just lost it.
Well, you can't hang around. This is only a 10-minute race here, so Phil Chester needs to not let that car get away, and it doesn't seem as though he's had an answer for it. There goes Michael Trappin and the number 40 with Keegan Darcy, mixing it up as the entire field starts to push with Jason Edwards. John Macon there it is, and Murray there as well. Power comes to the 4, but the 13 slides on through here. Phil is just holding that wide open throttle for a millimetre each braking marker. He's just pushing it a little bit harder. His light on the back of that car drives on by, needs to cover this off at the 72 down into turn 1. Gets across the line. He leads lap number 1. He'll hold on up the hill here, but under brakes into the water tower is where he needs to. I guess Ev just needs to cover it off, doesn't he, Phil?
I mean, you can cover only so much. You can't balk, can you?
No, that is true. Keithan Darcy goes through nicely now. He's in P3. He's starting to get the momentum back into the 40, and he will look in his mirror and go, there's no one there. There's 2 cars right up behind you at the moment. They're Keith, so he needs to keep a close eye on Trappin and Taylor.
I was just thinking, it wouldn't be that intimidating to have Damien Meyer in that little MG midget in your rear view, but actually he's making it as intimidating as possible for that type of car, as we see him squirreling around the cleavage, as it was called earlier today.
Yeah, I've been called that for 40 years, but I got to admit, at the moment, Phil Chester, he hasn't even clicked on the high intensity LED Le Mans headlights in this one yet, so he's really throwing everything at it here, and he's a guy that does like a challenge in his sporting life and in business too. He's an exceptional commercial operator, and can't upset him for 2, just instantly capitulate to 13. And let's see how we open the taps and let the fuel flow here as the MGB GT V8 doesn't have it all his own way like he did the last lap around. In fact, he's going to be the 13 that holds on this time around. So,
does the guy use his brakes, Darren?
Sure.
Honestly.
We'll have to ask Phil that. I'm sure he's scratching his head the same way.
His maintenance budget would be great brakes.
And I tell you what, you use them here, that's for sure. There's a lot of corners, these right angle type corners where you've got to get on the brakes here. This is a little bit further back in the pack here, Steve Brownstone, and he's in the 84, and Dave Goodwin in the 66. And these guys riding there for just outside the 20 at the moment. So a great field of cars, 23 cars entered here this weekend. Sadly, we haven't seen Simon Elliott taking any part in this one. This is an interesting car as well. Car number 41, which is Garth Selby, a GSM Dart. A GSM Dart from 1963. Come down from New South Wales. No, not that car. Shannon's, thank you very much, doing a reminder to do with Shannon's insurance commercial. But yeah, that's pretty cool. Something completely different. A GSM Dart, 1963, in that very light blue. It was powder blue out there on the track, as we get a good look back down through some of the other cars in this field. And that is the 78. We're getting a good look at Gordon Bunyan, and Gordon drives this Triumph always very, very well, and always great to see Gordon make the journey to the racetrack with his Triumph Spitfire. It's almost like where's Agent 86 to drive away in that one. So Gordon Bunyan always runs up very, very well. Then it's the 260 of Jason Edwards, the MGF, the green one there. We go back to the front of this race, and Damien Meyer is doing a tremendous job out in front of 132.13. The lap record is set by the car currently in position number 2. It's in his own, his own detriment this weekend. He hasn't been able to replicate that lap time which he set. Sorry, set that lap time yesterday. Hasn't been able to replicate that again today. So a 1:21.40 for Chester. I guess at the end of the day, the victories are nice, but when you look back through the program at the next event, it's still got the lap record, isn't it?
Well, you're not going to set lap records at this time of the afternoon, are you? Generally speaking, no, especially with the sun waves, there's a bit of heat and the track's a little bit used now. Best time for track laps or for setting lap records is 10, 20 in the morning, 11 a.m. That's the sweet spot for most cars.
Here we go with the Chesters in their MGFs coming up over the hill. I think that's Maddie in the red one. And yeah, that definitely is Maddie in the red one as we get our race leader across the line. 3.5 minutes left on the clock for this race, so going to be at least 4 laps we'll get through here. Damien is absolutely hustling. I have not seen any suspension trouble on this car at all. I'm sure it is there, but wow, it is controlled. There's a really good set of dampers on that car. I know there's some awesome set of dampers on this car, but the answer is just escaping Phil at this time. I've got to hand it to Phil. It's a difficult car to hustle. It's fast, but the faster you go, the harder it gets, and he's not afraid to get the whip out and give it that treatment.
It's a light car too, Darren. It's 1.5 tonne for a V8 barrelling around the track. It's hard to pull up.
Short wheelbase, narrow car. It's a talent in itself to.
You are working.
Yeah.
I saw some in-car from Alex Webster in the Group S of Damien Meyer in that midget. And he actually, some of the time, drives one-handed.
Yeah.
He's got one hand on the steering wheel, one hand on the gearbox, and he's driving like that. No, he doesn't have any time for the brakes, really. I've not seen him brake at all this weekend around Winton, which is phenomenal. The last time I drove around here, I think my brakes got half-life.
There you go. Down into turn 11. He goes, here it is, Mike Trafford. This is where the race is at the moment. Have a look at this. The Stag is being menaced now by the ZR. And
when would you ever have thought you'd hear that?
Yes, of course. Not only menacing, the 48 shoves it up there. Tony Bollebrecht, the MVZR, draws right alongside. There's not going to be a shortage of cubic inches here, though, for the Stag. Number 40 drives away with it. Cool car from the 70s.
Isn't it just?
Absolutely. And Keith Ondaatje, what a top bloke. He loves it. The Ondaatjes love their Triumphs. That's all there is to it. And they love taking it up to MGs, and the MG invited British cars. And they are wheeling them around there at the moment. So just waiting to see if Tony Albrecht can get onto the back of Keith again and hassle him through the bottom end of the lap here. It's certainly the Stag, like the MGB GT V8 from Chester, just drives away in a straight line. But he's got a battle coming in late there. Car number 43 arriving on the scene, John Bartley. And he's giving him a hurry up now as well. So getting onto the back of the other cars in front of 40 of Keith Ondaatje is difficult. Our race leader, Wolf, just taking a couple of the tail enders there. Had to go to the dirt in car number 13. No harm, no foul. Play on. And away he goes.
I'm not sure what to say about Damien, to be honest. I don't think he even broke them when he was going off track.
He certainly was. The last lap board hasn't come out, so they're going to do another 2 laps after this one. So good value. I hope everyone's fueled for the extra journey. So thankfully the race leader's got around and just snuck through before the last lap board went out. I think, but we'll keep an eye on that. And there's a couple of guys in different iterations of MGs watching Damien stream all through here. There we go. A little bit of a replay going up.
Did he break?
No, he didn't break. He just went to the dirt going past the Victoria Tourism signs, and he continued on his merry way around the sweeper. He goes in the live shots at the top left hand of the screen. If you're watching on the live stream, Stevenson just jumps out of the way in the 61. Saw him coming, the MGZS 180 in the grey and burgundy stripe over the top, a work style of livery that car was raced in the UK. And we just see the GSM Dart getting lapped there as well of Garth Kelly. And Garth would know very, very well that Damien Myers coming through, I'm sure, in the New South Wales events. Those guys are used to seeing car number 13 charging through. And Garth just gets out of the way in the GSM Dart 1963 built car.
I've got to say, Darren, just seeing all those open tops out there, aren't we so blessed with this weather this weekend for those guys? It could have been a different story.
Yeah, it would be. The other end of that story is like
oh no, it's terrible for them.
Can't be good. Last lap board has been displayed for the final time here for the MG Divided British Cars Race 3. Next race is from the other side of Europe, the Alfa Romeo Racing Crew. But this guy, you've got to say, has been an absolute sensation in the MGs here this weekend. And really taking it up to them. Was running in Group S, decided to concentrate his efforts later in the day today on this particular race. And it's not too many times in your racing career where you clean sweep a weekend, is it?
No, it's also a masterclass in karting and the value of putting money into a karting career early on. If you're getting your kids into it and you're wondering about whether you should spend the money, if you've got the money, they will drive anything.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a talented wheelman giving us a lesson here at the moment. And it's not too often that anyone shows a clean set of heels to Phil Chester. And Phil holds on to position number 2, albeit 10 seconds behind. And our race leader now making his way through the last couple of corners. And, well, get out the broom, Ed, because it is a clean sweep in the MGs.
The best thing for Phil is that Damien's not in any running for championship points. He's not a threat to Phil's championship.
Yeah, I still reckon that Phil will be driving home back to the airport tonight to head home to Queensland, and he'll be scratching his head going, oh, look at that, anything to do with it. He gets the line there as well. So Winchester home, ultimately 13 seconds back down the road. We wait for Michael Trappin in car number 1, and he should be lauded as well, because you don't get number 1 on your car for winning just 3 races in a series. You get home and you get on the podium. When it's a bad weekend, you get home and you take position number 3. If it's a good weekend, you take 1 or 2, and more often than not, Mike stands on one of those spots on the podium this weekend, or this race. He'll most likely take out 3rd position. Braden Taylor has driven exceptionally well also in the number 19 entry, the MG Midget, and he gets home in 3rd place. Tony Vollebrecht, again, as always, in the 48. He does a good job in the MG ZR. From Bartley, car number 43, gets home as well. Good to see Don out there enjoying some great racing here this weekend. Gordon Bunyan should be the next car across the line in his Triumph Spitfire. And we've lost car number 40 in the last lap. Keith Ondaatje has gone to the pits. That's a real shame. I did not notice that. Wasn't on screen. Ewan Gills also, and Murphy. So a couple of cars that were on for a good result. Jay Murphy from Queensland retired from that one as well. Johnny Makem home in 10th place. Stevenson in the bigger saloon style of car. He gets home eventually there as well in the ZS 180. And heaps would have been done, but Kelly Chester, Frankston, Matty Chester round out the finishes in this one. And that is the conclusion of the MG and Invited British Cars here for this weekend. Ed, that also sees the end of your official duties here as well this weekend. Thank you very much for bringing your perspective to the event and all of that ace research you've been doing down there in the Group N, the Group S paddock right throughout this weekend.
Thank you, Darren. Thanks for having me, and thanks for everyone that was watching and that turned up to Winton. It's been a great weekend. Can't wait for next year.
Terrific. We've still got 3 more races to go. The Alfa Romeo Racing MOSPRA Formula B, and then the Porsche 944s will draw the curtain on the 2025 Winton Festival of Speed. We'll take a break, and 3 races still to go. Up next, Alfa Romeo's on track.
I spend a lot of time out here. The RT Charger's the real deal. An E49. Remember A-Charger? I've always got projects on the go, so Shannon's laid-up cover helps protect my restorations. I'm Mopar through and through. It's a passion Shannon's understands. I wouldn't insure my cars and bikes with anyone else.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
I should really have a like a sign saying "Be back soon." Anyways, we've only got 1 hour and 7 minutes worth of racing still to go. The Porsche 944s is the one that I will be commentating, which will be not too far away. We've now got the Alfa Romeos out on track, so let's send it now back up to the world feed for the Alfa Romeos to take it away around this Winton motorsport circuit.
You've been set up by yourself, I think. Yep, no problem. No problem.
So 1 minute until the Alfa Romeos hit the circuit. Quite a quiet stream here this afternoon. We've only had Soccer Callan and Harrison join the stream. Yeah, you're back. I'm back for about a minute because I'm not doing the Alfa Romeos. I've set myself the Porsches, so I'm back for like 30 seconds. But yeah, the Alfa Romeos are out on track. I'm going to hand it back to the world feed in a few moments' time. It's just there was ad breaks playing, and I didn't want to risk copyright, so yeah. But I hope you guys have enjoyed this. The 15 minutes of Alfa Romeo racing are currently out there on the Winton circuit for race number 3. 15 minutes. And then we've got touring cars out on circuit, followed by legend cars. Then the Porsche 944 is out on circuit as well. So take it away to the world feed for this run. Then we've got the touring car masters, legend cars, and the Porsches, which I will be taking over here with this big field of nearly 40 cars racing around this Winton circuit. Let's send it now up to your commentators up at the world feed.
Got it all repaired, so expect him to come flying through the field.
Well, I guess we do. Yeah, I guess we do. So we've got to keep an eye out for him. He did well to continue motoring on as well. I guess to bring it through. So he's starting out at position number 10. So he's got 10 protagonists in front of him. All of them have got some good pace as well.
They certainly do. They'll definitely. I'm sure they'll try and hold him up somewhere along the line.
If you don't mind, Mark, just run us through the grid sheet. Give us a little bit of insight as to each of these drivers as they continue around.
Harrison, I will be back in like 45 minutes. You can wait. You can wait, Harrison. I'm sure the question that you need to ask me isn't that important. I'm sure it isn't. I've got other things to do. Just like I've been doing other things all day. I've got other things to do, Harrison. I'll be back in like 30 minutes. Okay, I'm not subscribing to you anymore. Okay, you do you. Harrison, I mean, mate, it's literally because I'm not doing a stream that's 7.5 hours long. I can't do every race, Harrison. You do you, but like I can't do a 7-hour stream, Harrison. I can't do all of it. It's physically not possible. So, you do you. You unsubscribe to me, but yeah. What happened to the Cape Whip challenge? My lord, I couldn't. I can't get a stream without someone asking me that, can I? I can't. Anyways, before I get carried away, I'm going to hand it back up to the world feed. Harrison, you do what you want, and I am going to do what I was going to do 5 minutes ago before the ads started playing.
And there is, as we've spoken about this weekend, a number of different classes. We've got the Class A outright cars, obviously. They got the big A we can see on the front of the grid, and the Twin Spark cars represented with a T on the window. So, well, there is multiple classes in this form of Alfa Romeo racing. Waiting for the field now to get the green light. Front row of the grid, Bagetto and Mick Aarons. Two cars, very fairly similar silhouettes as Aarons gets away beautifully. Look at that. Pedal to the metal and just drove it away from the line there. There goes that suit that I was talking about, the TI of Pignataro. But wow.
Mick Aarons got a great start, hasn't he?
Wow, absolutely. And Bagetto has gone back a spot because it's Michael Musumeci that's come through. Carmela Mirabella also in the mix there. There's David Caparo. He's given a clear signal to those around him. He's on his way forward, hasn't he?
He certainly pulled out a few spots there, and you'll start to see Mick Aarons pull away through this part of the circuit. He's definitely got the local track experience here, and he's turned many laps around Winton.
It's quite a stout-looking car here. It's got a very racy sort of slant to it. The rake heading towards the front, which the wedge shape of the GTV or the GT style of body does lend itself to that sort of setup.
Beautiful silhouette it is.
It is a classic silhouette. It's synonymous with the brand, obviously, for sure. At the moment, Caparo doesn't mind what's synonymous with the brand. He wants to be synonymous with winning, doesn't he?
Yes, he certainly does. He makes sure that he lets everyone know about it.
Well, there we go. Good on him as our race leader. This is a short, sharp journey as well, out over 15 minutes. And that starts when they leave the pit exit. So number 51 doing a tremendous job. Bagetto has gone through on this mention just off back of camera there. So the black car has been relegated back one spot there. So there is some information going to the field there on the blackboard. Back to those guys. Nice.
So you can already see Dave Caparo in a lap has pulled up to fifth spot already and just about to take fourth.
Yeah, absolutely. Drives right up the side there, and that will be Alfio that relinquishes that spot as Caparo wants to get right out in front. And it's one of those things, it's going to be just a little bit harder to tick the boxes the further it gets up through the field. The thing that's really going to tell us the difference is at the end of this lap when they come across and we get exposed to what the lap times have been for these guys, because that's where Dave Caparo is going to make up the difference, isn't he? He has to be faster on every single lap than the other contenders in front of him.
Yeah, absolutely, and don't discount Mark Bagetto as well out in front, right behind Mick. He's slowly reeling him in, and we'll start to see that come to fruition probably down the short back straight as well. So it's going to be a great contest, and as you can see that he's really reeled in Mick Aarons now. So I'm sure we're going to see something in just a few corners. Here we go.
Mick Aarons in the 51 there has led from the flag. Didn't quite get the task done in the earlier race today. And starting to come under fire now as Bagetto draws alongside and Musumeci goes with him here in the draft. Caparo is in the background there. These three guys just have to be a little bit aware that once Caparo gets onto the back of them, he is going to hit the eject button as rapidly as he possibly can. And I refer to the lap time. Let's have a look. He's a full second faster than those three cars on track in front of him. In fact, he's more than a second faster of Mick Aarons. So he'll be on the back of a Mitsubishi in the not too distant future. And wow, have a look at this out front.
That's Mick's local knowledge coming into fruition there, and he should be able to hold them out all through this section of the track.
Big look at the plunge down there for Ghetto. He thinks better of it, but does go tight in the 11. He'll start to, well certainly Mr. Mecchi knows that Caparo is in the mix there. Terrific drive by Caparo to get back into contention here. Started out of 10th after he went to, well, effectively a non-atmosphere car or a normally aspirated car. Turbo is what these cars rely on for their power. And good on him for staying out. Like he knew that the performance wasn't there, so he drove the thing home to 10th. If he had to come in, he would have started rear of grid. So good thinking.
That's exactly the reason why he stayed out there. Didn't want to start from the back. And this is turning out to be such a fantastic battle between these, all these drivers here. We've now got 4 in the mix.
Let's have a look at them as they go across the line and see what their lap time between the Ghetto. Oh, Mr. Mecchi across the line there has gone through. So Aarons has gone back 3 spots now in this lap.
And there you go, Dave's just pulled out another fastest lap.
So this Alfa Romeo race turning out to be quite the race. Here's Bigetto continues to lead with his fastest lap being a 1:38.3. He runs up to the top of the circuit. The highest elevation point is Aarons trying to look up the... Sorry, yes, that is Cabard trying to look up the inside of Aarons at the top of the circuit. And then we have Musmecki and P2 and Bigetto in first place. 3 minutes to go as Bigetto in that Alfa Romeo has a lot of grunts down the front straight of this circuit, and it has been shown within the last 13 minutes of the final race of the weekend for these cars. An amazing package of races this weekend, and I very much enjoyed listening in and dropping by through the stream and listening to some of these absolutely amazing cars. We're running down to the final hour of action on track here at Winton this weekend, and I'm really hoping that there's more like this, as Musmaki nearly losing the car and Capard nearly got him on the exit there of turn 3. And there you go, he just run wide. Now he's vulnerable on the exit to Cabard, and he does get the move done. The number 15 Alfa Romeo getting that move done and moving up into second place. Now the goal there is to try and catch up to that number 11 Alfa Romeo that is in this lead of this race quite dominantly as well. And off goes, I think that's Aarons off in the background there, out of this race. I'm going to guess that's what's happened. And I think the timing screen will light up here at the back end of this one, and that is the confirmation off the road and parked up as well.
Rainfall. Who knew here in, we can see the snow on Mount Buller from where we are here right now. So this has been bathed in sunshine, although now the local time being 20 minutes past 4, or 17 minutes past 4, it starts to get cool, those shadows start to get long, and as I said, the drivers, as they come up past out of turn 1 and turn 2 and just drive up that little rise there, the sun just grabs them right in the eye.
Yeah, most certainly. And there you can see Mark Baguetto has just set the fastest lap of the race, and as I said, with a bit of clear air, he can definitely put all that horsepower down, and he's certainly showing his skills out here today, extending that lead. He's now got a 3.3 second lead to Michael.
There it is. He's given the international signal to I've broken down, and puts the line up and wanders away. So car number 15 taking no further competitive part in this event. Alfio Skirky doing a nice job there as well in that blue car. There we go. The number 5 and the 707 right in behind Camelo Mirabello. Those guys started line of stern with each other.
And Anthony Amate, they're all 3 blue cars.
Yes. Yes, I've got to say I do like the number 5 off the the blue racing car is Europe.
Yes, it certainly is. And here you have 2 different models here, a GDB and a 147 GDA.
Well, Amato's done a tremendous job. Started out at 12th and he's now up to 7th, so he's pushing for those points in the championship hunt. We go back to car number 11, and the last lap board has been displayed to him, so you would have to suggest there's car 2 on the road, which is Mizumeki, and then it is the Aaron's entry there, Mick Aaron's in P3, so a really good drive by car number 11. He's been right at the pointy end of all the racing here this weekend, and it's a lovely drive home when you have a weekend like that, isn't it?
Oh,
the eyes are tired and heavy, but you've got a spring in your step.
And you're smiling all the way home. Mark's been absolutely clinical this weekend, and they've had a few little dramas, but they've been able to sort it all out and put it all together. And like you said, the drive home is going to be very fun and full of laughter.
Yeah, exactly. And well, the opposite end of the scale is what we all experience at some time. And I'm sure that Mark Baguetto has had the weekends that you want to forget here in the Trident Civil contract in Alpha. 2 more corners to execute here, and he will greet the checkered flag. Great field of Alphas. 25 cars fronting up for a 4:15 start at the end of the weekend. That's pretty cool to see that many cars fronting up. Testament to not only the category but the event, the gravity of this event. People are looking at it as a special one to come to.
Yes, it certainly is. We love coming to Winton here, and we always have a great time and appreciate what the event is and what they do for our category.
Certainly is, and Alfa Romeo synonymous with racing over all the decades that this brand has been involved. The checkered flag has certainly flown for the final time in the Alfa Romeo Racing. Mark Baguetto takes a sweet victory. Michael Mizumeki started out at 3, came home in 2, and Mick Aaron started out at 2, came home in 3, but not a bad result considering he sort of struggled in the mid part of this race and had to succumb to the fire that came out in the 777. Simon Grierson started out at 6, finished 4th, so that's a nice result there. Alfio Mizumeki started 5th, came 5th. Amate is the mover there. He started out of 9th, coming home 6th.
He's the shaker and baker of the race today.
Absolutely, here this afternoon. The 707 started out of 4, ultimately home in 7th. Then we've got Ashby, Bill Magafin, Bers Muller, Wilson, Ashby. I don't know how to say that.
Kukuza.
Kukuza, there you go. Got to do it with that Mediterranean accent.
That's right.
do it with your fingers.
And I did it with the hand.
Kukuza. I get it now. You got to do it. It's a physical thing, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, look, fantastic. Thank you very much, Mark, for your presence here in the commentary booth and giving us a bit of insight into the Alfa Romeo racing, particularly your mates that you've come down here. You've joined us Mexicans for the weekend, and you've come in numbers. And as always, the Alfa Romeo crews from all over the country.
They certainly do, and we appreciate the hospitality, and we'll definitely be back next year.
We'll take our trophy and buzz off. would you? Will do. Thank you very much to Marcus Billy and the entire Alfa Romeo racing community for bringing such a great field of cars here this weekend. We're just moments away from seeing the M&O and sports cars with the Formula V's out on track. And then the curtain closer, the Porsche 944s. Gee, let's hope that the racing has been fierce, but let's hope we don't get any coming together like we have had over late yesterday and earlier on today. Good clean racing out of the Porsche 944s to finish things off. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
Cars are lining up in pit lane, and Phil Memory will be making his way back onto the mic. But just before we head back into the last two races of the day, we'll take a quick break. Thanks for joining us here at the track and indeed on the live stream. It's great to see the fans that are sticking around to see out the end of the day. You will be rewarded with a couple of great races coming up, and we will see you in just a couple of moments for the M&O Racing and Formula V race. Race 3.
Groups MOQR, Sports Racing and Formula V out on track. That was a big part of the alphabet, all done and dusted.
certainly is, and well done. You're a well-educated man, Phil.
I don't know about that. Some of my old school teachers would disagree with that entirely.
Well, I'm not here to disagree with your old school teachers, mate, but you've executed that part of the alphabet very, very well. And I like the way you jumped all the way to V as well. You missed some in between S and V, but skillfully done. That's what's written down in front of us. But a really cool field of racing cars in this sort of field here as well. And I guess the entertainment in this one, apart from the fact that it's got some rocks and some nice pieces of cars in the front, the Formula V's are...
that's going to be where it's all special.
Absolutely. The interesting thing is that in a couple of weeks' time, I said it a few times this weekend, the Formula V's will have up to about 30 cars on track at Sandown on the 22nd and 23rd of August. So look forward to seeing all of those cars there as well. Let's have a look at this grid sheet. It is Nigel Hook in car number 1, who will be out on the front of this grid. And Nigel, at car number 1, that sends a pretty clear message in itself, doesn't it? Right alongside is the Belmore-Beta entry, Mark Belmore-Beta in car number 12. That beautiful car. It really is. And credit to the beaters and of course the guy that was out spending a lot of time making sure that car does look so good. Bill Hughes from Hughes Supercar Services down there at Greyside in Melbourne. And so after that car, life is one of his own.
A great first name too.
I like what you're doing there late in the day, Phil, filling the air full of joy and fun. It's terrific way to go about it. So we go back to Kevin West and Alan Foley, which
Alan Foley
not here.
is out. He's got a clutch problem. Certainly had some issues off the start line, and basically the clutch was just in a bad place.
It looks like we've got the second row of the grid completely clear, so let's jump back to
maybe the third.
Little. Damien Sykes, Chris Jackson, Glenn Briggs, David Crabtree, Ross McLaughlin, Andrew Greaves-James, Callum Ross, Robert Willits, Matt Gurish, as we are set for a start, and away we go. And what a ripper. Car number 1, Nigel Hook, gets the Kadicha F282 well motivated, but it'll be, dives down the inside. Full credit to Don Wabita. He did a terrific job. Great presence of mind to stay out of the way of the charging car number 1.
100%. That was, I'm not too sure what happened there, because Hook certainly seemed to leave the start line in front of everybody else. Well, didn't see it on screen, but maybe he missed a gear, because Mark was certainly in the lead coming into that corner, and so big late dive and pulled it off as they head on their way around. And as you said, just prior to going on to air, the major part of the race is going to be the Formula V's, because everybody else is pretty much either pulled out or gone home through some sort of retirement or issue, possibly needing to just get home time for their life.
Nigel Hook for Race Car Restorations, that Kadicha F282, doing nicely, and wouldn't be too often you'd look in the mirror and see the magnificent silhouette of a Brabham BT23. And Mark Belmore-Beta had the entire Belmore-Beta family up here yesterday watching on, and drove very, very well. In fact, he's driving his car better than ever now. So car number 12 is actually staying with Nigel Hook at the moment, and moving over to just follow in that slipstream and get a bit of a toe down. Will he pull out? No, it stays line astern. I wouldn't have thought that the Wings and Slicks car would pose too much of a threat from the Brabham, but certainly Mark Belmore-Beta is doing a terrific job at the wheel this weekend.
He certainly is, and we're just back in the Formula V's on screen now, and as you might expect, there's 3 Formula V's all together. Throw a hanky over them, and they'll just swap and change position left, right, and centre.
That's Ian Edgar in the 58. He's leading this charge, and these guys are 4th, 5th, and 6th in the race. So, as we alluded to at the start here, Phil, the Formula V's are going to give us the entertainment bonanza of this one.
100% as they head around the sweeper, and Then we've got this little dog leg to the right. Throw it down there. Oh, nice wrap. Pulled the inside line to close that off so that no one could come down the inside. A bit of a replay there, and we see just the slightest of touches between a couple of the cars.
I love Damien Sykes. He was watching the mirror there for the car coming through. That's real presence of mind.
Oh, yeah.
Looking for Chris Jackson, who was, he saw a flash in his side mirror. Tiny little side mirrors on these things, and we're just watching all of them now checking their mirrors as they come in a straight line. That's the good spot to do it. Check your mirrors in a straight line.
Oh, yeah. That's, it gets a bit awkward when you're doing it mid-corner.
Well, presence of mind at turn 2 to do that. Look at Jackson, draws alongside now. Damien Sykes knows he's there. Brakes just a millimetre later. Carries the car through the corner.
Yes, good job from all of those three drivers there. Nose to tail, try and hanky over them. The two guys at the back need to just sort of work together and close down. There's a bit of a gap opened up. And if they just work together, they'll be able to close that gap back up again.
Ian Edgar has not happened to be in any troubles here. The 14 now looking up the inside. Wow, they're bunched up through turns 1 and 2. 3 wide down into turn 3. 3 into 3. That won't come out. Oh, wow. Don't know what the square root of 3 is, but 9, I think.
Yeah, something like that. Maths was never my strong subject.
I went cross-eyed down. I was seeing the square root of 3, but wow, this is what we predicted at the moment, and this is where this race is at. Our race leaders have cleared out, and let me tell you, Nigel Hook and Mark Alvita are glued together. Oh no, that will be Ian Edgar.
Yeah.
Disappears off in the number 58. I don't think there was any coming together. I'm going to blow the whistle and say, play on.
Well done.
And see if we can get a result now, because the 14 of Damien Sykes and the 80 of Chris Jackson are now very much glued together. Look at the mirror there. Yeah. Getting a look, he's going, I know my right mirror is chock a block full of car 80, but who's on the left? Because car 80 is now on the left.
Yeah, and makes the big challenge. Wow, gets to in front, but not fully in front, has to stay on the outside through the right-hander, manages to close the gap.
Here's the replay. Ian Edgar tips it in. He arrived late there, went off of his own position.
Yeah, that was, he's played that game himself out onto the green stuff. He'll be ruining the effort that he put in there. Certainly didn't come play off for him.
Certainly, let's send our race leaders now. Gee, Mark Goldenbeater's driving the race of his life now in car number 12 as the sun sets out over the back of the circuit here. These guys are doing a tremendous job. Just looking at the lap time of 1:30.24 for Goldenbeater. And there is again a bit of a timing glitch with what we're seeing on track. It's Hook is leading Goldenbeater, but the timing is saying it's the other way around. But they're both in the 130s. This is why they're still so glued together.
Absolutely.
Two different generation cars. Oh,
back to the V's.
These are into it. The 14 of Sykes looked at the inside of Chris Jackson.
Yeah.
He's going to keep doing it too. He's just going to keep sticking the nose in.
Yeah, keep niggling away, and try and force the error. As long as he doesn't cause the error, it's all good.
Yes, exactly.
But I see Scott Ball, Scott Ball has broken a diff in his bottom car, so Lee Ball is back out there after repairing the rear end of that car, which was why he found himself in the kitty litter. There was a bit of a breakage at the back end of the tube frames Nimbus. Found himself out in the kitty litter, but he's coming back, making a bit of a challenge to close up the gap. Will he have the time to do it? So he's certainly doing pretty well at the moment.
Jackson and Sykes still filling the screen. Well, they've gone absolutely side by side with each other. Ian Edgar has managed to extract himself out of the wet grass, but not obviously playing any part of it. Oh, other side, mate. There he is.
Where's he going? Oh, there he is.
The 14 big corner totally distracted by a shadow, and the 80 is on the other side there. Oh, wow. Shoulder checks even in Formula V's now.
Do not ever tell me that Formula V racing is not exciting, because, boy, it is always exciting. There is always so much hip and shoulder. Well, not hip and shoulder, but look over your shoulder.
Look over your shoulder, almost stand up in the seat and have a good look and see if you can find him where it is. But spatial awareness in car number 14, he held his line, but he was looking left and right frantically to see where Chris Jackson is. Great driving by Chris Jackson. I really applaud that, because he's absolutely confused Damien Sykes. He thinks he's going left and he's going right, and he goes right this time and just gets held out. Great bit of racecraft by both these guys.
And this is playing right to the ball. So where fighting like this, Lee is able to close up, and he'll be having an absolute balls, literally sitting in the car watching what's going on in front of him.
There's going to be at least 3 laps to go in this one too, Phil.
Yeah.
So I reckon if he keeps his head down and these two start battling like they are again, side by side, they're sharing the same shadow at this point in time. The 80 has chosen for about 4 laps in a row to cover so much more real estate around the outside. But what
He's done it. He's done it.
He has.
He's managed to do it.
It's
That lead ball is right on the back.
It's allowed Chris Jackson to flow the car, and that's the secret for Formula V racing. There's 3 cars.
Lead ball right back into it, and down the inside is Lee. He picked a place. He's done it. Lee Ball, well done.
And I'm going to validate this, Phil, because this is for third.
Yeah.
This is for third in the race. Nigel Hook and Marcus Belbavita have checked out in the Kaditcha and in the Brabham. They're well up the road. In fact, they're a minute up the road. More than a minute up the road of these guys. A minute and 14 seconds up the road. But these guys now are battling it out now. It's going to be Chris Jackson. He's checked out on this battle. Lee Ball has arrived on the scene here. And now Damien Sykes, the guy who just about stands up in his seat to check out where his opposition are, has to fight back.
Well, I think they've been sharing a sandwich on the way around before. You know, they're side by side, so close together.
Here it is, a
bit of a
replay.
replay.
Down into turn 1, slow motion 2. We're going to have to pick this to pieces. Have a look at Lee Ball, puts the wheel up on the written strip. Just a little bit of slip there, slip angle there as well. The 14 is absolutely bamboozled. He's looking in the mirrors again now. Arching his head around, trying to find where Lee Ball is. Mate, reach out, break those mirrors off and get out off the guy in front of him.
Yeah, that's right. They need to work together to try and close that gap back down, because otherwise Jackson is going to take this away. And Sykes and Ball need to work together. Haven't got very long to do. In fact, we've got the blue flag being
Here comes our race leader charging to the line now. Last lap being shown to the race leader, so therefore this battle as well. Car number 1 leading the way. Let's stick with our race leader. He deserves our attention on this final journey around the track. Let's see the Brabham BT23 come through there as well. These guys don't care, do they? Get past us. Hurry on. We've got the championship fighting out here.
Yeah, absolutely. They're doing really, really well. Just looking at the Kaditcha, am I seeing the rear wing flexing a little bit there? But it looked a bit that way on the screen. But
don't talk about rear wing deflection, crikey. Can't name Formula 1. You're only allowed this much, and they take that much.
Yeah, 100%. But that Kaditcha, beautiful looking car, and a great effort from Mr. Hook as he hooks around the bottom there. Also, the Formula V is locking some brakes there, a little bit of tyre smoke. All good.
That Brabham, the BT23, leader, and still, Jack Brabham is still the guy who's driven and won world championships in the car with his name on it. I mean, is that ever going to be eclipsed? I doubt it.
I'll put money on and say no.
Yeah, I'm going to put money on it too, because it'll probably be after I'm gone.
Yeah, same here. If it ever happens, it'll be after I'm gone.
And that gives the gravity of what Michael Belbavita has done here this weekend. There's the checkered flag. And riding it out is Nigel Hook, a fantastic victory. Lights to flag victory. He was chased by Mark Belmavita in different equipment, older equipment. And I've got to say, great drive by Nigel Hook, but what a steer by Mark Belmavita. He set the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, 1 minute 30. 1 minute 29.30, as opposed to Hook that managed a 129.34.
So it's hundredths of a second. No, it's still the fastest lap. And, what a great result. Well done to Mark Belmavita and the team that he's got surrounding him. And I say the team, the one man, Phil Hughes, who takes great pride in anything he presents for the racetrack, and definitely the next generation of Hughes. Thomas is doing some racing in the prototype championship as well. They've got a Radical that they go racing in, but certainly the MOQ and R Sports Racing and Formula V. How did we end up? Where are the results for the Formula V? So we've got that battle. Damien Sykes,
Jackson and Ball.
Wow.
Edgar, McLaughlin, Bruce, James and Corish. With everyone else that's on our little list there, and non-starter.
Terrific result there as we now look at the cars that are going to make up the last race for this weekend. I'm not sure if Joey Kellogg is going to join us here in the commentary booth. The excitement factor, there's his voice in the background. We'll take a quick break because these cars are not too far about from rolling out on the track. We'll be back in just a moment with the Porsche 944s, our last race of what has been a magnificent Winton festival of speed. And I look out and the 100 or so people that are still lining the fences, you are going to get a massive treat. These 944s have been absolutely immense.
Yeah, they've been absolutely tremendous. It was the race last night was just awesome. And, Chris Williams was pretty lucky and did a great job.
He did too, and did a good job earlier on today as well. We'll be back in just a couple of moments with Porsche 944s, the last race for the event.
I was 16 when I first saw her. Loved her utterly. She was so sweet, so perfect. Still is. She's got a whopping great two-stroke engine under that gorgeous aerodynamic body. Insurance? Well, Shannon's, of course.
No one knows your passion like Shannon's. That's why we offer special limited usage rates and even club plate cover. So call Shannon's on 13 46 46. Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for sticking around, and if I had a chance, I'd come around and shake all of your hands for sticking it out for this last race for the weekend, the Porsche 944 Challenge. I've got to say, this points coming into this weekend, it was Campbella who sat across the top of the points table. I reckon that's had a bit of a mix-up. Certainly, Chris Lewis-Williams, who was down at 16, he's had his championship cause a big jolt along, and fantastic to have Chris on board. He's put the trophies up for the class with his business Tyre Power Vanilla. If you're local, in fact, I checked out some prices on him and drove up from Melbourne to get some tyres. He was so sharp on the prices, it was well worth getting up the road here. Joey Callum, mate, the excitement factor out of the Festival of Speed for 2025. Yeah, how good is this to get this last race of the day? Our mates from the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships getting up here, they've loved it. They really have enjoyed the Festival of Speed. But wow, we've had some paint swap, haven't we?
Oh, absolutely. And what an event. I mean, just cruising around the paddock and seeing all the amazing cars. And, you know, those vintage sports sedans are out of this world. Perspex wings and, oh man, like it's just awesome.
See-through Perspex wings, did you see that?
Oh yeah, it was amazing. I took a lot of photos of that one. It was great. It's very exciting yeah, with great anticipation. Here we go for the finale of such a great event.
Don't we ever? And Chris Lewis-Williams, guy who, Tyre Power Vanilla, who had put up the trophies, will start out of position at number 1. A big return to the category. Mark Torbett's right alongside. Is the 66 going to bring it home?
They expect a big tussle between these guys because Mark Torbett's had his measure toward the end of the last race. He was catching him. He run out of laps. So it's we're about to get underway. But it's going to be a race to turn 1, and who knows what's going to happen. It's going to be really exciting.
Absolutely. Michael Westerway and James Westerway. Jimmy will sit off the back there. He will measure it all up. And it was a big dive down to turn 1. And, turn 3, where we saw him disappear off. Tony Westerway, Ads Brewer, Mark Martino, Josh Brisbane, Ryan Phillips, Nick Carpenter, and, the aqua car of Cambella, car number 1. What ominous sign do you need in the last race of the day?
Starting from the back position on the grid, he has gone from last to first before. You remember him doing Sandown?
And Calder.
Last corner, and Calder. Expect big things from Bella moving through the pack.
Absolutely. Tony Andreski in the 27, he'll start 11th. Jack Atley, the pit lane clothing man, he will start out of 12. Peter Jones, Peter Grant, Matty Mezzelma, Sam Roth, Andrew Goldman, and Cambella car number 1. When you say that in any race, starting out of position number 18, yes, that's right, 18. Where will he go? Oh, Roberts didn't get away nicely. Westaway does. He gets down the inside there, so Mark Torbett's in the yellow, number 66, goes back to P4. What that does is allows Chris Lewis-Williams to get away. There's Ads Brewer. It's trophy time. Ads Brewer appears on the podium at the start of this race. Bella has just been bottled up a little bit. I think those guys said, let's hold him up as best we can. No, the magenta car in front, and that'll be Roth. Oh no, there's Sam Roth there. That'll be Petter. He'll see the aqua car come charging through as well. Have a look at this, Jamie Westaway, right onto the back of Lewis Williams in the 37. He started behind, but I tell you what, when Mark Torbett's bobbled on the start line there, Jamie Westaway plugged the hole. He plugs the hole again. Oh, great evasive action there by Chris Lewis-Williams. Now that is good racing right there. He saw the manoeuvre and he went, there's no point trying to block it now. He's outsmarted me. We'll race for another day. Ads Brewer, just a little bit pensive, you would suggest at this point in time. Doesn't want to bend up more panels here this weekend. It's probably going to bust loose with Tony Westaway is in the mix there. Have a look at Jack Atley. He's driving really, really well. He was actually having a bit of a walk around the paddock before, just gathering his thoughts. I said, what are you up to there, mate? I'm gathering my thoughts. The guy is about 6'8", and when he ranges up the side,
huge man. I saw him over the back of the paddock burning incense, sitting down and in a meditation pose, just trying to gather all his thoughts and just really trying to centre himself. He was talking about aligning his chakras. I don't know, whatever he's done, it seems to be working really well right now.
Incense, you say?
Well, he was just muttering namaste. Anyway, he's doing namaste. Let's hope that he's going nafaste.
Yeah, let's hope, because at the moment it is Jamie Westaway, the champion of the game, as is the guy behind him, And the guy, the champion in waiting, Ads Brewer, ranges up behind CLW. Have a look at this, Mark Torbert's trying to push through on Westerway. There's the Aqua Carabella. He gets through on Jack Atley. Jack goes, yeah, mate, I'm not going to argue with you. I'll actually jump in behind you. I'll learn something for a lap or two.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Now, Bella would have loved to have had more, taken more spaces by this time than he has. He has definitely been held up. You'll see the big gap between the front group and the mid group, because Torbert says he can more than bobble. He'll be kicking his own shins. He's now behind. He's got through one part of a Westerway wall. He's going to try and claw back some positions, but a big gap between the leading pack and that peloton chasing behind. As we see Lewis Williams, Westerway has made a move on him, got in front. We've got Brewer behind, a little gap to Verdino, Westerway, Torbert, Westerway, and Phillips. It's really close in the peloton there.
Peter Grant and Jack Atley just getting together there. I think there's been there has been definitely a step up of aggression and willingness to give each other a bit of a nudge in the mid pack here this week. And I think we probably need to have a bit of a chat about that.
Yeah.
Get on top of that before too many more rounds get underway, because we don't want to be loading bashed up cars onto trailers at the end of the weekend. It's money we don't need to spend. But look, if the racing gets willing, that's awesome. But
well, we're seeing a few Jekyll and Hyde personalities from a few of the mid pack this weekend, which is actually great to see. As long as it just falls short of rubbing, then that's exactly what we want to see. Tony Andrzejewski's got a new nickname this weekend. I think it's the Enforcer. He has been showing some real aggression and some real... Oh, big spin, Michael Westerway through the first 1 and 2 complex. He's gone off. I think he's stopped short of the wall. And Atley, number 35 in the world's fastest pit lane clothing car, has he's not happy. He's off.
I don't know where that is, actually. I can't see where Jack's parked it up. That's actually at the last corner, on the inside of the last corner there. So not sure what happened there. We'll have to have a chat with the guys and report back at Sandown in a couple of weeks' time as to what occurred there. But there's our race leader, car number 28. Got 5.5 minutes. Oh, there's the replay. Not sure what happened.
Well, Brisbane was in the vicinity, but it didn't look like there was... Oh, here we go. No, I think he... Oh, could be it.
Managed to steer clear of it up, but he's been involved in a couple of melees here.
That is not the place you want to get a nose, that's
There's
for sure.
Jack Atley, we're just getting the replay. He's asking the question, saying, what's going on? What am I? So Jack Atley, he's removed from the competition. And we're just watching, the 45 has recovered and is joined back in the field as we go back to the front now. Ads Brewer sliding the car around.
He's very, very quick through there.
Yeah, he's worked the car hard to come back after they had that turn 1 incident late yesterday afternoon.
Lewis Williams has done well to hold him off, but he has been under threat from Brewer for this first part of the race so far. Let's see if he can hold him off.
I've got to say, Ads, if you haven't got the pace, mate, hang on to bring home points for third place in this one, because at the moment you've got to say it's going to be a very big effort from the Tyre Power Vanilla racer Chris Lewis Williams to claw back Jamie Westerway. He knows how to win these races pretty much like Campbell does, but yeah, the CLW's got a number of titles under his belt as well, so it's not like Formula 1 at the moment. There's a number of world champions competing in that, isn't there?
That's absolutely correct. We've got 3 of them, and we've got it's a great season thus far. We've got Bella going for 5 or 6 for 5. We've got him and Chris Lewis Williams both on 4.
Yeah.
We've got Westerway on 2.
Yeah.
Really interesting stuff. We'll see how it pans out as we see. Is that Phillips? No, that's Verdino. The sun shining off the side of the car. A little bit battle weary, that machine. The Torbert's running close behind. He's managed to get through the Westerway wall. Didn't have to punch anybody off. Josh Brisbane took care of it.
Yeah, it certainly did. Great that we haven't had to get a safety car. Jack Atley's actually just taken a seat back in his car, so he's put himself back inside the roll cage there, just in case anyone else arrives on the scene. Highly unlikely that someone will, and it's a real shame to see the pit lane clothing car parked up there. It's such a such an iconic car with this field, and Jack's a ripping bloke. In fact, he's playing category manager for the National Formula Ford Championship these days as well. Another replay.
That is not conclusive evidence that there was a punt there, because it looks like Michael Westaway has gone. He's sort of got that weight shifted, and he's gone very much centre track and sort of hooked it left in front of Brisbane there. I'd be interested to see if there's any paint rubbing there.
I think you're right, Joe. He was already oversteering, wasn't he? And he had the momentum in that direction. So interesting. We can't really know. There's a number of battle scars on the cars at the moment. To find a new one is indifferent. Plenty of rescue there in the purple car. He's done a strong job at the moment. Currently fighting it out for 12 with Manika Zelma and Dick Carpenter. And there's the 56.
Yeah, don't see any evidence of punting just yet, but so I will rescind my wild accusation once again.
Tony Westaway just in front here.
Oh, Phillips. That's Ryan Phillips, isn't it? The Paul Master car. Looks like there's some damage to the rear right there, which is a shame. We'll see what's going on, if that's mechanical or if he's just missed the gear there. Looked a little bit more serious than that, though, unfortunately. As we see Bella in front of Michael Westaway, Tony Westaway that is now behind Torberts. The time of water's updated and he's made it to 6th position. There is only 1 minute 10 seconds left. I don't think he's going to get it done this time. It took him a long time to get through the majority of the field in this race. I was under the impression it was a 15-minute this race, but we did start around with 9 or 10 minutes on the timing. So yes, run out of laps.
I reckon we've got 2 more laps to go. I reckon the last lap board will come out for this guy on the next time past the start line. But certainly Jamie Westaway, his fastest car on track, 1:35.68. It's Ad Brewer and himself that have done a 35. We looked at Bella, his best lap at 1:36.59. And everyone in the last lap round operating in the 1:36s.
Yeah, interesting that Bella's he's a second off his fastest lap is a second off the fastest lap by Jamie Westaway. So maybe that car on that previous lap after that adventure that he had, the double airborne whoopty whoop, maybe took a bit of life out of that car, a bit more than was expected. It was an amazing effort to get it back on the road.
I think it took a fair bit of breath out of him as well. He's pretty winded when he got out of the car there in replacement. Lucky he skated past that concrete wall in the old pit area as well. So Chris Lewis-Williams is starting to feel the heat there as well. Last lap board. The last lap board for the 2025 Winton Festival of Speed has gone out. The last lap board for the Porsche 944s for Tyre Power Vanilla has gone out. A big thank to Porsche Cars Australia, Melbourne Paving, Butcher's Diner, LK Diesel, Don Watson Transport, ABI Technology, Fullmaster Bayside, Trico, Triple Eight Home Loans and Pit Lane Clothing for all the support they throw behind this category, and of course the event, Shannon's Insurance, Races Industries, Cool Drive Auto Parts and Equity One, the big partners involved in this event. Oh, riding it out.
Peter James almost lost it, held on to it though through turn 1. I don't know, a bit of sun perhaps?
Understeer and grabbed the written strip and thrown back into the field of play. So
he had been complaining of gearbox issues this weekend, so he possibly had a little lock up there or a rear axle sort of compression lock up. Who knows?
Jamie Westaway now, he's got half a lap to take this victory, and it'll be his first one for the weekend for Jamie. And he's done a tremendous job to get in front of this race. It has been certainly a bruising weekend for the Tyre Power Vanilla field. As we just watching cars replay down at turns 3 and 4, car number 14. Continuing on nicely there as well. So a replay there as we get our race leader, the rear shot down to the checkered flag. And Jamie Westaway, surprise winner here this afternoon. A bruising weekend for the 944s, but fantastic racing. I told you, ladies and gentlemen, those of you that have remained here, what a great race for the 944s. Joey Kellogg, how long till you pulled the onesie back on and a helmet, mate? With this sort of racing, you've got to be getting edgy.
Well, we'll see how we go. Very busy with work, etc., but you'll definitely see me at Island Magic if you don't see me before.
Fantastic. That is what we want to hear. We're going to miss you in the commentary booth, but I'm sure there'll be another driver that takes a break that we can blood in to call the action like you and Jack Atley have done over the last couple of seasons.
We'll see how we go. It'll be great. Just want to say a big thank you to you, Darren. You're doing such a great job. You've just done an amazing effort this weekend calling all these races, and all the volunteers, and especially all the fans that have hung around for the last race, the 944s. Amazing effort. Give you guys yourselves a pat on the back. Really good.
Awesome, Joey. Thank you for your help this weekend. So Jamie Westaway takes the win. Chris Lewis-Williams home in second place, but for the weekend will take the chocolate. Ads Brewer in third. A good fight back for him. Mark Medino is home in fourth. Cam Bella in car number one. What a bruising weekend. He's going home like a beaten up prize fighter, but like a prize fighter, he's well and truly ridden it out. Tony Westaway, Josh Brisbane in the mix there, and Mark Torberts eventually, who fluffed up the start, started on the front row, but Mark Torberts in the 66 will live to fight another day. Tony Andreski has had a terrific weekend, driven very, very well, and I guess the result doesn't actually reflect